First thing, what is web development? So web development is simply, you can say, creating, building, or maintaining websites online, right? Now, why web development? What is the importance of it? Now, if you see in any sector nowadays, let us say it's be social media, let it be video streaming, anything, you need websites for everything, right? This is the tech world and you need websites for everything. So it is quite important nowadays. And if you consider about any kinds of real life examples, you can say we have YouTube, we have Google, we have Instagram. We have a lot of things nowadays, which almost everything has a website of its own, right? But coming to the next thing, how does websites work in real time? So for websites, there are three things. The first thing is client and server communication. The browser in which you are browsing sends a request to the server, and the server processes this particular request and sends a response which might be an HTML, CSS code or JavaScript code, which will be rendered in the browser, right? For this, we can consider example of Google searching. Let's say you are searching something on Google, which triggers a server response, and that server provides you with the results of your search query, right? This is the simple thing. And the next thing is DNS or domain name system. This translates a domain name. You can say youtube.com is a domain name, but actually YouTube is hosted on a specific IP address. This IP address is converted into a DNS, which is simpler to read, right? And the next thing is simple web hosting. Now, for a user, for a website to be used globally, it needs to be hosted somewhere. And there are multiple hosting services like AWS, Netlify, or Vercel, which host websites, and users all around the globe can easily access those websites. Coming to the next thing, what is front end, what is back end, what is full stack? Now, whenever you use a website, there are multiple things about it. Like the front end means the client side structure. So whenever, suppose you are a user of YouTube, so you see only the videos, right? You see the videos, you can search the things. You don't know what is happening in the back end, how the videos are coming, what's the algorithm is. You don't know anything of that. You just see the videos and you just click on them and you just watch the videos. You can like them and do the basic stuff. Now this becomes the front end. But what is the back end? Backend consists of the database, the server side processes like the algorithm, how the videos come up, how when to show the thumbnail, where the thumbnail is stored, the database, how the search queries are made to the database, and how the data is retrieved from the database. All this is considered backend. And now, what is full stack? When you combine both front end and back end, that is when you make full stack. Now, full stack is simply front end plus back end. Now, in front end, we have some technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And in back end, you can use something like Node.js, Django, and PHP. And for full stack, there are multiple tech stacks, and the most popular one is MERN Stack, which we are going to cover in the series itself. Now let's talk about some major web development technologies. All right. So the first one is HTML. What is HTML? HTML simply defines the structure of a web page. You can say adding headings, paragraphs, images, all these basic things you can do via HTML. And then comes CSS. All right. In CSS, you can simply do is you can simply add styles and do layouts for the web pages. In JavaScript, you can make websites interactive. You can add interactivity to the websites like clicks and all other. And then comes the frameworks and libraries. So inside frameworks, we have front-end frameworks and then we have back-end frameworks. So in the front-end frameworks, we have React, we have Angular, and we have Vue.js. And for the back-end, we can use either Express.js or Django. Express.js uses JavaScript and Django uses Python. In this series, we are not going to cover Django, Angular, and Vue. We are going to cover simply React and Express.js because those are the most popular ones and currently in trend. So that is what we should learn. Next, talk about some popular tech stacks. As I said, MERN, and then we have MEAN and Maven. So in MERN, it stands for MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js. Whereas in MEAN, everything is same. Only instead of React.js, we are going to use AngularJS. And coming to Maven structure, instead of React.js, we are going to use Vue.js. Now, all of these are quite popular. If you want more detail, you can say that React is developed by Meta or Facebook, whereas Angular is developed by Google and it is mostly used in Google's applications. Vue is basically used for small scale to medium scale applications, and Angular is generally used for large scale applications or enterprise level applications. React can be used for everything. It is like very good. Now, if we talk about why do we choose MERN in this course? So first thing, MERN is completely JavaScript. You only know language JavaScript, you can still do MERN, and it's developer friendly. It's simple to learn, it's highly scalable, and it's pretty efficient as well. And then comes the popularity. Of course, as it is the most trending technologies right now in web development, it has the most biggest community support and abundant resources as well. Then comes flexibility. We can use flexible databases like MongoDB, and flexible and faster backend servers like Express.js as well. So yeah, the MERN is totally beneficial, and that's why it is in trend, and that's why we are going to learn it as well in the series. Coming to the next thing. So I already told you about like why we should choose MERN. I told you all of the reasons. And coming to the next thing, why full stack? Like everyone is a full stack developer. Are there any sufficient jobs? So now listen to me. There are quite a few jobs, and it's not like everyone can be a very good full stack developer. There are multiple full stack developers, but everyone is not a full stack developer. In a full stack developer, you need skills for both front end and back end. You should be able to create a full stack application on your own. And yeah, there is quite a good amount of money. And if you have proper skills, you will definitely get a very good job. And coming to demand, there's no way the demand for full stack development is ever going to eradicate completely. There is always going to be a demand, no matter what. And coming to AI, yes, AI is taking over jobs, but it's not like it's totally eradicating it. It's just simply that the job of 10 people can now be done using one, right? So that is what is about AI versus web devs. So it is important that you become a web developer who knows how to implement AI, how to use AI in your applications. So, and that is what I'm going to help you with this in series. So to start with, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So what is a hypertext markup language? You can consider this as a markup language, like a specific language which will turn your language into a website or a web page. So you can consider HTML as a backbone of web pages. It structures the content on a web page. Now, for example, let us consider a website. Let us say this is a website. Okay. Now this website will have images, it can have videos, it can have random text in there, and a lot of stuff for you to do things like you can watch YouTube, you can use WhatsApp on the web, and there is a lot of cool stuff which you can do in websites, right? Now, to start with HTML, I would like to give you a small brief about things. Now, what is that? As I previously explained in the previous video, we use HTML to create a structure for our website, whereas we use CSS to give styling to our website. And compared to CSS, there is one more thing which provides you which is called as JS, which provides you function which provides functionality and interactivity to your website. So when we combine all three these things, when we compare HTML, CSS, JS together, we can create mind-boggling websites which are beginner friendly, right? To create much more complex websites faster and efficiently, there are more technologies which we will be learning later on this playlist. But for now, let's focus on HTML in this episode and learn it like perfectly so that we don't need to learn it back again. So let's get started. Now let's get started with the basic structure of an HTML document. So right now I'm at a folder which is like placed in my desktop, then a YouTube folder, and within that I have a directory called full stack course, and within that I have HTML. So I have opened this HTML folder in my VS Code, as you can see right here. Let me zoom it in a bit, right? Now within this folder I'm going to create a new file. Let us say index.html. Generally we name our HTML documents as index only. Most of the times it's like a convention to be followed, which most of the people follow. So first of all, for a basic HTML file, as I said, it is a markup language. It follows a particular syntax which we need to follow to give structure to our websites. So the most important thing is a doc type declaration, which is typed like something like this. So doc type HTML, this is like a declaration that to the website, like this is a doc type, this is an HTML file. Now convert all the code below this line into a website. That's what this particular syntax is telling to the web browser when you open this file in a web browser. Okay. Now, then there is something called as HTML tag. Now, this is the basic tag within which all your HTML code lies. After this, we have a head tag. Now, what does this head tag considers? Like it contains. So let me show you with an actual example. So the drawing board on which I was drawing is a website in itself. Now this website is called excalidraw.com. If you take care of the header section, you can see something here like excalidraw. Like that is a title of the website. Now if I give a title to my website, which we are creating right here, I'll create another tag called title, and within this title I will, let's say, my first website. I'll save it, and now what I will do is I will open this index.html file in my web browser. So let's do it. So I'll again go back to the directory. Here's my index.html file. I will right click on it. Let's just directly open it, and you can see here the website is completely blank because we don't have anything in our code right now, but you can see my first website on top of here, right? In the tab, if I change it to my cool website, and if I hit save, you can see if I refresh this page, my cool website is right there. So that is how title works. There is more things like metadata, which you store in the header section. Header section is actually used to store all your metadata. Now, what do you mean by metadata? Metadata relates to more like SEO things, like your website, about like what your website is about. Like, let's say we have google.com. Okay, let's say we have our google.com. Now, when you search for something on google.com, what does happen? Let us say I'm searching YouTube, or let's search for video streaming website. So if we do this, what does we get? We get YouTube and all these other websites, right? Video stream for Chromecast and all stuff. Why do we get this? Because in their metadata, that those websites provide us like with data. Like this is a website for video streaming. This is a website for casting. This is a website for gaming. This is a website for drawing. Something like that. That's why our websites come into Google search results when we type something related to their metadata. That's how it works. And coming to the next part, we have something like a body. Now, if I say a body here, this is the body element. Now, what does this body do? Now, let's have a look at our website again. So, this is the title, and everything that comes in this white space is the body. Everything within the body comes into this white space. So, let us write a basic something right now first, then I will explain what it is later on. So, let's have mm, my first website. If I hit save, refresh the page, my first website is here. Let's add something else. Let's copy this, paste it. My cool website, hit save, Control R, refresh, and we see the update right on the website. Now, isn't that cool? So this is how a website works. This is how HTML works. This is how you create a HTML file, how you open it in the browser, and how you make basic changes in your HTML file. Now let's get to know some most of the common HTML tags. So first of all, let's start with text formatting tags. So this is H1. H1 stands for heading 1. Similar to H1, we have many other tags. Let's say this is H1. I'm saying something like Naruto. Let's say Naruto. And then we have similarly 5 other tags, which are H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So let me replace this with H2, and then let me replace this with H2. Similarly, this will be H3 and this will be H3 as well. So now I have made the changes, that is this one is H1, this one is H2, this one is H3, H4, H5, H6. So H1 stands for heading 1, H2 stands for heading 2, similarly H6 stands for heading 6. Now what are these? Let's test them out. I'll hit save, and then if I come here and refresh, you will see different sizes. The same thing is written in different sizes. So if I say what is this? Now you can consider this as a priority. H1 is prioritized, like it is the main heading, and then a subheading will be H2, and then H3 will be subheading below it. Similarly, these are levels of headings, like on priority basis. You can consider it something like that. So this is H text, or you can say the heading text. And then comes a P tag, which is for paragraph tag, which is the paragraph tag. Let us say this is paragraph. If I hit save and refresh the website, you can see this is a paragraph, right? And let us say something else. Uh, this is a cool website. Let's add more paragraphs below it. And if I hit refresh here, you can see this is a cool website. We have multiple things, like multiple paragraph elements, right? Now that is a cool stuff. But what more can I do? Now I'm gonna tell you something like text formatting, like something. Okay, let me just show it to you. So this is a P, right? This is a paragraph element. Now let's just highlight this cool word. So I'm gonna cut that and put in a B tag there and paste it. Now what does B do? B does bolding. So if I hit save and refresh the website, you can see cool is bold. Cool is now bold. If I zoom this, you can see cool is now bold. Similarly, if I'm gonna keep this in an I tag, and now you'll see, okay, my bad. I think I should be within here. Let's just do that. And now you can see the cool is bold as well as it is italic now. So there are more tags which you can use, but you will eventually learn about them later on. But for now, let's move on to the next topic, which is lists. So now let's us create a list of anime. Like how do we create a list in HTML? So there are two types of list. One is ordered list and the other one is unordered list. So what are ordered lists? Ordered lists are something like you can say one and some data, two and then some data, three and then some data, four and then some data. This is ordered list. What is an ordered list? We have a point and then some data. We have another point and then some data. We have another point and then some data. I simply mean that this has numbering. Ordered list has numbering for itself, and unordered list does not have any numbering to itself. So if I code that up, this is the body, and within the body, what we do is let's create an ordered list first. So the ordered list tag is OL. So if I say OL and then I say LI. So what is OL? OL stands for ordered list. So within the OL tag, you will have the list items. So LI stands for list items. Now within this LI tag, if I put something like Naruto and if I hit save, you should see one as Naruto. And then I create another LI tag, and within this let's put in One Piece and hit save, and then let's put in another one, let's put another, let's say Blue Lock, and if I hit save and refresh this, you can see Naruto, One Piece, Blue Lock, like 1 2 3. Similarly, let's create an unordered list now. So this is our ordered list, and if we create an unordered list, the tag for unordered list is UL, which stands for unordered lists. That's simple and clear. And let's just put in the same data within this unordered list as well. If I hit save and refresh, you should see Naruto One Piece Blue Lock with the dot thing beside it. Now, isn't that cool? This is how you can simply make lists in HTML. Now, before we go ahead, at the end part of this video, I will also explain you like some basic extensions which you can use to make your HTML websites much cooler. So just keep watching the video till the end so that you cannot miss any information here because everything is important. So let's just continue with our stuff for now. And the next thing is links and images. So how do we create links? I mean, How do I give a link in my website which takes to my YouTube channel, which takes to my Instagram page or something like that, which takes to another blog article or anything? So there is one tag called as an anchor tag. Now what does this anchor tag do? Anchor tag, it's like an anchor which turns you like from one place to another, which takes you from one place to another. And what is this href? So these things which we have in between the tags, these are called as attributes. So href is a attribute which stores, which has the location to which the anchor tag has to take. So let's give a link to my YouTube channel, let's say. So I'll just say youtube.com/Ashish Nallana. Okay, my bad. We have an ad here. And here we have our, I hope you are subscribing it. You should. And then what we are going to do is we come here, we put this here, and then within here, I'm going to give some text, let's say my YouTube channel. I'll do something like this. I hit save. And if I refresh this page, I have a link here. If I click on this link, it will take me. Isn't that cool? Now, do we do next? Now, what do we do next? Now, I'm going to show you a small magic. Like instead of my YouTube channel, like a simple text, I'm going to make it different. Let's use an H1 and then paste this thing. So my YouTube channel, this entire thing becomes an H1. So what I want to tell you is that the anchor tag can take other elements in it. It can take a single element, or you can convert, you can add more H1s and make that entire thing into, like if I click on this one, it will take me to my YouTube channel. If I click on this one, it will take me to a YouTube channel. It will consider this entire thing as a single anchor element. And that's how it works. Now, if we consider about, now this is how you add links to websites into your website. But how do I add images now? Coming to images, we use something called as an IMG element. Now, this IMG has two major attributes. One is source, one is alt. Now, what is source first? Similar to href, in source, we provide the destination to the image file which is saved in our computer. Or to be even simple, if an image is hosted online, we can directly give that image URL here and we can show that in our website. I'll do both these ways, but wait for me. Okay. And what is this alt attribute? Alt is like, suppose there is a blind person who is using a website via a mobile phone or a computer. So he will turn on some features like talkback, which tells him what's on his screen. Now, obviously, a talkback feature cannot tell what's an image about, right? So how do that talkback feature tell the blind person what this thing is about? So in alt tag, we describe the image shortly, like very briefly, we describe what the image is about. That's why alt tag is used to tell what a particular image is about. It can also help in your SEO, like search engine optimization. It can also help you with that by telling the website or Google like this is this image about. That's how we can use it. Now let's come and find some cool images. I'll go to pexels.com and find an image. So here let's say, let's get lion. Let's just get a random image of a lion. Let's get this one. This looks cool. If I right click on it and if I copy image address, you should see if I paste that image address here, I'll directly get the image of the lion. So the same thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that thing in the source and hit save now. And now if I refresh this page, you should see that line image here. Let's take it to 100%. And yeah, this is the image. Now, currently the image has aligned itself as per the website and the number of pixels this image is, as this is an HD image, it took a very big size by itself. We can arrange all the height, size, everything with CSS as well, but for images, you can also arrange height and width from the website, from HTML itself. So to arrange its height, to change its height, you can use the height attribute, and let's just say 500 here. If I hit save and then refresh here, the height is reduced. And if I give it a width as well, let's give it a width of 500, hit save, refresh, and you can see it's now adjusted as per the height and width I have given it. And now let's just see how we can do a different thing. Okay, like we can, how should I show an image which is in my device in via the image element in HTML? All right, so now let's just simply download an image of a tiger. That would be cool. Let's download this one. Let's do save image as, and then I'm going to go into this YouTube folder, this of course HTML. Let's create another directory outside here. Let's give it a name. Let us say assets. Now within this assets, I want to save this image as tiger. So it is tiger.jpg, right? Now I want to access that image within. Now let's just keep this image as it is. Below this, I will create another HTML img tag. Now in here, I'll do dot slash. It will access the files within the current directory. But if I do dot slash, it will access directories and files outside the current directory. Like as you know, we are in this HTML right now, this index.html file is declared in this HTML folder. So I came out of it. So now it should show me the HTML directory as well as the assets directory. And now I will click on assets and it will take me to assets directory. Now after the asset in the assets directory, I have this tiger.jpg which I just downloaded. You can see here this tiger.jpg. We just downloaded it, and if I hit save and then refresh this page, and then you can see this is the tiger.jpg. Now isn't this cool? Now same thing, you can adjust the height and width here as well. This is how it works. And then I can give an alt. A normal person cannot see the alt even if you add it. It's not for the common eye to see it. It's like this lies something behind the website. Okay, as I said, it is for people like blind, to so that the website can provide information about the image to the SEO, to Google, to people, blind people, something like that. Okay, that's how it works, and that is the main purpose of it. And then coming to the next topic, which is forms, HTML forms. So now let's cover HTML forms. So coming to forms, a form in HTML is used to collect data. You can have different fields, like you would have seen various examples of sites. Let's say this is a form. You fill Google Forms, right? In that Google Forms, it's an entire website which is a form in itself. But in our website, what do we do is we can create multiple forms. Like how does it work? So assume this is a Google form, okay? So within the Google form, we have something like a heading. At the top, we have an heading, and then we have some data and stuff. And the rest part is the form. This is how a general Google form. It's like a specified website for forms. But what we want is we have our website. This is our entire website within which suppose we have a portfolio. So I will give a contact me section. I will give a contact me section which will have a form attached to it. You can fill this form with your details and I will receive a message from you. So I'll give different fields here. Let's say the name, let's say the message, let's say the attachments, any attachments. If you have all this data, I will take within the form, and that form can be submitted to me somehow. That is a backend part. So how do we create forms in HTML? So coming to that, so this is the body. Within the body, we use a tag called as form. Now, what is this action attribute is used for? The action attribute is used to perform an action when the form is submitted. Now, you don't need to go much deep into this right now, but what it will be, you will eventually know when we cover backend and stuff. Okay. So within the form tag, this is the basic form tag, right? Now, within this, we need to have input elements, which takes some input. Okay. So let us say we create a label first for the input. Let's say a label for this input, and let's just give it its name. Enter username, This is a label tag for that, and then I will give an input of type text, take text input, and then if I hit save, refresh, you can see name as a label and this. Now this label has an attribute called for. What is this for? If I give this to, like, I want to create a label specifically for this input. So I will add this input as something like, we have to add a link between this label and input. For that, we use this for attribute. So if I use an attribute called ID to give this input tag, let's say an ID like name, and then in this for, if I add name, now both these guys are linked with each other. Now this name is specifically for this input where I can add type some text. That is why it is. Okay. Now after this input, I will create a button tag which is used as button. So let's just say click me. And if I hit save, refresh, we have this button as well. So this is how we create. If we have another data, let's say here, this is, let's take message. Let's name this MSG and this as MSG. So now we have two inputs, one for name, one for message. Now we know messages can be big depending on the situation and a lot of stuff. So generally we use another element for messages, which is a text area element. Okay. So if I hit save, okay, my bad. Text area needs a closing element as well. So slash text area. And if I hit save now, refresh, you can see now this is quite bigger. And if a user wants, he can actually make it bigger and enter all his random text simply right here. And he can also make it small, something like this. This is how text area element works. So this is how you create forms in HTML. Now within the forms, I've also explained you about the input tag. Now you can use this input tag and text area tag, button tags, all these tags even without the forms. It's not a rule or something to use them along with forms only. You can use them outside the forms as well. Let us just remove this forms for now and just directly place it. And if I hit refresh, you'll see the same thing. But it's just that it is not a form right now. That is what I mean. Coming to the next part, what shall we go to? Let's go for tables. So how we can create HTML tables as well. So how does a table work in HTML? So coming to HTML tables, we have a similar HTML tag. As we have tags for everything, we have a tag for a table as well. Now, as you can see, HTML is very, very, very simple. You just need to get your hands on dirty with the keyboard and your computer, and HTML is in your mind. It's that simple. So now, this is a table tag. Okay, within this table, what do we have? Within a table, what do we have, guys? We have columns, we have rows, and we have table cells, which contains the actual data. So to create a row, you can have something like a tag tr. So tr stands for a table row. Now within this table row, we have some data which stands for th. Okay, which stands for th. Now within this, I'll add something like name, and then I'll add another one. Let's just say age. If I hit save and come here and refresh, you can see name and age, right? Similarly, let's create another one and let's just give it here. Let's say name Ashish Nalana and let's give my age 19. And if I hit save and if I refresh, you can see the data is aligned as per a table, right? Now I will tell you something different. Now this time we are considering this as the head table. Like in a sheets, in Excel sheet, what do? We have something on the top, right, which represents the name of that particular column. So to do that, this is supposed to be that thing, but we have created that as a simple row, like we created one for this. So we are going to change this to t head. Okay. Similarly, this is going to be slash t head. If I hit save now and refresh, You won't see much changes, but actually for the table, as I said, SEO optimization and stuff, it works like that. Actually, the table, it contains now something as t head, which contains the data like column name, etc. Similarly, we can create more rows here. Let's say Naruto, and let's give him an age of 21. Let's say refresh, and this is how we have. Similarly, we can add more columns, more data in the table row, etc. This is how tables work. Now, if I remove table, what is the next stuff we should take care of? Let me tell you more about some semantic HTML tags. Now, what are the semantic HTML tags? Now, semantic means you have some tags like a header, footer, an article section. Now, what does these means? Now, in a website, what is a basic structure of a website? If this is a website we have, the website will have a header, right? We will have a header. We will have a header. Simple. And after the header, below, we will have a footer, which tells about all the basic links in the website and stuff like that. We will have some few links here. That's how header and footer works. Now, between these, our content is there. So, if we want our website to consist of multiple sections, let's say this is our website, this is a section, below this we have another section. This way we can create multiple sections. So for this we can use an section element and something like that. So let's just go use those elements. So let us say a header, and let's say this is header. I'll hit save. Okay, this is header. And then I'll create a footer element and I'll say this is footer. My bad. This is footer. Okay. So if I hit save and come to the website and refresh it, you can see this is a header, this is footer. Now currently the footer is not aligned below because we haven't given any height to the website. If I give a height to the website, the footer will be aligned below. So let's just do style, and then here we'll give height of 100 view heights. Now you will learn about these things in the CSS session, but for now let's just go with that. And if I refresh, nothing happened, my bad. To convert this footer to the below part, we had to add in more sections in between and stuff like that, or else we can do that using CSS as well, which we will learn in the next episode. But this is the header element, this is the footer element, and then we have an element called section, which is used to create various sections. Let's say about section. Now this is the about section. It is add. Now within this section, you can add multiple elements like an H1, let's say anime, and then in H2, I'll add something like Naruto, let's say. And if I hit save, refresh, this is a section, right? I have an H1 and H2. Similarly, I can create another section with the name, let's say about. I'll say about and hit refresh. This is another section we got. Okay, so this is how the section works. Now let me tell you briefly about one important tag which you won't use a lot, but it is generally used in various websites. Like it's a useful tag, which is called as BR. Now BR tag is used to create a break in the website, like a simple line, or you can see like a space. This is the BR website. I mean BR website. It's the break tag which is used to create a break or create a space in between. Okay. Now this is about semantic HTML tags now. What about okay, let's consider YouTube. Now YouTube plays videos, right? How do I add videos to my website, bro? Okay, let me show you. Let's chill and let's just see how videos are added into website. Similar to how we did image, it's almost similar, but there is a little change. Okay. So we use something like a video. We have the source. Now let's just get a video and add that thing into the source, right? So this is, let's go back to Pexels and let's just search for a video. Let's say Spider-Man. Can we get a Spider-Man video in this website? I don't think so. Some sort of video. Okay, let me tell you about this website Pexels very briefly. Like, this contains HD videos which are non-copyrighted. Like, I mean, actually photographers take pictures and upload into this site. You can't do something like get a website, get a picture from Google and then upload it here. You can't do that. So that's how this works. Let's get this video. It's like a nice and cool video. And let's just download this one. Save video. It's an MP4 video. In the assets, I'm saying Spider-Man. And if I hit enter, we have this video ready with us. So now if we go to the website, we remove all that. Let's just say dot slash assets and then spiderman.mp4. Hit save and then refresh. Our video is here. Let me just reduce the size for now. But can you see something? I play the video, I'm not able to do anything, right? So to actually get this, I will have to say something like controls. Now this will give me control over the video. If I hit refresh, you can see I have the control over the video. You can see this play pause button. I played the video. I can do full screen. I can do stuff like that. I can do like this playback speed, picture in picture. I can use these controls. I can mute the video and stuff like that. I can do these things. Now to do now similar to the img tag, you can also use directly the link of the video here, not YouTube video. One more thing, in YouTube, the videos are not directly as MP4. You can't directly download them. These are blob videos which come in as of a stream. This is not direct videos. Whereas in this website right now, we have directly given the entire video. This is not coming in form of stream or chunks. All right. So YouTube and this thing are working in a different manner, a totally different manner. All right. So this is how you use a video element or how you show a video. Now you can create interactive buttons for video as well, which we will cover later on. Like, for that you need to know about JavaScript, how you can select an element and play that particular video element via JavaScript or button clicks. You can do that. But for now, let's focus on HTML and learn it, not JavaScript in between HTML. All right. So this was video. Now, how do we do audio? Similarly, as we did for img, as we did for video, now we are going to do the same thing for audio. I use audio tag, I have the source. Similarly, I'll have something like controls, and I'm done. Okay, this is it. I'll add the source here and everything is cool. Now how, from where do I download a song? Let's just find a song from somewhere. Guys, I have downloaded this Itachi BGM from Zedge, and now let's just add that to our website. So it is similarly, it is in the assets folder. So I'll do dot slash assets and then Itachi BGM.mp3. If I hit save, come here and refresh, you should see this. Okay, so this is the audio element which we have. We can play this. Like right now, I don't know if you are able to listen to this, but I am able to listen it in my headphones. So I hope you are able to listen. So, but it is working fine. If you're coding along with me, it's all good. You should be able to listen it. And this is the option for the mute, and you can adjust the volume. This is these are the default. This is like the playback speed. These are the default options which HTML provides us for our audio elements. Similarly, if you have an directly hosted audio clip, you can directly add the link here and it will work fine. Okay, now let's talk about meta tags, which I told you in the beginning, which we use in the head, right? Now, these meta tags, you won't be able to see them actually. These are not for the client or viewer to see. Okay, so these are done like something like meta, and within this meta tag, we provide details like name. Let's just say something like viewport. This is a viewport meta, and then the content within this, we're going to give like, let's say, width equals to device width, and then let's just say something like initial scale. I'll explain you what this does, but for now, let me just add that thing. So this is it. Now, what does this do? This tells the web browser or search engine that for the viewport, for the viewing part of the website, I want the width of the website to be equal to device width, and the scaling should be actually 1, which you can say 100%. The scaling should be exactly 100%, not more or less. That is the initial scale. That is what I mean. Now, what is the scale thing? As this website, I can zoom in, zoom out, right? From control plus, control minus. So that is what I mean. Initially, when the website loads for the first time, we give it an initial scale of 100% and a width of device width. If it's a mobile phone, it will take the width of the mobile phone. If it's a laptop, it will take a width of a laptop. Similarly for desktop as well. Okay, so we have covered most of the major tags which we have used. As we go further in the playlist, further in this course, we will learn more HTML tags when we learn React, when we are using JavaScript in the next session along with CSS. There is a lot more coming for you to learn. So this is what it is. Now coming to the most important part and the bonus part, not most important, but the bonus part, which I said previously, which I promised you previously, is about some cool extensions which you can use to like speedify your typing process. Like you saw, right? When I was typing like audio, I'm getting a suggestion. I need not type the slash audio myself. VS Code is completing that. And to give you another exaggerating idea, let's just say, let's add one, and let's say my first website. And if I click on go live now, it has directly opened the website for me. I need not go to the HTML file, open it with my browser and stuff like that. And now one more major thing. If I change this to my first cool website and hit save, coming to the browser, I need not refresh the page. It's automatically refreshed for me because I made some changes and saved the file. So I need not refresh it again and again. So to do this, there are two extensions which you can download in your VS Code. Let me show you. One is let me just show you. Just give me a second. One is live server, which is this thing. When you click on this button, it will take you to the website, which is auto refreshing. It is called live server by Ritwik Day. The next one is prettier code formatter, which like you can see if I keep this H1 here, hit save, it is automatically formatted, giving proper spaces and etc. For that, you can use the prettier code formatter from Prettier itself, and then we have JavaScript ES6 code snippets. I was supposed to tell you about this snippet in the JavaScript session. I will also tell there, but for now I have already told it. So these are the three extensions which I want you to install in your VS Code, which will be cool and it will like amplify your HTML coding. So first of all, what is CSS? So CSS simply stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Now, this is the full form of CSS, but why is CSS actually useful? So if we see any website, we see multiple designs, we can style the websites as we want, right? So CSS is actually used to style websites the way we want. We can style HTML elements, components, and everything using CSS. Let me show you an example. So if we see an Amazon, so this is Amazon.in. This is a site with like HTML and CSS. That's why this is looking like this. All right, let me show you an example of a site which I developed so that I can give you a more deeper understanding of what CSS can do to a website. So right now I have opened up this website. Now this is a website which I made in the beginning days of my web development journey. And yeah, this is an Instagram web versions clone. So this website currently uses HTML and CSS to show some basic data, right? These are some basic hard-coded data it shows, and we have some basic hover effects and all. Now this is a website currently using HTML and CSS and JavaScript as well. So if I go to this, like here's the code base of it. This is the entire index.html, and right now it is using style.css. All the styling is mentioned here, right? So now if I remove this file, let's just simply say let's comment it, and if I hit save, now just if I come to back to this and refresh, see, this is how this HTML looks without any CSS. But as soon as I add CSS to it, this is what happens to it. Now see what's the difference. Now this is what CSS can actually do to your website. You can like add styling, you can add animations, you can do a lot more to it. So let's just close this and let's get started with CSS right away. So CSS, as I said, it is used to style and lay out web pages. You can change colors, you can add different kinds of margins, you can create different types of layouts and all. Now, how does CSS works in the first place? How does CSS works with HTML? So HTML provides the structure to the website, whereas CSS simply beautifies it. Now let's go to VS Code and start making our code. So this was the previous code. Now let's create a new index.html file so that I can show you how it's done. So as I said, and as I tell in all the videos, code alongside me, that is very important. All right. So now this is a basic doc type. We have some headings, we have a body, and now what we are going to do is let's create an h1 tag. And in this h1 tag, let's type in hello and quickly open this in our web browser. So this is what we have right now. Now what we will do is let's start it with live server so that we don't need not refresh it again and again. And here we have it. So this is it. Now, how do we apply CSS to our HTML files? Now, actually, there are three different ways. I'll apply for now. Let me show you an example of inline styling. Now, inline styling means writing CSS code along with HTML itself. All right, how it is done? So I'll use some keyword called the style. Within this I will just simply mention the style. So for now, let's change the color of the text. I will change its color to, let's say, green, and if I hit save, you will see it is now green. Let me zoom it in a bit. So now you can see it is hello in green color. If I change it to, let's say, red, then it will simply become red. If I change it to, let's say, blue and hit save, you will see it is blue. So now this is called inline styling, writing CSS right away in the HTML element itself. Now let me talk about internal CSS. Now you don't want to do inline styling a lot because it will make your code look clumsy. So you generally do it sometimes when you feel like if I create an external file or something for it, that will be a headache for you. So that's when you use inline CSS. Now I am going to tell you about internal CSS. Now internal CSS is done in between the head tag. So here you use the style tag. Now within the style tag you write all your CSS. So this is an H1. So we are going to select this H1 using H1. Now don't worry, I will talk about all this selections and everything later on in this video, but for now just see how we are adding CSS. I'm just telling you about that right now. So in H1, this is H1. Let's just again say the color to be, let's say, yellow this time, and if I hit save, you will see it's yellow now, right? Let's make it gray, and if I hit save, you will see it's gray now. So that is how this is, you can call it as internal CSS. This is internal CSS, and the one which we previously did, something like this, style, using the style keyword, and let's make it color red here, and this is called as inline CSS. Now there is a third type, which is what we generally use, or you can call it as external CSS, which simply means creating another CSS file and linking it with our HTML. How do we do that? So let's create a new file here. Let's call it styles.css. Now within this is our CSS code. Now let's first of all link it. So to link a CSS file, what you do is you use a link element which HTML provides us. So type in link Now this is the link tag. Now in this link tag, what you do is you provide a relevance, like you can say it's relative to a style sheet. So we are creating a style sheet. So I'll say something like this style sheet. And after this, we'll provide an href, which will have the location of the style sheet. So I am going to say dot slash, which will go into the current directory, and then I will select styles.css. Now if I hit save, you will see it is like properly styled. Now what I am going to do is now what I'm going to do is define an h1 here. Let's say h1, let's say hello world, and in this I will save it. In the css file, I'm going to select this h1 and again give it some color. Let's give it aqua this time. Hit save, and now you will see it's in aqua color. If I change this to, let's say, green again, and if I hit save, you will see it is green. So this is the third way of adding css to your html files, which is the external css. All right. So this is external CSS. Now the next thing, what is the next thing? Now we have covered different ways of including CSS along with your HTML, right? Coming to the next topic, let's talk about CSS syntax and CSS selectors. So this basic CSS syntax is very simple. This is the selector and this is where you write the CSS properties. Now this is a CSS property and this is its value. It is that simple. Now this H1 here is called a selector. Now let's talk about different types of selectors. So I will just remove all these comments so that the code looks a little cleaner. So I removed everything. Currently we just have an H1. So now how does this CSS know that we have to select this particular H1 only? It doesn't know. So if I add another H1, let's say hello 2, and it's currently colored green. So if I hit save and show you the website, you will see it's hello world. Both of them are in green color. So currently CSS doesn't know which H1 it has to style. If I create some H2, you will see, let's say hello 3. If I hit save, you will see this is in black. Now CSS is only styling H1, right? So this is called as element selector. All the elements, all the H1 elements will be applied with this styling. That is what it means. If I say here, let's select H2 now, H2, and then let's give it a color of, let's say, red. If I hit save, now you see these both of these are in green, this is in red. So that is how this works, right? Now this is called as element selector. You can do the same thing for any input element as well. You can do the same thing for any paragraph element. Let's create a paragraph, all right? So after this, let's create a paragraph in which we add some fake text. If I hit save, you can see that fake text. Now this is in black color, right? If I save this file, okay. Now you can see this is black and this is in red color. So this is how you can select all the elements in HTML using CSS. Now this is called as element selector. Now let's talk about another type of selector, which is known as class selector. So right now, okay, let me talk about class selector first. So let us go to Amazon.in. Right. Now, if you see these three cards, this is card 1, card 2, card 3. All of them has similar kind of styling. You can see all of these have similar kind of stylings. Now, these are not a single element, right? There are multiple elements and all of them are inside a container or something. Imagine it like that. All right. If you want to imagine more clearly, what I can do is this is a container within which we have multiple cards, right? Now, these are three different cards. Now, I want all these three to have a similar kind of styling. How do we do that? So again, come to a document. Now this is H1, this is H2. All right. What I want to do is let's create a class now. So I'm going to assign this H2 a class. Let's say my class is the name of the class, and I'm going to copy this thing and provide the same class to the paragraph element as well. Now in style sheet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this class. Now, how do we select a class? We'll say dot and then class name. So the class name was my class. Now we have selected this class. Now this is called as class selector. Now within this, if I say color is Alice blue and if I hit save, you will see it is that color. Now this color isn't that good. So what we are going to do is let's make it blue right now. If I hit save, you'll see both of them are having the same style. If I say something like text decoration underline and hit save, you'll see both of them are having the same styling, right? So this is how class selector works. It applies the same kind of styling to all the elements which have that class to themselves, right? Now let's talk about another thing. Now, what about like I want to have a single element with a specific styling. I don't want that same styling to be applied to anyone else. So what we can do is instead of a class, give an ID. And let's say this as my ID. Now if I hit save, now this is the class. The styling is same here, but this is removed now. So how do we select an ID? So we are going to say hashtag and then name of the ID. So my ID, I have selected my ID right now. So what we are going to do is let's give it a color of, let's say, brown. And if I hit save, you'll see this is in brown color now. So this is how ID works. Now hashtag or ID selector is used to select unique elements. Like you want this particular styling only to itself, right? To nothing else. Now let's talk about group selectors. Let's remove this ID thing for now. ID and classes as well. Let's remove this. Now suppose I want to select multiple elements and provide them with the same styling. One method is I can provide them all with a class name. Another shortcut is simply like, let's remove them. Suppose I want to select all the h1s in the site, in the website or in the HTML, and I also want to select the p tags. I don't want to select h2. I only want to select these two. All right. We put in a h1 and then we say comma and then p. And in here, what we do is let's simply give them a color of, let's give them yellow. And if I hit save, you will see h1s and the paragraph tags have become yellow now. If we make it, let's say green, you will see h1s and paragraph tags has become green. So that is how group selector works. Now this is called as group selector. And previously we have talked about the ID selector, the class selector, and the element selector as well. Now let's talk about some basic properties and their values in CSS. All right. So first of all, let's talk about text styling. So this is a p tag. We currently have this p tag. So let's try some properties over that. So the first thing is color, which we already talked about. Let's assign it to red and you see p is in red color. So this is color, which gives the font color to our tag. And then comes font size. Now by default, font size has large, larger, medium, small. We can do all these. If I say smaller, you will see font size is small. If we make it large, you will see it's large. We can make something like XX large, and if you hit save, you'll see it's very big. Or else you can do something like 100 pixels. You can give your custom size. I made it 100 pixels. And then you can even make it something like 80 pixels. And if I hit save, you'll see now it's 80 pixel size. So you can also do this. And then we can talk about, for now, let's make it smaller. And then we can also talk about something like as text align. Now text align have, you can align it to the center, you can align it to the left, right, and something like that. And these are the major things. So if we say text align center, by default, it is text align to the left. As you can see, the paragraph is starting from the left, right? If we make it to the center, see what happens. It is aligned to the center. If we make it right, it will work the same but in the opposite direction. It is like opposite to the default value, which is left, right? It will start from left. So this is how text align property works. Now let's talk about some background stuff, like how to set background colors and all. So this is a p tag. Now let's keep only one h1. Now what I will do is let's select this h1. Now in this h1, first of all, let's give it a background color. So to set background color, you can type in background color and give it some color as we did like in this property. So let's give it a aqua, which is slightly light blue. So now you can see we have that aqua background here, right? This is how you give a background color. You can use multiple colors. Now I'm going to tell you something unique about colors. Like, how do we pick colors? There are different types of, there are different ways in which you can mention colors in here, all right? So the first way is to directly mention its name. If it's a basic color, you can type in red, yellow, green, aqua, brown, something like that. But there are other ways as well. Like we have RGB values as well. So RGB contains values of red, green, blue. So if I make it 0 and then 0 and then 0, it represents black. And if I make it 255, 255 and 255, it will give you white. So that is how it works. You can use VS Code's color picker to adjust these like this, and you can select any color right away if you want to pick it yourself. So this is one way. And then we have RGBA values. Now A means you will add another parameter here. It is called as opacity. So if I say 0.3, this is 30% opacity. If I hit save, you will see it's slightly white now. If I make it something like 1, which is the maximum opacity, it will be in its normal color. And the next way is a hex code. Let me give you, let's say color picker, and this is a basic color picker Google provides us with. So let us select some color, some blue shade. So I'm going to select this, right? Now here you can see hex code. Now this is the hex code. If I copy this code and come here, replace this RGBA value with it, and if I hit save, now you can see that color has been applied as the background color. Now these are multiple ways of adding colors to your CSS code. Now this is background color. Let's comment this. Now let's talk about the next thing. Now to comment in CSS, you use slash star and star slash. But if you want a shortcut of in VS Code how to comment any line, just go to that line and press Control slash. It will comment the entire line. All right. So now what we will do is we'll give it a background image. Now how to give a background image to any element? Let's say background, and then I'm going to select background image. Now in this background image, we use a function called as URL, to which we pass in the URL of the image. You can use something from the assets as well, or you can pick in any image from any online image as well. So let's go to pexels.com again, and in here I'm going to search for a lion, and what we will do is let's pick in this image. Let's copy the image address, and then let's come here in the URL, paste this URL and hit save. Now you will see that lion image is here, but as the image size is big and h1 is just a single line, the image is not properly aligned. So what you can do is give it a height. Let's give a height to this h1. I'll say height, and let's make it 500 pixels. Now you will see it is taking 500 pixels of height. If I take it 100%, it's like exactly 500 pixels, and it has a background image of this line. Now we can use some background properties. If we say background position, you can have different positions. You can have a center, you can have a left, so that the image aligns exactly at the center. Now what you see in the images, there is some inefficiencies, or you can say when this image is ending here, it is restarting here. So what you can do is you can say background repeat and set it to no repeat. This way it will not repeat itself, and it's just this much. Now what you can do to make sure that this image covers the entire element, what we can do is we can call something like background position, not position. You say background size and set it to cover. Now cover means it will take in the entire element, but if you say contain, it will adjust the image exactly to its size. So cover and contain, you got these two properties, and that is how it works. Now if it's save, you'll see everything is covered. So this is how you set background image. All right. Now let's talk about something called as box model. Let me explain to you what box model is. So let us say we have this is our entire website, all right. This is our entire window. Okay. Now in this, we have some certain element. Let us say we have an h1. This is the entire place and h1 is taking inside our browser window. All right. So now what we say is in box model, we have three kinds of properties. We have a border, we have padding, and we have margin. Now what is a border? Now suppose here this h1 has some text. Let's say hello world. This is some text. All right. So now this borderline HTML doesn't give any line by default, right? It doesn't give any borders by default. So you can set these borders to some width you want. So let's do that right away. I'm going to remove all this. And then here I'm going to put in an h1. It's only, if you see our document right now, it's only hello world, a blank hello world, right? So let's select the h1 and let's give it a border. Border of, first of all, mention the width. Let's say 2 pixels and then the type. I want a solid. You can say solid. You can say dashed. You can say dashed or solid. So I'm going to go with solid, and then you mention the color. So I'm going to say black. Now if I hit enter and save this, you'll see we got a border, right? If I increase this 2 pixels to, let's say, 5 pixels, you will see the border has thickened. So that is what is a border. Now let's talk about padding. All right. So if this is this is a text in within this, right? So what we do is this text has some width from the left side, from here has some gap from the top side and from the bottom as well, and some from the right as well. Now this gap within the border is called as padding. Now if I show you what padding actually is, we have four different directions of padding. So we can do padding left, we can do padding right, we can do padding top, we can do padding bottom. Let's give a padding right first. Let's make it, let's say, 50 pixels. If I hit save, all right, I forgot to add a p here. If I hit save, you will see, okay, my bad. Okay, padding right comes from this side, so we currently can't see it. Let's make it left. Now you can see we got some gap from here, right? If I do this, do a similar thing for padding top as well and add a 50 pixels, you will see we got some gap from the top as well. Instead of this, if we do only padding and add 50 pixels here, what will happen is it will give us 50 pixels padding from all the directions. So this is how it works. All right. And this is what is padding. It is actually the gap between the borders and the inside content of the element. And the next thing is margin. Now what is a margin? Now coming to margin, it is the space between the border and the parent component. So what is the parent component here? If we see our HTML, it is the body tag. And what is the body in a document? This entire white thing. This is the body, right? So what we do, assume this is the entire white thing. This is the margin right now. This is the margin we have. So this is the margin in four directions. From the parent element, the gap between the parent element and the borders of the element is called as a margin. So you can say something. If we come here, this is the h1, right? Let's give this a margin. Let's say margin left. Now to give a margin left of, let's say, 100 pixels, now you will see the border will slide to somewhat right, right? You can give it a margin right of, let's say, 200 pixels, and you will see it is now to the right from 200 pixels. This is what is margin. You can do the same from top and bottom as well. Now we have covered box model. What next? So now we have to talk about something called as flexbox. Now, why do we use flexbox in the first place? Now, it is a property which we use to set the layout of a website. So come back to the example of Amazon.in. So here we have multiple cards. So we want to align them in a structure, let's say 4 in the first row and next 4 in the next row. That is how we want to align it. Or depending on the display size, I want to align it, right? Something like that I want to do. So let us take an example. So this is a body, or you can say a window. We have multiple cards in here. All right. Suppose what I want to do is I want to place multiple cards. But once a card is like crossing this size, like it's not coming in the frame, what I want to do is I want to take this card and put it in here. When I scroll, I could see that card. That is what I want to make sure, right? For these kind of instances, we can use Flexbox. Or let's say you want to add a scroller here so that I can scroll to see the next cards. That is also in these kinds of instances, you use Flexbox. Now, how to use Flexbox? So for that, let's create a card first. Before we create a card, I want to teach you about a new element called as div. Now, div is called a dividend, or you can call it something like a divisor, which you can use to create separate container. Like you can use it as a separate containers. There is no specific use of the div tag. All right. So within this, I want to say I want to give it let's say a class name, or of I'll say card, and then what I will do is I'll give an h1. Let's say title, and then let's give it a brief description. So I'll add a p, and this is a brief description. That is what we have said. And if we just create multiple cards here, so we have created five different cards. And now if we go here, you can see we got some five different cards. Let's remove this h1 styling now. And this looks something like this right now. So now what we are going to do is keep all these cards inside another div. I'm going to create a new div and paste all these inside this. And let's give this one a class name of, let's say, container, CONT, which is a short form of container, right? Let's first of all style a card. So I'm going to select the card with dot card, and this is how it looks currently. So let's give it a, let's say, background color of, let's give it aqua. Let's give it a aqua background color. So you can see now we have background color. Let's give it a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels. If we hit save, we have a padding of 10 pixels. Then give a margin as well of 10 pixels. Now we got margin as well. Now I want something like a slightly curved borders. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some property called as border radius. So this is border radius is used to give curvings, or you can provide curvings to the vertices. I am going to give something like 10 pixels. So you can see we got slight curvings here. Now what I want to do is, this is how these currently look. I haven't defined any width or anything to these cards, right? Even though they have taken complete width. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the container. So if I select container with .cont, and first of all, I'm going to set its display to flex. Now guys, the default display value is block. So here we are setting it to flex. Now after this, what you do is, now if I hit save, you will see these are aligned horizontally, right? And if I do something like, let's say, justify content to the center, you will see these are to the center of the entire container. Now if I give it a background color to show you how much space it is taking, let's make it black. You can see it is taking the entire width of the screen, and in its center we are having these cards. Now what if I have few more cards? Let's say something like this. Now I have multiple cards. Right now it is taking all the cards because it is constantly or you can say reducing the width of this each card because it is not fixed. What if I have card of a fixed width? Let's give it a width of, let's say, 400 pixels. I do something like this. If I hit save, right, Okay, I have given a fixed width of them, and let's remove this thing. Now you can see I'm giving them a minimum width of 400 pixels, which means that the minimum of minimum width it will have is 400 pixels. It can't have width less than 400 pixels. That is what min width specifies. And you can see the first one is taking only three of the cards are visible in the screen. Rest of them are to the side, right? But I don't want it like this. I want them below. So what we can do is we can set the flex wrap property to wrap. So now you can see these are aligned. Whichever the cards are to the right side of the screen, they will come down. So this is how it works. Now, instead of this, now as you can see, if I remove this wrap and remove this as well, we have them in horizontal or in row direction, right? What if I want them in column wise direction? So I'm going to say something called as flex direction and set it to column. That is, it is as simple as that. Now it is in column direction. All the other properties are same, they will work the same way, just in a column wise direction. So this is flexbox. Now flexbox is generally used for creating layouts and stuff like that. All right. So now let's talk about something called as media queries. Now why are media queries used? Let us see. Now Amazon, this is Amazon dot in a computer screen. What if I want to open it in a mobile screen? How will it look? So I'll tell you a few shortcuts. One is if you are using a desktop or press F12 on your keyboard. If you are using a laptop, use function plus F12. This will open this console. And what you have to do is click on this laptop and mobile icon. If you click on this, you can select different devices here. Let's select iPhone 12 Pro. This is how this website is currently looking on a mobile device. If I refresh it, you will see this is how Amazon.in looks on a mobile device. Okay. Now, this is a different design, right? This is not same as this. It is not same as this. Like items are aligned in a different order. The search bar is small. This has gone upwards. A slightly different design, right? Which is suitable for mobiles. Now, this is called as responsive design. If I do something like this, as I adjust this, the elements adjust themselves. Now, this is called as responsive design, which styles the website as per the width of the device or the size of the device. Now, how to do these things? How to actually create responsive designs? So, this is the place where media queries come into picture. So, let's do the same thing again. Let's make them to the start so that each card starts from the starts and give them a minimum width of 400 pixels. So this is how they look. And let's do flex wrap so that it looks nice. So now if you see, if I open up a mobile view, because a mobile has generally width less than 400 pixels, here you can see because I have given this 400, here you can see for iPhone 12 Pro, the width is 390 pixels, but I have given it a width of 400 pixels to each of my card, right? So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to use something called as a media query. How to use it? We'll say media. And after this, within the brackets, we'll give it a something like a max width. And here I will say 500 pixels. Okay. This means that whenever the screen is 500 pixels width, apply the following styles. That is what I mean. So here we can say dot card, we can select it again. And this time we can put in minimum width of let's say 300 pixels. If I hit save, now you can see it is aligned properly. Okay. If we remove this, now on here top right side, you can see the width of the website as I scroll this thing. Now, as soon as I take it under 500 pixels, you will see its width reduce each card. Now, this is how media queries work. Similarly, you can adjust all other stylings as well. If we change the background color to let's say dark blue, somewhat dark blue. So as soon as I take it, you can see the color is also changed. So this is how this actually works. Now let's talk about CSS positioning. So let us say we create a div with class name dot navbar. So this is the shortcut. You type in dot and then the class name. It will create a div with that class name. All right. Now inside this div, I have a h1. Let's say this is my navbar, and if I hit save, you will see we have that in my document, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to style it. Let's say dot navbar, and in this, let's give it a color. Let's give it a color of aqua. And if I hit save, I mean not color, background color. So now we can see this is what we have. Let us change its position. Okay, before we change its position, what I want you to show is let's create another h1 and let's say this is normal h1. All right. Now you can see we see this. But as soon as I change the position of this navbar to absolute, you will see that the h1 which we previously had has gone below this. What is actually happening here? If you see Amazon.in, we have this navbar, right? When I scroll it down, the navbar is still fixed there. It is not going anywhere, right? Similarly, in this place, this navbar is staying on top of everything. You can consider it like it is floating on over some water and everything is else is submerged at the lower bottom of the sea or something like that. All right. Now this is absolute positioning. If we call about something like fixed, fixed positioning, right now it is same. If I just remove this fixed positioning, you will see this is what we initially had. But if I change it to fixed, it is like on top of anything. Now the difference between absolute and fixed positioning is that in absolute positioning, it is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. What it means is it is positioned based on the parent element. Whatever the parent element is, it is positioned based on that. Like if you have a single section, when I scroll to a next section, the absolute property will be scrolled up as well. That absolute element will be scrolled up as well. But in fixed, the component or you can say the element stays in place even when we scroll. Now the example of fixed is this navbar itself. Even if I scroll to a different section or anything, this navbar is still here, right? But in absolute, if I scroll through this section, this will also go. Let me show you a certain something. So this is position fixed right now, and this is how our document looks, right? So what we are going to do is I want to make from left, keep it at a 10 pixels, and from bottom keep it on a 5 pixels. Now you will see that this dot navbar will go to the bottom right of the screen. Okay, from left, no, I want to make it right. So now you will see this is on the bottom right. From right it is or at a distance of 10 pixels, from bottom it is at a distance of 5 pixels. Now this is the way you can align this fixed components or fixed elements. Okay, if I change it to something called as relative. Now, what does relative does? Relative aligns it, positions it relative to its initial position. Now, it is from its initial position, it is taking it to the right by 10 pixels and from the bottom by 5 pixels. So, slightly above and slightly to the left. That is what is happening. And the another property is static, which is the default positioning. Static is the default positioning of our elements. So, if it is static, the right and bottom properties doesn't work. So this is called CSS positioning. Now let's talk about animations. All right. So let us consider this H1 itself, this navbar itself, and let's try to animate that navbar. All right. We have this background color. This is how the navbar looks now. Let's give it a width of, let's say, 300 pixels. This is the navbar right now. So what we are going to do is I want to create an animation which will make this navbar move ahead and backwards. It will go like front and back, something like that. So what I'm going to do is let's create an animation. To create an animation, you use the keyframes keyword and after that you give the animation name. So let's give something like move. Now in here you define its positioning. So what I want to do is I'll say initially I want to give it a from. Initially what I want it to do is transform and then translate. Now this transform gives the positioning of transforming it. The translate is like translate it in X in Y. If you only say translate, you can translate it in X and Y. Let us say 10 pixels in X and 5 pixels in Y. That is how it works. But what I want to do is I want to only translate in X direction, that is horizontally. So what I'm going to do initially, it is going to be translate X at 0. But finally, what I want to do is transform translate X to, let's say, 100 pixels, and that is it. We have now defined our animation called move. Now to apply this animation to the snap bar, what we will do is type in animation, and in here we'll give first of all animation name, move, and then 2 seconds, and the number of times the animation runs. So move 2 seconds infinite. Now if you see, this is what is happening. Now infinitely this animation will take on place. From that positioning, go to 100 pixels to the right. This is what the animation is doing. So I want to do it like go to the front, then come to the start, then again go to the front. Smoothly the entire animation. So for that, what I can do is I'll make this 0%. I'll make this 50%. And what I will do at 100% is come back to the initial place. So I'll say this again. Now if I hit save, you will see it will go ahead, then come back, then go ahead, then come back. All this is happening under 2 seconds. Now there are multiple animation properties as well. You can do like animation, and you can say we have timing function, which is like if you want a certain part of it to be fast, then slow, then fast, then slow, something like that, you can use cubic bezier and apply something like this. If I hit save, you will see the speed of this is changing. The speed of the animation is changing, right? For that you use something like this, and then we have something like animation duration, which is 2 seconds. You can set it, change it by this property as well. Then animation delay, by how much time you want to delay it initially, and then iteration count is infinite or you want it 10 times, something like that. Animation direction, the play state, whether you want to pause it, play it, something like that. There are multiple animation properties, you can just scroll through them, but this is how you create animation, basic animation. All right, and we have covered almost everything in CSS, but don't just think that you got CSS completely. No, CSS is like a big ocean. There are a lot more things in CSS which you need to cover, which you will know by making projects and stuff like that. It's not like you can cover CSS in a day or two. So first of all, as other programming languages like C, C++, Java, Python, and all other things, JavaScript is also a different programming language. So to describe it briefly, we can say JavaScript is a lightweight interpreted programming language which is primarily used for web pages. Like you can add interactivity to your websites using JavaScript. So it is the language which is mainly used for websites. But JavaScript is a super powerful language. You can actually do anything with JavaScript with the current modern tech. You can build applications, you can build games, you can use it in AI/ML, you can build backend servers, you can build front-end websites, which is its usual job, and you can do a lot more just with JavaScript in itself. So, if you want to say like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, together they make a trio in web development, which are key to web development. So this is the basic intro about JavaScript. Now let's go with the other things. So now, where does JavaScript run? There are two places where we can run JavaScript. One is the web, which we already know. We can run JavaScript on the web, which is its main task. And the other thing is server side. So we can also run JavaScript on the server side, or you can say we can run it on Node.js. Now, what is Node.js? We will learn that later in this playlist, but to keep it brief, it is something which using which you can run JavaScript on the server side as a server. You can turn your JavaScript code into a server. So that's what the main use of Node.js is. We will learn about Node.js later in this playlist. So for now, let us say if you want to test JavaScript on a website, you run it on the website. But if you want to use like on the server side, that is the backend part of your website, then you can just simply go for Node.js or server side rendering. Is that clear? Now, what is the role of JavaScript in web development ecosystem? So the main purpose is it enhances user interactivity, such as form validations, or you can say dynamic elements, changing elements, and you can also create single page applications using JavaScript. Isn't that cool? So that's all the basic intro about JavaScript. Now let's get into our VS Code and start seeing the basics of JS. So first of all, I'll create a simple file. Let's just say app.js, and within this, my bad. Let me just and let's just create a new file with the name app.js, and now we have created a basic JavaScript file. Now to run JavaScript on the web, you don't need to install any application, but if you are supposed to if you want to run it on, let's say, a command line, then you will be needing Node.js to run it on your command line. All right. So I will give the link to Node.js in the description. You can get it from there. So this is app.js, all right. So if you want to start, it's like a simple programming language, like other features which are in other programming languages like data types, for loops, operators, all other things, all those things are in here. But that was not the case with HTML, CSS. Those are two different things. And JavaScript is a simple programming language. So first of all, let's talk about variables. So in JavaScript, we have three types of variables. One is let us say let some x is equals to 10. So I have defined x as 10. Now in JavaScript, this is like a variable declaration, and this is the variable name, this is the assigning operator, and this is the value. And this is a semicolon to say that, yeah, this line has ended here. So now what does this let means? Now in JavaScript, you don't need to declare any data type here. It is dynamic. It dynamically adjusts itself for the data type which you give value here. All right. So now if I say print, I mean it's not Python. So in JavaScript, to print something, you do console.log, and within that you type the variable name. Now it should print this 10. Now if I save it and run it via Node.js in my command line, I can just do here, go click on run and run without debugging, and I will select Node.js here, and you can see it printed 10 here, right? Now, if I say x equals to 20, and then I want to do something like console.log x and hit save, and if I do run it again, you will see 10 and then 20. What if I make this let as a const? If I hit save and then if I run it again, I got an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So what does constant mean? That I can't change the value of x anytime later once it is defined. And what does let mean? Let means I can change it. I can even change the data type. Let's say Ashish here. And if I hit save and if I run it, you can see I changed the data type, so it's working fine. That's the magic of JavaScript. But if I make it const, it's not going to work. So these are the two data types. All right. Now coming to the next one, which is variable. Let's do some magic with it as well. So let's say x is equals to 10, and then we are going to log it. And then let's just log the x, control S save. And then if we run it, we see 10 as usual. And now let's just change x to 20 and see if it's working. So you see in variable as well, we can, it similar to let keyword, we can also change values in the variable keyword as well. So to illustrate the main difference between the let and var keyword, what it is that it where creates a variable like globally, whereas it's different with let. You can only use that keyword after its initialization. So let me just give you an example. So what I'm going to do is, let us say we log x, Right now x is logged, but I haven't defined any x, all right? And now I'm going to create let x is equals to 14, and then I'm going to again log x, all right? Again, I'm going to log x. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it and run this file. So you can see I got an error saying cannot access x before initialization. But what if I make it where read if I make it where you will see an undefined here. So if I refresh, you can see undefined. It means that some x is there, but I don't know what its value. It was never defined, so it gives me undefined. So that's the difference between uh, our x, I mean the let and the where keyword. All right. And now coming to data types, there are various different types of data types in JavaScript, like string, number. So let's just see a list of them first. So if you can see, we have two different types of data types in JavaScript. One is primitive and the other one is non-primitive. So in primitive data types, these are string, number, boolean, null, undefined. So the difference between null and undefined is that null means the variable is defined, but it doesn't have a value. Whereas undefined means we just haven't defined any variable at least. At least there is no variable. Coming to symbols, symbols create a different object type which is not string. Let me show you an example. So let us say we have let s is equals to a symbol in which I'll give something like, let's say foo, and then I print this. I console log it as control as save, and then if I run it, you see it is a symbol, it's not something like that. If I say something like console log, and if I say let us create two symbols, let us say let s2 is equals to another symbol, a similar symbol, let's say foo only. If I hit save, and in here if I say s1 double equals to s2 and try to return it, you can see I got s1. Okay, my bad. Now you can see I got a false, because or else if you either do it this way, that is just copy this thing and then double equals to this way. If I run it, you'll see false again. So for symbols, these two things are not the same. Each time we use this symbol thing, it will create a new instance for an object. If you know the basics of oops, you will get this thing, but I'll be telling in detail about oops a little later in this episode. All right. So now let's go for the next part, which are non-primitive data types, which are we have objects and arrays. Now that part, this much part is cool. Now there are various operators as well, such as we have various operators, which are plus, let's say we have minus, we have multiplication, we have division, and then we have the modulo operator, which is used to get the remainder, and we have various comparison operators as well, like double equals to or triple equals to. Now the difference between double equals to and triple equals to is that double equals to is like comparing operator, and triple equals to checks for the value as well as the data type. In this triple equals to, the data type should also be same, so that is why it is used. And then we have the not equals to operator, and then we have not double equals to. It is the same, it checks about the data type as well along with the value. And then we have less than and greater than. All right, so these are the two other things which we have. And then coming to logical operators, we have the and operator, we have the or operator, then we have the not operator. So these are the different types of operators in JavaScript we have. You can use this in if statement or anywhere you want. If we talk about an example, let us say uh, let is adult, let's say, let's define a variable saying is adult equals to age. If age, now that if age greater than equals to 18, this will return us a true, and age is, let's say, less than 60. In this case, we have something like we can say nothing. So if I comment all these things because they were the ones causing us errors, and then if I just log is adult, and then if I run it, you can see age is not defined. Okay, we need to assign some variable age here. So let us say age, let age equals to 25, and if I hit save, control F5 run, you can get true. If I make it, let's say 17, and then run, I get false. So these are the operators which we used, the AND operator, the comparing operators, and yeah, that is how it is working. And coming to the next part, let's talk about conditional statements such as if statements and else statements. So there are various conditional statements. You can use if else, else if, and then you have switch case statements. So let's see example for that. So let us again say we have an age variable which is currently 15. Let's say we are going to say if the age is greater than equals to 18 and age is less than equals to 60, in this case print I mean log. So guys, pardon me, I'm using print constantly because on a daily basis I use Python nowadays. So I'm writing JavaScript after a long time. That's why I'm habituated to print statement. So that's just it, nothing else. So if we say here eligible to vote, all right. In the else statement, we have not eligible to wait, not eligible to vote. Now, if I save this and do something like Control F5, which will run my code, and you can see not eligible to vote. If I make it, let's say 35, we have eligible to vote. Now, to use an else if statement, you can do something like this. So, else if we can do, and then here I can say if age greater than 60, I want to say log. Age greater than 60, we can say. Okay. If here we can say log, we can say age less than 18. Now if I just format the code, save it, and then if I run this thing, you can see eligible to vote. If I make it 15, you can see age less than 18. If I make it 65, you can see age greater than 60. So this is how we use if, else if, and else statements. And then coming to switch case, we can do something like this. Let's say we have a variable, let us say day is equals to Monday, and then we have a switch case over this day. Now, here if you say the case is if the day is Monday, we can say something like log, we can say today is Monday. All right. Now, if the case is, let's say, okay, after the console log, we need to break. And then if we do something like case Tuesday, if Tuesday is the case, we'll say if the variable day is equivalent to Tuesday, then what we do is say today is Tuesday. It's as simple as that. And then again break. Similarly, we can do for all other days as well. I'm assuming you can do that on your own because it's quite simple. You just do case and then console log and then break. And then for the default case, we can do something like log And then we can say something like invalid input. Now if I hit save and just run this thing, you can see today is Monday. If I make it Tuesday, run it, today is Tuesday. If I make it something else random, you can see invalid input. Now that's how switch case statement works in JavaScript. And coming to the next part, we can talk about loops. So to creating a for loop, you can use something like for keyword and then a bracket to declare the variables and iterations constants. So the variable, let us take I is equals to 0 and then a semicolon and then the limit, let's say I less than 5 and then let's say I plus plus, which will increment the I after each iteration. And then I'm just simply going to do log this I, so it will print us from 0 to 4. All right. If I hit save and run this, you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So the shortcuts I'm using is Control S to save, Control F5 to run. So as you can see here, when we go on to run without debugging, you can see Control F5. That is what I'm pressing for shortcut to run the file. All right. And coming to other loops, let's say a while loop. Let us take a variable let I is equals to, let's say 10, and then I'm saying while I is less than 10, or just say I is greater than 0, we are going to print log I, and then we will be reducing the I. So we'll doing I minus minus. And then we hit save, Control F5, and we run it, and you can see here 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there is another type which is obviously you should know that it's do while loop. So in here, let us again create a variable. Let us say I is equals to 10 again, and we just need to create a do while loop. Now we do, and then we run a while. We give a while condition for this. Now, what does this do is that in the while condition, I'll again give the same condition and let's just make it 0. And again, the log here will log the I and then will I minus minus. If we hit save, run it, you can see the same output 10 9. Now, what is the difference between while and do while loop? Now, suppose I make it 10. Now I is not greater than 10, right? Because I is 10, so this condition is not valid. Even though this condition is not valid, this will run at least once. All right, if I hit save, run it and show you, you can see 10. 10 is still printing. Even if I make it, let's say 100, it will still work. You can see 10 again. I again got 10. If I change it to, let's say 15, even though the condition is not valid, I will get 15 here. So that's why do while loop is used to run the iteration at least once. Now let's see how we can create functions in JavaScript. So to create a function in JavaScript, what we can do is we can use the function keyword to declare a function and then give the function name. So let's say my func is my function name. Now here you can take parameters such as, let's say, name is a string, and then we just do this. And then we can return something like hello. You can say hello, and then you can use something like this name, and then just do this. So I'm going to say log again, and I'm going to call this my function with the parameter Ashish, let's say. All right, I will save it, I'll run it, and you can see hello Ashish. If I give a space here, we should see hello space Ashish. Now this is how you define functions. You don't need the parameter type here. You can just directly give these. So like Python in JavaScript as well, you don't need to declare variable types. You can dynamically change them. All right. That's the major advantage of JavaScript and Python over other programming languages, which just reduces your time. And there is one simple thing I want to tell you. You need not go into the depth of it, but for now, if you need type declarations and stuff like this in JavaScript as well, because in future for some applications you don't want to get a wrong data from the user, so for that you put in type validations, etc. For that we use something known as TypeScript. It is also a language which is totally based on JavaScript. TypeScript and JavaScript are very much similar, just the only difference is TypeScript take care of the type, so it's named TypeScript. That's it. So just know about this. Nothing else is needed for now. Now there is one other way of using functions in JavaScript, which is called as arrow functions. So let us say there is a function called add. So let's say a function add which takes parameters a comma b, and it simply returns a plus b, which is a function to add two numbers, right? So if I do log and then I do something like, let's say add, and I'm going to say 10 comma 15, and if I run this, we'll see 25. That was obvious. Now I want to define another function with similar functionality. Let's do for subtract right now. So I'm going to create a variable using arrow functions. I mean function using arrow functions. So let's say const and let's say subtract. It takes two parameters a comma b, and it returns, okay, not brackets. We use an arrow and then we do something like this, and we return a minus b. Now if we hit save and then if I just do log, and if we just simply do something like subtract 25 comma 10, if we have, I save control F5, and then if you see, you can see 15 here. Isn't that cool? That is the same thing. Alright, if you don't have something to do, if you directly want to return the value, you can also do as a minus b here, and it will still work the same. You can see it is still working the same. So that is, these are the two ways in which you can define functions in JavaScript. And coming to the next part, let us get with arrays. Now, how do we use arrays in JavaScript? So arrays in JavaScript are also dynamic. You don't need to declare the size of the array. You can just keep on popping or appending the items or elements into the array. So that is a very good feature of JavaScript. So coming to this, let us simply say to create an array, we something, let's say nums is an array which consists of some numbers. So let us say 10, 20, 30, let's say 40 and 50. All right, now this is it. Now if I want to log this nums, I can simply do that, and you can see we get the nums like this. Okay, now there are some functions. Let's say if you want to append some value into this, so we can just do nums dot push, and then we can append, let's say 60. And then if I again log nums here, and if it hits save and see, you can see this was initially the array, then this was after pushing. Now, after that, we can use some other methods. Let us say nums.pop. This will remove the last element from nums. So if I do log nums and hit save, and if I run it, you see I removed 60 again. And if you want to do something like print the elements of the array one by one, you can do something like nums dot for each. For each, you can get the element, and then you can do something like print the element. I mean, console log it. If I hit save and run it, you can see the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. If we take another parameter, let's say I represents index and D represents the element. So if I say I hit save and run it, you can see 10, 0, which is the index of 10, and like this you can do. So this is like an array iterator, all right? So these are the basics of arrays in JavaScript. Coming to the next thing, let's say objects. So let's say we have an object named person, and we'll do something like this. Let's give him a name. Let's say name Naruto. All right. And then we give him, let's say, age. So age of Naruto is like 21. Now this person is being created. Now if we want to do something like, let's say, log to print something about him, you can just do person dot name, and if I run this, you can see Naruto here. Similarly, you can do for person dot age as well. You will see his age. And if we have, let's say, some function, let's say some function greet, and you can do something like this, and then let's just say log, and it's say hola, or let's just say baka. And if we hit save and then run it, I haven't logged this thing, so let's just do greet. And if I hit run again, you'll see baka and then undefined because it is not returning anything. If we say something like return baka, it will work fine this time with no undefined. You can see now that is cool, right? Now what we do next is let's see about oops in JavaScript, some basic oops. Uh, so let's just say let us create a class called, let's say, car. In this car we want to have a constructor, so I'll have a constructor. So to define a constructor, this is the keyword. You use the constructor keyword and give a variable, or you can say the argument to be passed, and we'll say just say this dot brand is equals to the brand which is passed. Now let's say this is the constructor, and we'll say a start function which will start the car. So we have console.log, let's say uh, this dot brand, and then car is starting. We can say something like this. He is starting. All right. Now, if we have done this, and then we'll do return. So this much is fine. Now this is a function and a constructor. Now what we do is we create an instance of this car. So let us say let my car is equals to a new car, and then what we do is let's give it, let's say, a BMW. All right. That's the name of my car's brand. And then I'm going to say my car dot start. Now, if I hit save and then just do Control F5, you can see BMW is starting. Now, I'm just going to a simple trick to you. Now, to concat, these are two strings, right? This dot brand is a string, is starting. So I am printing them, or you can say console logging them by using a plus. There is another method which is called as a format string, you can call it. So what we do is we use backticks this time, not quotes. These are backticks. And then we use a dollar symbol, and this between this we can give the variable name, which is this dot brand for now, which is a variable, right? And then we can say is starting. This way also it will work the same way. You can see BMW is starting. So that how this is just a simple string. You can call it like format string, something like that. Now let's go for the part two, DOM manipulation in JavaScript. So now coming to DOM manipulation, what is it in the first place? So DOM stands for Document Object Model. So now what is a document object model? So you remember, right, in the first lecture we did HTML. It was a document which represents a website structure. So DOM is used to restructure HTML as per our needs for interactivity. You can say I want to edit some component when I click on a button, right? I want to do that. Something like that. Okay, so I'll show you an example in a very few seconds. So let us say we go to a website. Let us say we go to Amazon.in itself. If I click on this, or you can see if I take if I take cursor onto this, you can see that I am showing this component, right? So what would I have? I would have something like when I take my cursor over to this section, I want to show this particular component onto the screen. That is what I'm doing it. Now this can be done using DOM manipulation, using effects like on mouse over, on mouse exit, on button press, something like that. All right. Let's just get into more detail into it. So now we have an, let us say we have this. So what I want is we have a calculator which takes an input and we have a button to add those two things, which shows our response somewhere here. It shows a response somewhere here. So suppose let's we have 1 plus 2. So after pressing onto this button add, what happens is we get 3 here. After after pressing this add button only we get this 3 here. So that we can do using DOM. So that is the main job of how DOM works and why it is used. So now let's talk about different DOM methods, etc. So before we start, now let's just create an HTML file for this lecture. So I'm just going to create something like, let's say, index.html. And then what I'm going to do is do the doc type declaration and the basic stuff, hit save. And then in the body, let's do something like h1. All right, h1. And let's just say, hello, Naruto. All right, we have this. Now, if I hit save and then press on go live, I can see this Hello Naruto as a website, right? It's currently zoomed in. So let's just keep it that way for now. After this, I will create a button. Let's say button. And for this button, let's say click me. That will be the thing I will be giving it for now. So we have this click me button. On clicking it, nothing is going to happen. So now what I want to do is I will go into the app.js. I will go into the app.js file and then I will do something like const btn, the button is equals to document. Now from the document class, I mean the object, we can access everything about the document. And then I just want a query selector, which is a method to select something, some element, some class, some ID. So I want to select the h1. So I have selected the h1 now. Document.query selector h1. I have selected the h1 from the index.html file. And now this. But wait a second. How does this JavaScript file know the h1 from this index.html file? We have not even linked it. You're absolutely correct. We are going to link it. All right. How to do that? I'm going to tell you just in a few seconds or few minutes. Okay. So we just got this button and then what we need, we got the button and then we do btn dot. We want to add an event listener, which is on click. We add an event listener saying on click. So on click, we call an arrow function here. We call an arrow function. What does this do? Now we want to change the text of that h1. So now what we do is we select that h1 as well. So I'll say heading 1 is equals to something similar. We'll just do document. Okay, my bad. This is not an h1. This is a button and this is going to be h1. All right. So what we are going to do is heading 1 dot text content is equals to, I'm going to say something like hello Ashish. From hello Naruto, we will be changing it to hello Ashish now. If I hit save, right now, nothing will happen because I haven't linked it. Now to link our JavaScript file, what we do is we use something known as script. Now within the script, we have an opening tag, closing tag, and in the source, we attach our JavaScript file. Now it should be working fine. Now we refresh it. It's there. Everything is there. If I click me, okay, so nothing is happening right now. Let's see what the error might be. Let's open the console to check for JavaScript consoles. If I see if it's working properly or not. Let's just say log something. for debugging purposes. Let's say hello. If I refresh, click on click me, I can't see even hello. So the on click add event listener is currently not working. Let's see why it is for. So I think it might be because, okay, here's the issue. It's not on click. We have to keep it in a string and say click here. Now, if I hit save, it should work fine and proper. If I click me, you can see this became hello Ashish and this became hello. So that's how this add event listener works. And you can do something like, let us say, or you can say something like mouse move, or you can say mouse enter. So when I take the mouse over to this, you can see the thing changed, right? Again, see this. As soon as I take the mouse over to the click me, I'm not pressing anything. I'm just taking it over and you can see everything changed, right? So that is mouse enter. Similarly, you can have other properties as well. Now, for now, let's just keep it to this. Click, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse over, mouse move. There are many other options. So now coming to the next part. We can also set and change styles using this DOM manipulation. So let's just create something. Okay, let's just not create it in the CSS file. It will just make the video lengthy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the text. I mean the color of this thing. So we can say heading one. We heading one dot set attribute. I want to set a new attribute. In the previous lecture, I told you like we can do inline styling, right? That is what I'm currently doing. So I'm going to change the style attribute, and then its value is going to be color. So let's make the color equals to red. Now if I save it, as soon as I click it, you can see the color is also changed to red. Similarly, you can also add classes and do a lot of stuff with it. Classes, you can add IDs so that so you will style that class with some styling in CSS, right? With that, if you add that class after this button click, all those stylings will be applied to this particular text. That's how it works. So this is how DOM manipulation majorly works. Like you select the element, you add its attributes, you change its text content, you add some more elements into a particular div box or section or something like that, and that's how you manipulate the DOM based on the user's interactivity. So that is what DOM manipulation is mainly for. Now let's talk about API fetching. So let us see what are APIs. So let me close this. All right. So API means application programming interface. So let us say we have some data from our backend coming in. Let us say a list of users, a list of posts from Instagram, something like that. And we get that data, the link to the image, the title of the post, the comments in there, the number of likes, the number of comments, all this data we get in some format. And then we use that we get that data, and once we get that data we show that in our front end into our HTML. All right, that is called API fetching, or you can say getting the data fetching, something like that. So it stands for application programming interface. So that is the main purpose. Now how to get the data? Now in JavaScript there are multiple methods such as fetching, Ajax. So Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Nowadays we don't use Ajax much, not very much. Majorly we use fetch method, and then if you are using React, which we will be using later on, then we use something known as Axios, which is a package for simplifying this fetching thing. But for now, let's use the fetching API or fetch API, which JavaScript provides us. So here we are on our app.js. I will not use this index.html for now. So I'm just going to delete this file. Deleted it. Now we have this app.js. So now in here, before we start coding, I want to show you how an actual API looks like. So this is a website which just gives you some fake APIs for testing and all. So I will give the link in the description. You can check it out there. So let's just find some So you can see this example. This is how we use it. So let's get some API. So let's say slash post. So you can see all this data about a list of posts. So what I'm going to do is, let's just say we copy this link and now we come to our VS Code. Now what we do is we put on a fetch request. Now we want to fetch a request, and here we will provide the link of our API. And once we got some data, we'll say dot then. Once we got some data, what we are going to do is we are going to take its response. And once we have taken the response, we use arrow functions here. So once we got it, I'm going to do something like log my response in JSON format. All right. So in web development and in JavaScript, we majorly use JSON format, which is which stands for JavaScript object notation. And then once we log this thing, what we do next is we again do dot then to actually log this data. So let us say this is the response. Okay, we are returning some response.json. So instead of logging it right there, we'll return a response.json here. So I'll write the return keyword here. So we are returning this response.json once we have this. Now it is all right. Now what we do is then again we do dot then. Okay. And this time we get the data from that response.json. Now that response.json is the data. And again we do. So now here we can do log this data and we can just simply use that data now from here. All right. Now what we do next is next we can use something like dot catch. This catch is used to find if there are any errors while we are fetching the APIs, like 404 error, which says the API is not found. Similarly, we have other errors as well. So let's say we got catch of an error. If we did, so ERR here means an error. Now we can, like any error comes in, it will store that error in the ERR variable. That is what it means. So if we got an error, I'm going to show it as a console.error and pass in that error here. That's it. Now if I hit save, it is done and fine. Now remember, in JavaScript, we have something like console.log. Then we have console dot error, and then we have something like console dot warn and a few others. So why are these used for? Console log is used for basic printing statements and console error to show errors, console warn to use some warnings which come in yellow color. So if I hit save and if I run this thing, you will see all the data we have. Hundreds of data as a list. If I can't open it right now, but okay, let us open this in our index.html file. So I'll quickly create another index.html file. My bad. So here I will attach the script. We'll turn it off for once, and in here we'll get the source. We'll do dot slash app.js. Hit save. Now here we are doing console log data. And click save and then start our server again. Okay, not this one. We come to index.html and then click on go live. If I open up the console, you can see we have an array of 100 items and each array contains body, ID, title as in here. Body, ID, title and user ID as well, as you can see here. So all this data we have. Now, what I want to do is let us show all this data in our HTML file here. All right. So what we do is let's create a div. So we have this div right now in app.js. I'm going to select that div quickly. So I'm just going to say const my div is equals to document dot query selector div. I selected the div. Now, once I've selected the div, I got here some data, right? Now, what is this data coming as? It is coming to us as an array. So what we do is, we use the for each and we append the data to that my div as some certain HTML code, all right? So what we are going to do is data dot for each, let's use a for each. So data dot for each element, I'll say e. So what we are going to do, we're going to say my div dot inner HTML. Now inner HTML means it is a div, right? We can add new HTML components into this. So I'm going to add new HTML components into that. And then I'm going to use backtext to write my HTML code here. Let's quickly write some code here and then we can remove it from here and use that in the JavaScript file. So let me show you what I mean. So what are the data we have here? We have ID, title, body, right? So let us say a p tag which contains the ID, and then we have, let's say, an h3 which contains the title. Here we will have the ID title, and then we will have, let's say, another p for the body or content, and then we will add a break tag to create a break. All right, now I will just control X this, remove it from here and paste it here. Now, as I'm using a format string, what I can do here is I can use this, and in here I'll do e dot. For the current element, I want to get the ID. Same thing I will do below. I want to get e dot title and e dot body. So here I'll do e dot title, and then I would like to get e dot body. So now, my bad, there is a mistake. Okay. So now if I hit save and go here, you can see all my data is here right now. So if I zoom out, you can see all the data is in the HTML itself. All those files, all the data of those 100 posts is right in here. So this is how you can fetch APIs and add them. Instead of BR, if I add the HR tag, we should see lines differentiating them. So this is how API fetching works. This is how DOM manipulation works. So this is how JavaScript and Basic together works with HTML and CSS and every other thing. And today we are going to cover React.js. Now, first of all, I would like to tell you that React.js is currently the most trending library or framework you can say, which is like almost used by all the new startups, all the new developers. React.js is like totally in trending. So, what is React.js before we get started? So, React is a JavaScript library which is used for making web and native user interfaces. Now, React is a library. It's not actually a framework. There is a basic difference between a library and framework. A library is something which compiles everything. I mean, which provides you a library for everything, in which you can use various things at a single place. And the framework is a thing where all the features are included in the framework itself. You just need to import from the framework itself and use them. But whereas in library, you have to import them from outside the library from various things and then you have to use them. That's the major difference between a library and a framework. So React is a JavaScript library which you can use for building cool user interfaces like this, and you can say something like this. You can build various components which are used in here. It is developed and maintained by Meta. Previously it was known as Facebook, you all know that. And yeah, it is developed by Facebook to be precise. So why is React so special? So React provides you with component based architecture for reusable UI building blocks. Now what do you mean by this component based architecture? So let us say we have a website, all right. This is a website and it has a navbar to the left. and it has some video blocks, let's say two here. Assume the user interface of YouTube. All right, these are four videos which are in your home feed, and the left one, this is the navbar. Now you can say that this navbar is one component, and this each of these videos are different components. We are just rendering each of the components when we need them. All right. So what I simply mean is, if you see this React website, what is happening here is this home component will be a single component, whereas this header, which is on the top right, will be a separate component. We can load these components whenever we need them. Now, why to use React? Now, in React, we can use declarative programming, which simplifies the UI development for us. We can use virtual DOM in faster rendering. Now, in the JavaScript, we have talked about DOM manipulation, right? In React, what actually happens is we use something called as virtual DOM. What it means is we create a map-like structure for everything. Like all the components, we have a map-like structure, and whenever we need a certain component in the website, we directly get that component from the virtual DOM itself, and it reduces the rendering time, which provides you faster rendering and an efficient development experience for websites as well. And another feature is that React provides us with large community and ecosystem. As I told you in the beginning, React is currently very popular and it is used in almost all the websites in building all the different web apps, web applications, and all the stuff. So yeah, it has a large community and a proper ecosystem where you can find solutions, articles, more and more support is there. Now, that's the basic intro of React. Now, I hope you understood the importance of React.js in web development. And now let's just get started with everything. So right now I'm in my VS Code and here I have created a folder for React. So what I'm going to do is open my terminal. All right, here's my terminal. So what I'm going to do is first go into the React folder. So right now I am in React folder, all right. Before proceeding with React, there is something you need to know. So to run React apps, you need to have Node.js in your computer. You have to install it. I'll provide this link in the description. You can just go to this website, select your configurations, and then just install them. You can download in Windows using this Windows installer, which is pretty quick, and you can do the basic step up setup and all, which will directly install. Just make sure you read each of the setup and set up the locations in your file explorer as you want them to be. All right, so this is the basic setup we have done. And yeah, in my computer I've already installed Node.js. So once you have installed Node.js, just do this node-v. This will give you the version, so it makes sure that Node is installed in your computer. And yeah, that much part is done. Now to create a first React app, there are two ways to create a React app. So first of all, let's go with the conventional or the basic method. So the command is, let's say, npx create React app, and then you give the app name. So I'll say my app. This is my React app name. So if I hit enter, this will start creating my React app. So it will create another folder called my app, within which it will import all its required modules for the basic setup and all. So if we see, you can see it has created a package.json in the my app directory here, and it will create many other files. Generally, this takes like 30 to 30 seconds to 1 minute, depending on your computer's or system's configuration. It might take up to 2 minutes as well. So yeah, that's it. Now the second method is white.js. Now, what is white.js? So if we go here, white.js is also for the web. You can build React apps using white.js as well. Now, generally, white.js is faster because it uses ES modules, whereas in the npx command, or you can say the create React app command, it uses Webpack. So in white.js, the bundling is faster. I know the all these terms are going over a little too much for you guys. So yeah, let's keep it simple. So this way, just assume this thing is going to take it slow. Whereas if we use white.js, I will show you how to use white.js as well to create your React app. It's generally faster and more efficient. So I prefer using white.js over create React app. So once this is done, we will start creating a white app using like a React app using White.js. All right. So guys, as you can see, my React app is completely prepared. And now, before we proceed, I want to tell you that there might be some basic errors about versions and some basic warnings, but at the end, it's almost fine if this is like completed. So as you can see, in the React folder in this my app directory, all the files are here, right? In the source folder, I have all my files. So yeah, it is completely prepared. There might be some version errors and warnings which you might face. Now it took me something like 35 to 40 seconds for this complete installation. Now let's see how we can use White.js to create another application. All right, another React app, I mean. So right now I opened up a new terminal and let's just do cd react again. And right now I'm in this React.js directory, and if I go to this website, I will link this in the description. You can check it out. So what you have to do is they will give us a direct command. So if you use this, what happens is we have to use TypeScript. Now it will create a TypeScript version of React. Now what is TypeScript? Let me give you a brief description. TypeScript is a language which is derived from JavaScript itself. As I said, that JavaScript is dynamic, where you don't need to define the type of the variables and stuff. Whereas in TypeScript, you have to define type so that your code doesn't take in wrong inputs of other data types and something like that. So it's provide more security. That's the benefit of TypeScript over JavaScript. Rest everything is same. TypeScript is derived from JavaScript itself. So that's why what we are going to do is we are going to use the simple command which will say npm create white. So we'll say npm create white. And now remember, to use White.js, you also need Node.js, which we have already installed. Like the version should be greater than Node.js version 18 or more. So if I hit enter, now you will see it will do some processing and it will say we are supposed to install a package. So if it's Y already there, so I'm going to press Y and hit enter. And then we have to give it a project name. So I'll say my app 2, let's say. And now here we have different framework. Now we have vanilla, we have React and all these things. Vanilla means basic JavaScript, no library, no package, no nothing. And similar to React, we also have another library called Vue, and then we have Preact, then we have Angular. Now, Angular is also popular, second popular after React. Angular is developed by Google, but now the trending one is React. So most of the people use React. So as you know, this is a MERN stack where R stands for React. There is another stack also known as MEAN stack which stands for MEAN. Now A stands for Angular there. Rest three things are same, which is MongoDB, Express.js and Node.js. All right. So we are going to use React. So take the arrow to React and click enter. And here we don't need TypeScript. For now, we only need JavaScript. So I'm gonna bring it to JavaScript and hit enter. And now my white app is ready. Now see how quick it is. And if I go to the React directory, you can see my app and you can see my app too. So we have both these things. So let's run both of them. So in this terminal, we have this. Now to start this, what we have to say, now I will start both of them and show you how fast White.js is compared to create React app. So right now I am doing for create React app. So let's just start this. I'll type npm start and hit enter, and this will open a new window. Now I got some errors. So the error states that I need to install new npm. So what we have to do is I'll simply say npm install. We have to do npm install npm @latest. What it will do is it will install the latest version of npm into our machine and it will do the stuff. So as you can see, it also gave us this command itself. We can just copy paste that command for errors like these. So now as you can see, the npm update is complete, and now what we have to do is let's run the npm start command again, and let's see if it's working fine right now. No, we still have an error. My bad guys. To start this React app, what we actually need to do is first we need to go into the directory of this my app. So what we have to do is cd my app And now if we do cl npm start, it will work fine. So how do you identify errors like this is that it said that there is no start script. So there is nothing in this React such as start script. It is actually in this React folder, right? In this app folder. So yeah, so now you can see it is starting. It will take a few seconds, and yeah, you can see a new window opening in your browser. It will automatically load up. All right. I'll ignore this problem for right now. So wait, about web vitals. Let me see this one. So let me just quickly fix it. Now, as you can see, all these files are there. So vitals. So it is saying that there is some issue with this thing. So what I'm going to do is currently remove this from my React app. So I'll go to index.js and I'll just comment this out so that I don't consider that in my React app. And we have to remove it from here as well. And if I hit save, the error is gone, right? So it's not that important for basic rendering. So yeah, we are good. So this is how the basic React app looks like. It we have a basic animation. The code for this is in the app.js file. This is a link which takes you to react.js. If I click on it, you see it takes us back to this website. And similarly, you have an image logo where you have an animation and stuff. And the basic CSS in the app.css file. And as you can see, here is all. And next.css also contains some basic setting. This is the default, all the stuff React provides us with. Like you can say default code snippet. Now let's try running the White.js version. All right, now let me close this. Let me hide this, my app. And now let's go to my app too. So if I open up terminal again and come here, similarly here also we have to do cd my app 2. We go into that folder, and then what we do is then we simply say npm install. Now, as you see, when we use the create React app, it automatically installed all the bundles it required, like all the packages it required. But whereas White.js is just created the package.json, the basic setup, it didn't get any node modules. Now, within this node module folders, all our packages exist, which we are going to use in a React app. So my app 2, which is the White.js version, didn't install it already. So we use this command npm install to install all the required packages. Now, how does it know which packages to install? So here we have something called as package.json, where all the packages are listed like this. So when you run npm install, after you clone any GitHub repository or anything like that, you just run npm install to install all those node modules. All right. So that is how you use it. Now after this, for White.js, we run the command npm run dev instead of npm start, and this will start the React server again in the same way. So if we go to this link, let me just copy it, and if I paste it in my browser, you can see we should have our White app. So here, White plus React, this is the basic setup for here. Now, as you can see, edit source slash app.jsx, if we see it, source app.jsx. Now here we can do. This is all good, right? So that is how White.js works. If we click on it, now this is the basic setup White provides us with. Now, as I already said, White is generally faster and efficient than Create React app. So we are going to use White.js itself. There is no major difference in the code. Everything is almost same. So yeah, we will just stop the React app for now and proceed with the White.js version itself. All right. So I'm going to now to stop the compilation. What you have to do is press Control C twice and it will close. Now, if I reload this, you will see an error like it doesn't exist or something like that. Yeah, the site can't be reached. All right. So yeah, that is the error. Now let's close these tabs. And now we are done with this. I'll delete this terminal for now. And yeah, we only have this thing. So we are not going to use my app anymore. We are going to code the basic stuff in my app too. Now, as you can see, this is the basic stuff we have for White plus React. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all this basic stuff, which is predefined in our setup. I removed that. Now here I'll place let's say an h1 tag, and I'll say hola. Welcome to React. And if we save, you will see something like this. Now let's remove the basic styling as well. So if you go to app.css, if I remove all the styling, you will see we have it like this. Now there will be some styling in index.css as well. We remove that and hit save, and you'll see it's the basic HTML page right now, right? Now in React, what we use something as JSX. Now it is a JavaScript library, so you don't need to create any HTML files here. There is only one HTML file which is in the public directory. All right, just give me a second. In create React app, it is in the public directory index.html, whereas in white.js it exists in here, like in the main directory itself. Now, all our React code, which we add in via the source folder using app.jsx, goes into this dev ID root. This is the major route into which all the code goes. Now, if you need to do any SEO optimization like metadata and title and stuff, you can change it here. Now, as you can see here, it is white plus React. What I'm going to do is, let's say React tutorial. And if I hit save, you will see React tutorial on top. Now, it will auto refresh and auto modify all the changes you do in the code. It will reflect it automatically here. All right. Now, this is index.html. And yeah, that is it. And now this is the main app.jsx. Now, let's remove this for now. We don't need any of these. So let's just now talking about JSX. Now JSX means JavaScript and XML. So we here in React we don't write HTML. Instead we write JSX. So JSX is like a mixture of HTML and JavaScript. So let's keep it like that. It's majorly HTML. You just consider it's totally HTML. Just a few basic changes in it. You will understand more about it as we go into this video more and more. All right. Now let's just consider some basics. All right. Now let's say JSX is something like an HTML inside JavaScript. So like this is H1. We can use other tags as well. Let's say P, and let's say this is a paragraph. And if I hit save, you'll see this is a paragraph. Similarly, you have all other tags which you use in HTML. Let us say an input tag, type text. If I hit save, you'll see an input tag. Like this, you can use all the other. Now, we can say something like as components. Now, as I said previously, React uses components. Now, what are components? All right. Now, in this source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, let's say components, which will store all our components. All right. So here I am going to say components. I'm going to create a new file. Let us say I want to create a header component. So I'll say header.jsx. All right. Now what we do is before we proceed, I am going to tell you a shortcut. So if we go to the extensions and install an extension called, let me find it, this one, JavaScript. Just let me check it once. If I search for React, okay, you have to install this module ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. I will give the link in the description. You can check it out there. Just install this extension. This will provide you some basic snippets which we'll generally use for faster coding. So if I say RFCE and hit enter, you will get the basic syntax right now. If I hit save, this is fine. Now this happened because of that extension itself. All right, now this is header, and let's give an h1 here. Let us say this is a header, and similar to header, let's create a footer as well. So I'm going to say, let's say footer.jsx and hit enter. Again, I'll say rfce and hit enter. You will see footer. And if I add another h1, let's say h1, this is footer. All right. Now what I need to do is I need to show both these components in the app.jsx. Now currently app.jsx contains nothing. It's blank. So I need this header.jsx and footer.jsx component in my app.js. So what I'm going to do is I'll create a div, and inside this div I am going to call this header component. So to call this header component, Now this component is like a new element which we created, all right? So I'm going to first import it. So before using it, we have to import it. So we'll say import. Now here you can see the name is header. We are exporting it as header. So what we do is import header from dot slash components slash header. Now this is the location of it. Now we have imported the header. Now if we say header like this and close it like this, now if we hit save, you'll see this is a header is here. If I change something in here, let's say this is header 2, and if I hit save, you'll see this is automatically updated. Similarly, we can do for footer as well. So now as we have installed those modules and some basic extensions, if I say footer, React.js, I mean the VS Code will automatically import for us by giving the suggestion. If we hit save now, you should see. Let's just remove these things as we are using div. And if we close this and hit save, you'll see this is footer. So we have both these components here. Now this is how you use components in React. Now these are called functional components. If you, this is a basic syntax for functional components where you create a function and pass it, export it and use it in the other files. Now similar to app.jsx, I can also use this footer.jsx in header component as well. So if I say footer.jsx here, and if I hit save, you'll see this header contains the footer again. Like if I comment it here, you'll see this is the footer which we imported in the header component. All right, that is how you can do it. Now similarly to the functional component, there is also something as class components where we extend a class component, and this is almost similar to this one as well, but generally everyone uses the functional component, and I also use this only most of the almost all the time. So yeah, this is good enough for you right now. All right, if we hit save, remove this footer for now. Coming to the next thing, we have to talk about something called as props. All right, so now let us say let's create another component. Let's say within the components folder, I'll say something as user data dot jsx. Now guys, remember there is a particular convention of naming your files. The first letter should always be capital, and if you have two different words, you should combine them like this in this format, camel case. And if I hit enter, now that is a basic thing which you should know as a developer. All right, now we have this user data. So here I'll add a p tag, and let's say that we have my name is Ashish, right? So if I import this in app.jsx, let's say after the header, so we get this user data component and we save the file, and you can say my name is Ashish. What if I want to show the name of the user who is currently logged in, not my name which is hard coded in here. I want to show the name of a user who is currently logged in. So right now this application is simple, so we are not logging in or anything. So, but when we create a full stack application which has login and all the stuff, what we do is first when the website loads, we check for the login data. Once the user logs in, we get some name and details, right? So in this user data, we pass in his ID, or let's say we pass his name. So I will pass the name here. So the name is, let's say, Naruto. And if I hit save, currently nothing changes because in the user data component, I have hard coded it. But here, if I say use curly braces and in this I use name, right now nothing will happen because as you can see, name is deprecated. There is no declaration of name. So what we do is in this curly brackets after the function name, we use curly brackets and we type in name. Like we are importing that thing which is passed in here as a parameter. We are importing that thing. Now these things are called as props. We use them like this. If I hit save now, you can see Naruto here. If I change this to, let's say, Itachi, you'll see it's Itachi now. So that is how it works. Now, the other way to do this is instead of using them like this, you can call something like props. And then here, instead of just name, you can do props.name. It will still work fine. As you can see, Itachi. Let's take another one. Pass in name. Let's pass in age. I'm going to say his age to be, let's say, 16. If I hit save now, and similarly, I'll use another P. Age is equals to props.age and hit save. You'll see age equals to 16. Same thing previously as we did, like name, and then if you want to also import age, you can do something like this, name comma age. All right. If we remove these two things, props from here, hit save, it will work the same way. See, that is how cool it is. Now, if I need another component, I can pass data to all these components like this itself. All right. Coming to the next thing, let's talk about a hook called useState. Now, state management. All right. So, let's remove this user data for now. I'll close this. Let's create a component called counter. All right. I'm going to create a random component called counter.jsx. And if I hit enter and type RFCE, hit enter, we have this basic stuff right now. And in the app.jsx, I'm going to remove these two things and I am going to use only this counter. All right. And if I hit save, you can see we have the counter. So first of all, I'll create an heading saying that, bro, this is a counter. So now you can see we have the heading. So now we are going to create a counter. Like I will create a button. Whenever I click on the button, I want a particular count to be incremented. All right. So what we do is, let's say we have a h2 saying count is equivalent to, and here we will initially keep it to 0. All right. So you can see now count is 0. And after this, I will create a button tag. So in this button, I'll say click me, or let's just say increment count. This way we have created a button right now. So right now when I click on it, nothing happens. I want to increment this count. So to work with this, what we need to do is we need to use a React hook. Now, what are these React hooks? Now, hooks are basically some functionalities which React provides to us. There are multiple hooks such as use state, use effect, context, and many other. You will know about them one by one. All right. We will cover the basic and major hooks which we generally use. And there are a lot of hooks. You will eventually learn them by building projects and getting and giving more and more time to your projects and technical stuff. That way you will learn all the hooks eventually. But for now, I'm going to teach you all the major ones. All right. So right now we are going to use the use state hook. Now if I use this command, like I use a use state snippet, it is something like this. So we have to say const and then close square brackets. In here I'll say the count, and then we will create another name which will say set count. All right. Now initially the value is going to be 0. That is what I'm stating, right? This has a variable name count and we have another variable name set count. Now actually the set count is a function which is used to change the value of this count variable, and this thing is the default value of the count variable. That is what is happening. So if I remove 0 here and change it with count, I'm going to see, all right, there is some error which we are seeing. If I see it in the terminal, we should see some error. All right, let me refresh. Okay, the error is that because I forgot to import this use state, so we also need to import it. If I hit enter, you will see we have to import it like this, use state from React. All right, if I hit save, now you should see it is 0. Now if I set it to, let's say, 10, you will see it is 10 right now. All right, I am going to make it 0 again. And now in this increment count, I'm going to say on click. Whenever I click on it, I want to call a function. And within this function, what I want to do is I'm going to say set count is equals to count plus 1. Now the initial value of count plus 1. If I hit save, you will see increment count, it is incremented, right? Similarly, if you want to decrement it, I'll do minus. Initially, it will be 0. It will be decremented. Now, let's make it plus. Let's create two buttons, one for incrementing and one for decrementing. All right, I'll copy this. And after this, I will paste it. Here, I will decrement it. And here, increment count. Let's make it decrement. And if I hit save, you have two buttons, one for decrementing, one for incrementing. So this is how it works. Now, instead of giving the functions here, you can also define some functions here. Let me show that. So let's just say const increment count is equals to this. And then what we say is set count is equals to count plus 1. So instead of this function, instead of calling this, what we can do is we'll simply call increment count. And if I hit save, it will still work the same. You'll see, we can do either this way or we can do either this way. Both are fine. So now this is how you use useStateHook. You can use useStateHook to maintain user, the current user, what the user is searching for, and even more things. Now let's talk about event handling. Now, within event handling, what we do is, let us say within the app.js, I'm currently removing the counter. Let's just remove all these things for now. And what I'm going to do is within the app.js, I'm going to create a button. Now, this is a button which will have some text. Let's say, click me. All right. I have this button which says click me. Currently, nothing happens even if I click it. So what we are going to do is let's create a function which does something when this button is clicked. So within here, I'll create a function. So let's say function handle click, I'll call it. And let's just say instead of console log, let's just say let us do an alert saying that the button is clicked. All right. Now what I'm going to do is whenever this button is called, I'll say on click and I'll simply do this handle click. All right. So if I click me, if I press on this button, you'll see button click. Now this will happen, right? Now this way you can write multiple functions as you want on this button click. Now this is the basic, uh, let's say event handling. And now I want to show you something different. Now you would have seen like in Amazon, if a user is logged in, you will see his name in the header, right? But if you aren't logged in, you will see like hello guests or something like that. So what I mean is if I open Amazon.in, you'll see currently I'm not logged in, so it is saying sign in. Whereas if I was logged in, it will show me my name here. So that is what I mean. So what we are going to do now is I want to show you about conditional rendering. So let's create a use state. Let's remove this button and stuff for now. Let's again create a similar use state hook for storing user data. All right. I'm saying this, I'm saying user, and I will name this as set user, and then the initial state is null, which state that the user doesn't exist. And let's just import this use state hook as well. Now we have imported this. Now initially we are saying the user is null, right? So right now here I'm going to say, let's say we are going to say this. Okay, I'm going to say if the user exists, like if the user value is not null, this states that what I want to do is show me a h1, give me an h1, and we will say hello and then the user. Let us say this user will be some string, all right, which will be his name. But if this is not the case, if the user doesn't exist or is null, we are going to say hello guest. That is all. If I hit save, initially you will see hello guest because it is null. But if I change it to, let's say, Ashish, and if I hit save, you'll see hello Ashish. That is what I mean. Now, let's create a button, let's say, below it, which will say something like login. Now, after login, I get in some username. So what I'm going to say is, whenever I click on this button, what I want to do is I want to set a user. So I will just simply say set user. I'm logging in, so I will set a name for it. So let's say I'll set it to be Naruto. All right. I'll hit save. So initially, let's make it null. So right now you will see we have guest. Once I log in the user, I will have user's name, which I will show right here. All right, that is how conditional rendering works. Like if I have a user, show user data. If I don't have a user, show hello guest. This way, what you can do is if you have user data, you can show the dashboard of a website as your requirement. But if you don't have a user, you can show the login page where he can log in or register, something like that. That is how we generally use this thing. All right. Now let's talk about lists and keys. So let's remove this for now. Now what we are going to do is, let us say we have an array of numbers. Let's say const nums is equals to 1, 2, 3, and then we have 4 and 5. All right, this is an array of nums 1 to 5. Now what I want to do is I want to loop through all the elements and show them one by one here. So what I'm going to do is, let's say we have this h1 saying numbers. After this, I want to show each of these numbers as a list item. So what we are going to do is, just give me a second. All right. So what we are going to do is, we are going to say, we are going to create an unordered list in which we will add each of these numbers as a this. So what we are going to do is we are going to use curly braces within which we'll call the variable name nums and dot map. And in this map function, we will take two variables, the element and the index. Now, what does this mean? I will tell you. Now, this will return an li tag. This will return an li tag, all right. So just give me a second. And within this tag, what we will have is we will have our e. Now, if I hit save, you will see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, whenever we do this, you will see we will have an error or warning, you can say, in the console. Each child should have a unique key prop. So we should pass in something like a key to here. Now, generally we use I because I can't be same. The index can't be same for each of the elements, right? Each of the element has a unique index. So that's why we generally use I, but you can have something like user IDs or something like that as keys. All right, this is how you use iterate over a list or let's say an array. And yeah, this is how you show them. If I pass in this key and refresh, you won't see that warning anymore. Now let's talk about input handling and let's say forms. All right. So I'm going to remove this again. So how do we create a changing input? Like how do we use a form with use state hook? Now that is what I mean. So let's just see about it. So first of all, I have a form. All right. We don't need any action element right now. So yeah, this is a form in which we have an input type text. All right. So if I hit save, you will see something like this. Let's give it a placeholder. Let's say name, and if I hit refresh, we will have this name, and yeah, cool. Now this much part is fine now, but I want to send this data. Like I want to store the value of this input in some variable which I can pass into some another function, something like that. All right. So what we have to do in that case, like I can't store this thing, right? I don't have any variable to store the value of this input, whatever user has entered here. So what do we do for that? So we use a use state snippet again, and one for name, let's say set name. Initially, it is going to be, let's say, empty brackets. All right. Now in here, what we will do is we will give it a value of name. So now if I hit save, you will see a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. Now what does this mean? I'll tell you. Now, whenever I try to add an input, nothing is added here because the value is name, but the value is never changing. This is a constant thing, right? This empty quotes. So this is never changing even if I'm doing something. So what do we do is we add an event here. We'll say on change. What we do is we take something like e, which is a parameter which will tell us about the changes that occurred. So what we will do here is we'll say set name is equals to e dot target dot value. Now if I hit save, you will see if I refresh it, there won't be any error. And as I enter data, it will be stored in this name. Now, this is about forms and input handling. Now, whenever, let's say we have an h1 below, and this h1 shows us the value of this name. Now, initially, if I refresh it, there is nothing, but as I enter something here, the value of name is changed, and the value within the h1 is also changed. Now, the value of this input is stored in this variable name. Now, that is how it works. And if we talk about another major hook which we generally use, there is something called as use effect hook. Now let us say we get this form tag into a different component. Let us say my component, some random name. So I'm just going to say my component dot JSX and then RFCE, hit enter, and I'm going to get that form in here. All right. Now we got the form in here. Similarly, we will get the use state as well. I'm just going to remove this. And yeah, let's just use that use state hook here. And let's just import the use state hook at the top. Now this is fine and cool. Now I'm going to use this component. Now if I hit save, you will see we have everything same. Just that one is removed. So there is nothing being shown. Let's just add that, all right. Let's just say h1 and let's just say name, and now it is school. The same thing, right? But within a component, that is the only difference. Now what I want to do is, uh, let us say we pass in this use state from the app.jsx as a hook. The set name function will be passed in as a hook. The name will be passed in as a hook. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get back, uh, just a second. I'm just going to remove this thing from here and use it in here only. All right. Now there is no name or set name here, right? We don't have name in here. We don't have set name in here. If I hit save, we should get errors. No, there aren't any errors. Okay, fine. But this will not work. You will see there are errors. Set name is not defined. Yeah. So what we have to do is we need to pass this name and set name to this my component as a properties or props, right? So I'll send name as name itself, and I'll pass in the function set name as set name itself. And now we will just import them here. I will just say name comma set name because those are the keys I gave them. If I hit save, refresh, and now you see it works fine. So now what I want to do is I want to use a use effect hook. Like whenever I change something in this input tag, I want to know if the change has happened or not. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a use effect snippet. Now what does this use effect snippet has? Now assume this to be a use effect snippet, and this has an arrow function. After that arrow function, we have a variable. Now in this variable, what we store is we store something like a variable, like this use effect hook contains some code which will be rendered whenever this name changes. Whenever the state of the name changes, this use effect hook will be like the code snippet within this will be run. So let us say alert, and then we will say input changed. All right. And now if I hit save and okay, just a second, use effect is not defined. All right. We have to import it similar to as use state. So if I hit save, input changed. If I hit refresh, okay, my bad. We shouldn't use alert because it's like an input. There are multiple keystrokes, so it will be called like so many times. So what we can do is we can do something like log, and then we will say input changed. If I hit save, refresh this, input changed. If I enter a key, we will say input changed. As I will be entering it, the input will be, it will be like logging itself, right? This is how use effect works. Now, how can you use this use effect hook? Let us say the user initially was null, like there is no user logged in. But when the user is logged in, we change the state of the user variable to something, some object which contains the data about the user. So we will pass in this user variable into this use effect hook, and as soon as the state of the user variable updates, we will check its value and we will show render the dashboard now because the user is logged in and he has a dashboard. So yeah, that's how it works. All right. Now coming to the next important thing, we have context API. Now suppose I have passed this name and set name to the my component, right? Now within this my component, I have another component which needs the name. Now that doesn't mean I will call another component here and pass in this props again. And there can be multiple layers of components, right? Layered structure. There can be a layered structure. So I'm not going to pass in the same variable again and again and again to all the components just because I'm needing them. In this scenario, what we can do is we can use something like a context API. All right. So to use this, what we do is in the app.js, we use something like a context. All right. So let us say we will have const theme is equals to create context, and the value of this context is going to be light. Like let's say we are using this create context for theme. This is the best example. A website can have a dark theme or a light theme. Now the theme is constant for the entire website, right? You don't have light theme for some part and dark theme for some part. Whenever the theme is light, you show everything in bright colors, and whenever the theme is dark, you show everything in darker colors. That is what we generally do, right? So this is the theme. Now within this, what we do is with the app.jsx is the main file, right, where everything exists. So what we are going to do is we will create something like a theme provider. All right. So we will say, let's just take it outside. And here we'll say theme. It is a context. So I'll just say theme context to keep the names proper, theme context. And now what we need to do is let us say a theme context. Now each context has a provider. We will say dot provider. The provider will have a value. Now this value can be a use state as well. So initially we are passing in dark theme. All right, initial theme is dark theme. Now this will now we close this. Now within this we pass in a component again. So let us say we pass in the header component again. All right, and let's just import that header. Mm. We imported the header component, and now you can see we have this header, right? Now within this header, let's just try importing this. All right. So as you can see, what we did is we created a theme context using create context. Initially the theme is light. All right. Or let's say, let's make it dark. The context is dark, so the value is dark. All right. So what we do next is we go into the header and we want to show the theme context here as a P, right? So if I refresh, I'm getting an error. The requested module does not provide an export. So there is no theme context which is exported. So what we do is we add here, let's say export const theme context. Now it is exported. Now we don't have that error, right? So now what we do is we can't directly type theme context like this. First, we need to get its value. So how do we get its value? So we'll say something like const value is equals to, we have to say use context. So just my bad. We will say use context. We import this and we get the context of the theme context. And then we type value here and then we can access the value. Now you can see it is dark. Now, as if we change it to change this value to, let's say, light, it is changed to light. Now, whenever we change something like after a button click from theme, you just change this context of this thing and then you can change it as well. And whenever it is like you want to change the theme, what you can do is instead of passing in value like this, what we can do is let's remove this name, set name, this my component stuff, and let's just remove this as well. So what we are going to do is let's remove this. Fine. Now let's use a use state hook, use state snippet. Let's use one for theme. So this is theme. Initially, I will keep a light theme, and let's just make this empty for now. It doesn't matter. We just keep it empty. And here in value, what we put in is we add this theme as one value and let's create a function called toggle theme, which will change the theme. All right. If we say here, all right. Now let's define a function called toggle theme, const toggle theme. Now within this function, what we say is we'll say set theme equals to, we get the previous theme. If it's light, turn it to dark, change it to dark. If it's dark, change it to light. That is what this function is doing, right? We have passed in this theme and toggle theme. If we hit save, and here in place of value, we will get both those things. So I'll get theme and then the toggle theme function as well from the theme context. Now if I hit save, and here if I say theme, now you will see we have light. Now let's create a button as well. Button like a toggle theme, I will say. And then if I hit save, we have this button. When I add an on click over it, on click, I want to call the toggle theme function. And if I hit save, okay, I'm getting an error. Nothing happens when I click on toggle theme because you can say cannot update a component app while rendering a different component. To locate the bad set state, call inside the header. So this can happen when a component repeatedly calls set state. So what is happening is here this component is a sub component. So it is continuously calling the toggle theme which is passed from app.js, right? So what we do is we turn this into an arrow function and paste it here. Now it will be fine. If I hit refresh, you will see the error is gone. Toggle theme dark. Now the theme toggle is properly working. Now this is how it works. If I click on this button, the context value for the theme value will be changing from any sub component, as you can say. Now this is about context API, how you can pass in a single value to multiple components to multiple layers. Now there is another thing called Redux, which you can also use for state management over all the components. Similar to context, it is much more efficient. So what is MongoDB? So MongoDB is a NoSQL database that stores data in JSON-like documents. Now compared to SQL databases, it is different. How is it different? Now, it is document oriented, meaning it doesn't rely on traditional tables and rows like structures, like in relational databases such as SQL. MongoDB consists of something like a flexible schema. Let me show you with an example. So consider this, these are SQL tables where we have table columns, table rows, and we can combine multiple tables, etc. Whereas in NoSQL databases, we have key value pairs. Like in MongoDB, we have key value pairs. That's how these work. Or you can say document object model. So in MongoDB, each data is stored as a document. Now, there are multiple advantages and disadvantages of MongoDB, which we should know. So first of all, let us discuss like why should we use MongoDB in the first place? The first reason is that it uses binary JSON, or you can say BSON format. It stores data in BSON format. And MongoDB is generally scalable. Like it's easy to handle large volumes of data efficiently in MongoDB. And other than that, it provides us faster retrieval speed compared to other databases, and also it provides us with high performance and flexibility. Now, coming to disadvantages, there are a few limitations of MongoDB, such as it uses high memory compared to other databases because it uses BSON format to store the data. And it is you can say it is like less suitable for complex transactions because it lacks advanced features, like you can say like comparing the joins method. Like in relational databases, there are some functions where we connect two tables which are called like joins. In MongoDB, those functions are actually not present, so that's why. But trust me, MongoDB is very efficient and we can develop almost all kinds of applications using MongoDB, so have no doubt and trust MongoDB. It is like super cool. So yeah, let's get started with the setup and all other stuff. So in this video, we are not going to code anything. I'm just going to show you some basic MongoDB commands and some basic data about MongoDB. So let's get started. So first of all, you have to download a certain thing called MongoDB Compass. So I will give this link in the description, or you can also search MongoDB Compass download on your Google, and you can go to the first site and you will visit the same thing. So you can just select your system configurations and you can just download it and install it on your computer. If you don't want to use the offline shell, I mean the application, you can also search for, let's say, MongoDB Compass, MongoDB Atlas, and you can just use MongoDB services online itself. All right. They also have free tiers for up to 512 MB and some free clusters to create on the cloud. So yeah, you can also do that. But for this video, we are going to go for the offline one. So I've already installed MongoDB Compass, and now let's just go deep into them. Now within MongoDB, there are some key features which we should know. So the first thing is database. We have a database which you can call, it is a container of collection. So database is what? Database is a container of collections. But what are collections? In MongoDB, collections are something like, okay, let me just write it first. So in MongoDB, collections are something like a group of similar type of documents which we want to store. Let us say we want to store user data. So each user data will be a document, and all the data about each of the users will be in a single collection named as users, let's say. All right. And then what is a document within a collection? So as I said, the information, the single record of data which we want to store in the MongoDB, which is stored in BSON format, is a document. All right. So that is document. Now let's talk about some essential commands within MongoDB. All right. This is the basic like keywords which you need to know. Now let's go into MongoDB Compass, and first of all, let's create a new connection. So now let's click on add new connection, and this will be a connection URI we will have. And then let's give it a name test for now and click on save and connect. This will create as a test cluster within which we have multiple databases. Now these are some databases which we can use. So this is the database which I previously created. So let me just delete it. For deleting it, you can press on the delete icon and type your DB name, and then you can click on drop database. You can delete all these databases similarly if you don't want them. So yeah, this is the test cluster for now. Now what we need to do is we want to open our MongoDB shell and perform some basic operations, right? So if we take our cursor over to this thing and then click on this icon, which opens the MongoDB shell for us. Now there is a first command which is called as use and then your database name. With this command, you can either switch your database or create a new database. So I want to create a new database with the same name, MyDB. So now we are switched to MyDB. Now currently you can see there is no database called MyDB here. Why? Because there is no data in it. Once we start showing data, once we start adding data into it, then we can see all that data here. Now let me show you by typing this show dbs. This command will show you the list of all the databases which our cluster has. So currently these are the databases which are there. MyDB is currently not showing because it is empty. So now let me tell you about another method which is called db dot create collection. Now why is this thing used? This thing is used to create a collection within the databases. Collection within the database. So let's create a collection called accounts, which will store accounts of all the users. So if I hit enter, this has given me like okay, this is created. Now still we have just created a collection. There is no data. That's why we can't see MyDB here. But now let me show you how to insert data into a collection right now. So let's say we select the DB and we select the current DB, and then we say we type the collection's name, which is accounts. Then we say insert one. This will insert one data into this. So right here in this object, let's add the data. Let's give it a name. Let's give it my name. Let's say Ashish. And then let's give it an age. Let's say 19. That is all. Now, if I hit enter, you will see acknowledged to and inserted ID. We got an object ID. Now, if I show you, if I press on show DBS and hit enter, you will see my DB is here. We have assigned some size to it. Like if we come here and refresh it, refresh databases, I should see my DB here. So now you can see my DB is here. So if I go to accounts, you will see the data here. Now this is like how the object looks, the BSON format. Now listen to me that whenever you create a document in MongoDB, it creates a unique object ID for each of the document. So you can select any document with this ID. You can search for any document using this ID itself. So this is a unique thing uh, which MongoDB generates for you. You don't need to work on it. MongoDB by default generates it for you for every document. So that is one thing cool about MongoDB. Now this is how you insert one data. Now how do we insert multiple data at once? So for that you do something similar. db dot accounts, select the collection name, and then you say insert many. Now inside this function, you create an array of data. Now in this array, first we add data 1. Okay, let's create an object in which we say name, let's say Naruto. And then I'm going to give him an age. Now remember, in this JSON format is somewhat similar to JSON format, which we previously used. So yeah, you just have to add a comma separating the key value pairs. And that is how you add the majority of the data. Let's give him an age of 21. And the second data will be, let's give him a name. Let's say Sasuke. And then let's give him an age of 22. And then close this array. And then if I hit enter, you will see acknowledged. We get the inserted IDs, ID1, ID2. Now if I go into accounts and refresh this once, you can see this refresh icon. If I click on this, you will see the Naruto data and the Sasuke data as well. These object IDs and this object IDs are same. All right. So this is how you insert data. Now let's talk about how do we retrieve data. So currently we have this DB, right? So if I type the command, let's say DB dot users or accounts, because this is the collection name, and dot find. Now this method will return us all the objects which are present in the accounts collection. Now if I hit enter, you will see all the three which we just inserted. And then if you want to find something by, let's say, name, I want to find Ashish, let's say. So what we do is we say db dot accounts dot, then we can say find, and then we can give here a criteria. Now remember, this find method will find all the documents within the collections which match your criteria. So the criteria will be like, I want to search by name. I want to search by name. The name is like let's say Ashish. So if I hit enter, you will see I got my thing. If I say instead of Ashish, if I make it, let's say Naru and hit enter, you will see I got nothing because there is no name such as Naru here. It's Naruto. So we need to enter the complete name. So if I hit enter, you see we got it, right? This is how it works. Now you can add something like filters as well to this. Like if I just enter Naru, then also it will give me Naruto. Or if we have Naruto Uzumaki as someone else, then it will give me both the accounts. Something like it works. Now let's talk about updating data. Now before going to updating data, we have other functions. Let's say db dot accounts dot, you can do find one, you will have find one and delete it, and you will have find one and replace it, you will have find one and update it. So these are multiple functions with find. Similarly, we have two functions for insert, which are insert one and insert many, which I already taught you. Now let's talk about the update functions. So similar to this, we have update one, update many, update search index. So now let's try update one. What update one is like, let me show you an example. Now the first thing gives us the query, like I want to update, first search a document with this Ashish. All right, if we see here, the name is Ashish, so yeah, small letter. So we search some document with the name Ashish, and then I want to set it with the following data. Now I will use some parameter called as dollar and then set. What I want to set, I want to set some data to it. Let's say, let's change this age. So I'll say age is equals to, let's make my age, let's say 41. All right, I'm not that old though. Yeah. So yeah, now it says acknowledge true, match it count one, like this matches one count, and we modified it as well. Now if I show something like, if we try to see this data, let's say, let's use the find method again. If I hit enter, you will see my age is changed to 41. Similar to set, there are multiple parameters in MongoDB, which we will know. Like I will give you a list in the description. You can just go through it and see all the major parameters which you need to know. I'll just add the link in the description so you can check it out. All right, and similar to update one, you can also do for update many. You can find multiple using queries and then set the data to each one of them. That is how update many works. Now let's talk about, let's say, deleting data, how to delete some data. So to delete the data, we can do something like db dot accounts dot, and then similar to this, we have delete one, delete many. So let's go for delete one. And here you can just add something like name, and then let's delete Sasuke. And if I hit enter, you will see acknowledge true, deleted count one. If we go into accounts, refresh it, you won't find Sasuke anymore. Or even if you try the find command here, you won't see Sasuke anymore. We got Ashish and Naruto though. Alright, so this is how delete function work. Now, if you want to drop a collection or you want to delete a collection, what you can do is, you'll say db dot the collection name accounts dot, and then you type the drop function, and then you drop it. Now, if you see, the collection won't be there anymore. If I come here and refresh databases, the collection is gone, so is the database. The database has no data anymore, and all this data is gone. So yeah, if I try this, you will see we got nothing. So that is how it works. Now, if I want to delete this database, which is my DB, I can just simply do db dot drop database. You have other functions as well. You can drop a user which has access to your database, drop all users, drop all roles. Roles means you can create multiple roles like editor, viewer, and other access types. And that is how it works. For now, if I do drop database and hit enter, the database is dropped. Now the database does not exist anymore. You can do show dbs and then hit enter. There is no db, right? That is how it works. There are many other functions in MongoDB. These are the most important one, which you should definitely know. There are more as well. I will link all the major functions in the description. You can check it out there. First of all, as I said, we are going to cover Node.js and Express.js in today's video. So first of all, let's come to something. What is Node.js specifically? So previously what used to happen is that we were only able to run JavaScript over the web. We can't use it like a normal programming language to run in the terminals, etc. like CPP, Python, etc. We can only run it in web-based browsers, right? But with the coming of Node.js, what actually happened is that Node.js provides a runtime environment to JavaScript. Using Node.js, we can run JavaScript anywhere. Because of this runtime environment thing only, we can create servers now using JavaScript because we can run this JavaScript files over our servers and our computers. So with that, we can create a server as well. So that is how JavaScript become this much powerful that we can now even create backends using it. And all thanks goes to Node.js, right? And now this is the basic intro about Node.js. So you can see this is kind of code which Node.js provides us. Now this is basically JavaScript itself. This is not any other language. Node.js is just a runtime environment over JavaScript. Now, as you can see here, it is free, it is open source, and yeah, it is cross-platform as well. You don't need a Windows or a Mac specifically, you can run it anywhere. And yeah, it lets developers create servers, web applications, command line tools, and scripts, and a lot more. So to proceed, as I said, as in the React session, you need to download Node.js. So yeah, you can just download it right away. And similar to this thing, we also have Express.js. Now, what is Express.js? Now, Express.js is a framework for Node.js. Remember in the React session, I told you the difference between a library and a framework. So yeah, frameworks is a layer over the something. Let's say for here, Express.js is a framework over Node.js. So we don't need to get things from outside. Express provides all the tools which Node.js covers in a briefer and simpler way. Now let us see, this is a way of creating a server. All right, this is a way of creating server and all the stuff. But when I show you later on in this video how to do it with Express.js, then you will be like, yeah, this is quite better than this. All right, so yeah, that is the main point of Express. Now, what are we going to do in this video? So in this episode or in this video, we are going to build a basic API of user authentication, of login and register things about a user. And in the next video, we are going to build a badass project using React, MongoDB, Node.js, Express.js, entire MERN framework. All right. So yeah, let's tighten your seat up and start coding along with me. So let's get into VS Code and do our stuff. So right now I'm on my VS Code, and yeah, as usual, I have created a new folder. I want to create a new folder. So let's just create it in here. So in the full stack course directory, which I had from the first session of this playlist, let's create a new one. Let's say MERN. So if I do this, inside this folder, I want to create a new folder called as server. Now this will consist of all our server code. So now what I will do is open the terminal. Now note, before doing all this, I want you to install Node.js in your machine. So yeah, the link will be in the description. So if you haven't downloaded before, just do it right now. All right. So first of all, let's go into this folder, the CD folder. So I'll do CD MERN and I'll go into the MERN, and then I will do CD server, so that I'll go into the server directory. Now what we are going to do is we need to initialize some basic details about our server, right? So there is a command we can type in like npm init and dash y. Now it will still work if I don't type dash y, but for now let's hit enter and you will see what will happen. So yeah, now we have a package.json which initialized our folder directory with some basic data. So if I remove this terminal, you can see we got the name, the directory name, the server is the name of our server, and then we got a main file index.js which is not created. We have to create it, and then we have some basic scripts, and these are some basic data. Now, when you press dash y, the name will be taken from the directory name itself. But when you just do npm init and then enter, and then you have to give data manually. So I prefer this is the better thing. And if I need something to change, I can change it here right away. All right. So that is why I use dash y there. All right. Now this part is done. Now this is okay. I have something now. So now what is the next thing we are supposed to do? Within this server, we are going to create a file called index.js. Now this will be our main file. Whenever we run our server, this is the file which will start running. All right. So first of all, let's do something. So first of all, let's create an Express app. Now, as I said, we won't be using Node.js code directly most of the places, or you can assume everywhere. We never use Node.js code. We use Express.js because it turns things like if there is a code base of like 100 lines of code using Node.js, we can write that in presumably like in 20 lines using Express.js. That's why we just use Express.js everywhere because it makes our job very easy. And that is the main point about technology and all. We want to make our things simpler and easy, right? So let us say const express and I want to have express, right? I want to import express. So I will say require and then express is the name of the module. Now currently my folder doesn't contain anything called express. So how do I get express there? So what I do is I'll open up the terminal and here I'll do npm install and then I'll type express. Now this will install the express package into my server. Now if I hit enter, you will see it will be installed within few seconds. And then you see now it's completely installed and I am seeing another folder here called node modules. Now this contain all the basic things, all the packages, everything which we install, and this is the package.log.json. It contains some basic data about everything about our server, like all the modules, all the data will be in package.log.json, and in package.json we just keep the main data. And whenever you install some package, or you can call them dependencies as well, they will be added here. Now express and its version has been added here. That is how it works. All right. So now I can use express in my server. All right. So now what I do is now we create an express app. Like we want to start an thing called like server for our application. So what I'm going to say is I will say const app is equals to express. Now what is this thing doing? So I am taking a variable which is calling this express function. Now this express functions creates an app for us, a server application for us, and I'm just storing that thing in an app variable. All right. Now, as you also know that for every server there is generally a port, right? Let's say port 8080, port number 5010. There are multiple ports. Like whenever you run your application using React or something, you get some port number. This is the port number here. Similarly, for our backend also, we need to have some port. Whenever you host a website, they give you a certain port, right? Similarly, so for this application, let's create a port. So I'll say port. For now, let us just make it 3001. So this is my port number. All right, I got my port number. What is the next thing we need to do? The next thing will be like, let us say app.listen. Now what we want to do is we want to listen to a certain port. And then this port will have an arrow function. Whenever we are listening to this port, we need to do some certain thing. So I will just log something. Let's say server is up and running on the port number. This is the port number. All right. Now I will hit save. And now if I run this file, I should see this thing because now the server is running. Now this is the basic part. Now we have created a server successfully. Now if I open my command line and let me just clear this, and if I type in node and then the name of the file, now remember that you have to be in this directory, then only you have to type this node and then I type index.js, and if I hit enter, you will see server is up and running. Now there are no errors. Like the code has nothing yet, but we have successfully created our first ever server, which is running on this port right now. So if I come here and show you this, go to localhost 3001 and hit enter. We don't have any get request right now, but yeah, this server is like if I change it to something else, you will see we get a different error. Let's make it 302. So you will see we can't see anything like this site can't be reached. Whereas this 3001 exists because we just created it and it is currently running, right? So yeah, it is running. We can get to know that much. Now, I created a basic thing, but how do I actually create a database and how do I do API stuff and all that? Tell us that. That is more important. So let's get to it. So in the previous video, we learned MongoDB, right? We created a MongoDB instance in offline, like in our machine, in our desktop. Right now, let's create on the cloud, which we can like it, which is directly hosted. We can just directly use it. All right. Let's do that right now. So for that, I'm just closing this right now, and let's just close these as well. So what are we doing is we are going to type in MongoDB Atlas. So once we are here, open it. Let's sign in with your account. Just create any Google account you need. So I'm just signing in with my Google account. So once you log in, you will see some interface like this. So now what you have to do is click on this button, this arrow, and then scroll down and click on new project. Now, these are all my basic projects which I used to like learn this full stack development. But yeah, those are the databases of my old project. So first of all, let's give a name to our project. Let's create a to-do list. So yeah, I am just revealing the surprise. We are going to build a to-do list in the next session, which is going to be like more functionality than the one which we previously built. It will be hosted on cloud. You will have multiple accounts. So yeah, there is more to it. I'll explain you all the details in the next session. So just keep patience and wait for it. So for now, let's just say to do app. I'll just say to do app. Now there's already a project in this organization with that name. So let's just say to do app version 2. I'm just naming it like that. You can name it anything you want. And then I want to click next. All right. Now I am the owner of this thing. So yeah, I don't want to change anything. I will be clicking on create project. Now once I click on it, you will see a project will be created. And now you can see a project has been created. Now I want to create a cluster which can provide me some database and stuff like that. So this is a cloud concept. A cluster, you can see it can provide you, it is a cloud provider. It will provide you with regions, specs, and once we instantiate this cluster, then only we can use a database as well. So yeah, I'm going to click on create, and then now you can see here we have some different versions. So this one is M01, which provides us with 10 GB of storage, 2 GB of RAM, and we got the CPU versions. Okay, this is two version CPUs. So this is like paid one. We have to pay $0.08 per hour, and this is going to be serverless. But for this video, because we are just testing and building some development stuff, so we are going to select this one, which is free. It provides us 512 MB, which is okay for development projects, which are not like in production and something like that. So, and it is some shared RAM storage, and yeah, this is our cluster name, and we want to select AWS. Rest of the things, let it be same. Just make sure you select this as free, and then just click on create deployment, and it will create your cluster. Now, once your cluster is created, you have to actually get your username and password. Now, right now I have hidden this username and password. What I want you to do is copy them and store them separately because you will need them in a few seconds. So yeah, we should store them separately. Once you have stored them, click on choose a connection method. All right, before click on choose a connection method, press on create database user. Now once you do that, then click on choose a connection method. Now once you do that, click on drivers. Now we have Node.js and all, right? Now currently the cluster is still creating, so I will meet you in like, so I'll stop the recording for now, and once the cluster provisioning is done, then I will just start the recording again. Once your cluster provisioning is completed, you can just confirm that your cluster is created and you will see an interface similar to this. And now in the overview, scroll down and then click on get connection string. And now what you have to do is copy this thing. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it in my notepad. So I'll just save it by opening a notepad. So I'll just save it here. All right. Let me just remove this. All right. I saved it here. Now what we have to do is click on done. Now let's go to our VS Code again. And now first of all, let's close this. Let's stop our server. So I'm just going to press Control C and it is closed right now. So now within the server, let's create a new file called .env. Now why is this .env used? Now if you have ever seen a GitHub repository, which is an open source project, let's say, the project is actually deployed, but when you fork that repository or run the code, it won't run because you there are some environment variables like authentication details, all the details about the actual production server, which everyone which should not be shared. So details like the database URI and all those stuffs you don't share with anyone. You keep them with yourself. So that's why this is the file which you don't share with anyone. And whenever we need this URI in our, let's say this file, so we just simply import it. How to import that? I'm going to teach you within a few seconds. So just wait. So what you do is store this as a variable. Let's say db URI. So now make sure that this variable name is capital, like it's totally in caps lock. And yeah, then paste it here. Cool. Now what we have to do is the password which we copied previously should be replaced in this place. So yeah. Instead of db password, replace that password with that. So I'm just going to save it and close this and add my password there. All right. Now, once you do that, what is the next thing you need to do is go to network access. And what you need to do is now this is the IP address. If it's your current IP address, it's currently active through which you created the database. It works, but I don't know why, but for my Wi-Fi network, it doesn't actually work fine. So what I do is in development process, click on add IP address. You can add your current IP address here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on allow access from anywhere. With this, uh, your database can be accessed via your account from anywhere in the world. All right. So I'm clicking on confirm. Now this will take a few minutes to make it active. So yeah. So as you can see, it's now created. So now we are done with the database stuff. Now we don't need to use Compass. We can directly use Atlas for everything. But if you want to view database in a much faster way, you can get this database, this connection URI into your Compass GUI, which we previously downloaded in the previous lecture. You can just paste it there and you can get all the data about the database, right? So yeah, now let's initialize this database in our server. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a folder. Now guys, in this lecture I'm also teaching you how to create folders in your server. So make sure you keep an eye of for the naming conventions. And also in the server, first let's create a folder. Let's call it db, and within this db all the database stuff will be in this db folder. So yeah, we'll be creating a file called connection.js, and yeah, this is it. Now in this file what we are going to do is we want to connect our MongoDB file in our server. Now there is a particular package which is used for this, which is known as Mongoose. Now Mongoose is used to call MongoDB functionalities from our Express.js, or you can say the Node.js server. So first of all, let's just install it. So I'm going to say npm I mongoose. Now this will install Mongoose into our node modules again for the server. So yeah, this is done. So once it will be installing, so what I'm going to do it, I'm going to get that. So I'm going to say const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Now once we get this thing, now what we need to do is we need to get our db URI which we stored in the .env. So what we are going to say is we'll say const, I'm going to say db URI, db underscore URI, let's just name it db. All right. I'm going to say process dot env dot caps lock db underscore URI. This is the name we gave it. Now if I hit save, now the db URI which we saved in .env file should come here. But before that, there is one more thing which we need to do, which I'll tell you in a few minutes. To actually use this process.env, there is another package which we have to install. Just wait a bit. Where that change you have to do in index.js. I'll just tell you once we complete the connection of the mongoose. So now what we need to do is we'll say mongoose dot connect, and in this connect, first of all, we pass in the db URI. So we stored it as a variable db. Now once this is connected, what we will do is we have to pass in some basic parameters. These are the general parameters which we use. So like set use new URL parser to true, use unified topology. That's generally the things which we always use. So you just need not understand these in depth right now. Just let them be as they are. Now once this connection is done, I'm going to use something like dot then. All right. Now what this dot then does is whenever this thing is completed successfully, I can show myself some logs. Like right here, I'm going to say log, and I will say connection successful. All right. Let's say DB connection successful. This states that the database has been successfully connected. If not, what I'm going to say is dot catch. Now this catch will get an error, right? If there are any errors, it will tell us. So yeah, we got the error. So I'm going to say console dot error, and as you can see, let's say this database connection error, and here I will just type in error dot message, and this is fine. Now if I hit save, you will see a basic database connection is ready. So now what we do is back in the index.js, first as I said, we need to do some setup for using the environment variables in our folders, right? So for that there is a package called .env. So let's first install it. So I'm going to say npm I .env. Now it will be installed. So as it is installed, let's just import it. So I'm going to say const .env is equals to require.env. Now this will import it. All right. So now what is the next thing we do is we need to actually require the database. Now we need to actually make the connection in the index.js file. But to keep our structure systematic, we created it in a folder called DB. Within that DB folder, we had something called as connection.js. Now I want to do this process inside of index.js. Now, if I keep all this code here, it will still work, but it will make it clumsy, like everything in a single place. So what we do to keep our code clean and structured, we import this file here. So we directly do require dot slash db and slash connection. Dot slash db will go into db folder, and then slash connection will go into the connection.js file. Now if we hit save, now this connection file, all the code which is currently running in here will run here as well. So now if I show you, now before doing that, I want to tell you a short trick for faster development. So let's install something called as Node.js. Now previously I ran this index.js file using node index.js command, but if I now do something like nodemon index.js, it still does the same thing. But right now whenever I make any new changes, I need not like close the terminal, close the server, and again restart it using node index.js. As soon as I make the changes and save my files, this thing will be like refreshed automatically. I don't need to run the command again and again. As you can see, there is some error in the DB setup. DB connection error, which is this one you see, DB connection error, and then we see the error message. So let me see what it is. So it's saying the URI parameter to open URI must be a string got undefined. Show the first parameter to mongoose.connect. So there is some error. Let me just have a look at it. So guys, the error is simply because I have just required the .env file. I haven't actually configured it for our like server application. So we need to say .env.config. Now this will create the configuration and return some actual DB URI which we stored in the .env file here. But if we don't do this thing, it will simply return undefined. So that is why there was an error. So now if I open up the terminal, you will see, all right, we just remove these two things because they are not supported. All right, in the new thing we don't use them, so let's just remove them and hit save. And now you can see DB connection bad or authentication failed. So it states that there is something wrong with my password, or let's say ID, which I saved in my DB URI. So let me check them. So once I changed my DB URI, there was some mistake in my password. So yeah, if I just run it again, you will see here DB connection successful, which comes whenever we have successfully connected. So yeah, now our database is successfully connected to our server. So the basic stuff, the database connection, the starting up of our server is done. So now let's actually get going. So as you previously know, we created an Express app. What are we going to do now? Let's create something called as, this is a basic stuff which we generally do in all our applications, because we are going to create APIs based on JSON. So we are using something called as express.json. Now what does this line of code do? It provides API calls like to the front end in JSON format and from the front end to the back end in JSON format. So it automatically converts all the interchange of data into JSON format. That is the use of it. All right. What do we do next? Now let's create a router and some functions, user functions. All right. So right now, this is it. We don't have any errors. GB connection is successful and this is all cool. So now we need some user functions, some user routers to create our very first API. So let me do something. Let me clear this directory structure for you. So now I have just open the server folder directly in the VS Code. So now what are we going to do is, as I said, we are going to take care of authentication part of our to-do list application in this episode. So what I'm going to do is create a new folder called routers, which will uh, keep all the routers for our application. Now, what are routers? So if I explain it to you, let's use Excalibur real quick. So yeah, let's just come in. So whenever you are into a website, right, there are some specific things you need to be redirected about. Like suppose I have user functions. Now the user can either register, he can either register or he can either login, right? The user can either register or he can log in. So these are two different routes. Now registering is one route and login is another route. Now both doesn't have a similar functionality. In register, we need to provide user details along with email ID, password. But whereas in login, we only need to provide something like handle or password or email ID and password, something like that, right? So these are two different routes. So similarly for user, we will have a router for like to-do list to add new tasks and all. We can have another router. Think of it in that particular way. All right. So what are we going to do is, within this routers, let's create a file for the user functions, which are like register and login and authentication. All right. So let's create a file named user router.js. If I hit enter, now this is cool. Now what we are going to do is, we need to use something called as a router, from which Express provides us again. As I told you, it's a framework, it provides us everything on its own. So we are going to say const, and now this router, we don't directly want Express itself. We want something called as a router which is within Express. Like it's a, you can call it like a module which you can use. All right. So yeah, we imported router. Now once we have router, what we need is, we need some functions like register and login, which we need to use within the router, right? So I will explain those a little later. So what we are going to do is, let's say const router is equals to this router which we imported, and then call this function. Now this will initialize a router for this user router which we just created. And now we need multiple functions. Once the user can register, the second thing, the user can log in, and the third thing, we need to provide some authentication to check if a user is currently logged in or not. So what we are going to do is, let's first of all, let's only create router dot post. Now there are multiple requests. Now let me explain you about multiple requests, what they are. So we have a get request, we have a post request, we have a put request, we have a patch request, and we also have something known as a delete request. Now, in APIs, we have five kinds of different requests. Now, in GET request, what actually happens is GET request is used whenever you need to only read data. GET request can only read data, it cannot do anything. Whereas in POST request, whenever you are making the request, you also send in some data. Like whenever you are registering a new user, you send his data to the network or the server, and the server stores that data and returns you with some other data, like your login data, something like that. All right. The put data is used to update the data. Like I send in the data about which data I need to update, and the server receives it and checks, okay, this is the thing this guy wants to update, and it will update it. Okay. Input data we need to now patch is also similar thing. It is also used to update the data. The major difference between put and patch is that put is used like whenever you use put, you need to pass in the entire data which needs to be changed. Whereas in patch, you just provide in the data through which one can identify the data, and then only the data which needs to be updated. Like for example, input request, if I want to update a task in a to-do, I need to send in the entire new to-do which needs to be updated, like it will be totally replaced. Whereas in patch, I can only just share the time which needs to be changed, or let's say the text of the task which needs to be shared. I can only share that and it will be updated. In more simpler way, I can simply say put is used to replace, whereas patch is used to like update. This is the major difference between both these. And coming to delete, it's just simply delete the task. All right, delete the data, something like that. So I hope these are clear, but if these are not, we are going to code these things up, so you will eventually get them. All right. So we are in VS Code again. So as I said, first we want to create one for register. So what I'm going to say is, let's say register. So whenever I make a call to, let's say, my backend domain name slash user slash register, I want to make the user register. So I will be calling the register function here. Now, where is this register function? We don't have any register function, right? I am going to create it. So before we proceed with user router.js, let's create another folder and another file wherein we can define these functions for register, login, and etc. All right. So within the server, let's create a new folder. Cannot within router. Within the server called as controllers. Now, why can't we directly write the register function here? We can absolutely, but that will make the code a little clumsier. So what we do is we write all our functions or logic in these controllers as different functions, and we can directly import those functions here and call them here. That is a better way to do things. All right. So yeah, this is it. Now within the controllers, let's create something called as a user controller, which will keep in functions which are user based, like register, login, authentication, and stuff. For to-dos, we can create another controller. All right. So let's just say user controller.js. Now this is it. Now, did you notice something? If you think carefully, I will say register, I will pass in the user data, but in the database, all the data needs to be in a particular format. But right now my database is empty. I don't have any collections. I don't have anything. How will my data actually get stored? So this is the time when you actually think about something as models. I need to create a structure, a database model, a collection model for my database. In that structure only my data will go and store, right? So for that, what we do is we create something called as models. So let's come here. Let's create a new folder. Let us say models. Now in this models, we have we will create something called as a user. So we need a user model and to do model. So we'll be implementing to do later on, as I said. So right now we only need a user model to store user data. So yeah, this much part is okay and fine. So now to create a model, we need some parameters like in routers, we need something like as router. So to create models, we need something called as a schema and something called as a model. All right, from Mongoose itself, yeah. And this is fine. Now we will be using the .env like the variables here as well. So what we are going to say is let's just require the .env and then just make it config also here as well. You can do it this way. So yeah, we also have configured the .env here. So now what we are going to say is we are going to define something called as a user schema. So we'll say const and then we'll get the user schema. Now we want to create a schema, or you can say a structure in which we want the data to be stored in the database. So what we say, we create a new schema. This is the structure or the syntax how we create it. Now within this, first of all, each user will have a name. So the name will have a type of string. Name will be of type string, and it is a required thing. Now each user must have a name. That is what I'm saying. Now that is all the details about the name. Each user must also have an email. So what I'm going to say, the type of the email is also a string, and required it is also required. It is like must. Every user must have an email. So yeah, this is required. And then I'll say password, and password is type string and required true again. Now each user will have multiple to-dos where we will store each of the to-dos. So yeah, I'm just going to create something called as to-dos, and this is going to be an array in where we will have each to do. So I'm going to say something like, I'll explain this in the next episode. So yeah, for now I'm just typing it in so that you know that something like this is going to come. So I will have its object ID, and I'm referring to a to do here. So yeah, this is how it works. So yeah, just ignore this part for now. All right. So this is the user schema. This is the data each user needs to have. All right. Now if we save it, now again go back to user controller. Now, if we go back to user controller, what do we need to do here? We just need to import this, you can say the schema first. So to import this schema, what you have to do is, like first we need to export it. So we'll say module.exports. Let's export this user schema. You can just do that like this. Now we are exporting it as user. And what are we exporting? We are exporting user schema, which is a module. That is what we are doing. All right. You can say we want to export it as user. So yeah, this is good. Now what this will do is whenever I need to use this model, I can just get this user from this file and I can just use it. All right. Now if I go to user controller in here, let's just import that user. So I'll say user require it from dot slash models, and from the dot slash models, we need it from the user file. Now we got the user. Now what we need to do is we'll say module dot exports dot register. Now this is a register function which we are going to use. Now this is going to be an asynchronous function. Now what does an async means? Now let me explain you. There are two types of functions in JavaScript. One is synchronous and the other one is asynchronous. All right, let me make them bigger. So yeah, what are these two types of functions actually? Now in synchronous processes, one process, let us say we have multiple processes. Let us say we have three processes, three different processes which are supposed to run. So in synchronous process, once this is completed, then only we will move on to the next one. And once this is completed, then we will move on to the next one. Until and unless one is completed, we cannot move to the next one. So we run processes one after the other. Whereas in asynchronous, what actually happens is, if we have three processes here, if this is currently running and I want to run this, it's okay. I can still run this. I don't need to make sure that it is completed or not. I can still run both at the same time. If that's my requirement, I can do that. So that is what is the major difference between synchronous and asynchronous. All right. So we are creating an asynchronous function. So in you can say in a router function, we take two things. One is the request and one is the response. Now, request is the data which we get, and response is the data which we send. All right. So if I say this, we are defining an arrow function here. So yeah, that is it. Now we'll implement something called as a try catch block to actually create a basic try. Now in the JavaScript session, I taught you about try catch. It's the same thing. So now what we are going to say is, now because I'm registering, there is some data which I will take. The name, the email, the password, right? So what I'm going to say is const, I'll take the name, I'll take the email of the user, and I'll take the password of the user. These are the three details which I will take. Now these three details will be taken like from the body. Whenever we are now about this body, you will eventually learn in a few minutes in this video itself. So just have a little patience. So I'm just going to proceed with the rest of the stuff for now. So first, whenever a new user is registering, I want to make sure that this user doesn't already have an account. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to say const, and I'm just going to name it existing user is equals to await user. Now this was the model which we previously created, right? We imported it. So we're going to say user, then find one. Now this is the function which we used in the MongoDB session. Now in Mongos we use it like this: the model dot the function, and this within this we just need to find it via the email, right? So the body contains the email, so we're going to say request.body.email. Now that is cool. Now this way we can find in our existing user. If there is any user with the same email, what I want to say is throw in some error. So this is our user. So we say if the existing user exists, in that case, return me, let's say response.status. Now there are something about like status codes, which I will tell you later on, but for now, let's just simply complete this. Right? We are going to send in something like the success. We are going to send in some basic data. We are not going to use any status code right now. We're going to say success is false, like there is no success, your thing hasn't been completed, there is something wrong. And I'm going to give the message like what is wrong. I'll say user already exists. It's as simple as that. And if I save it, this much part is done. Now, if the user doesn't exist, what we need to do? Now, we can't directly save passwords like this. So that if you save passwords like this, your passwords will not be encrypted. And if by any chance, if someone else sees a user data, he can easily log in his account. Like even if this is your application, it is not right to see anyone else's passwords. All right. So that's why the password should be encrypted in every project, in every application, like simply everywhere. So we need to create a functionality which can encrypt our passwords. So for now, let's just say hashed password, and we are going to create a password, create a function to encrypt this thing. All right. So what are we going to do now? Now, before we proceed with this, I want to tell you about this await keyword. Now, as I said, we have asynchronous functions. Now, whenever we have an asynchronous functions, the async keyword comes along with the await keyword. Now, this is an asynchronous function which is running. So, I will have to wait for this thing to complete so that I can provide it with the next things. Right? If I have this, then and only then I can proceed to this thing. So I'm saying that stay on this line until this process is complete. So wait till that. That is why we use the await keyword. So this much part is done. Now let's work on this password thing, the hash password, how to encrypt this thing. So for this, let's create something like a password hasher, a password encryptor. So this is a separate function. So let's call them like helper functions, and let's create a helpers folder. So I'm going to say helpers, and within this helpers, let's create something like auth helper. So we want to create it something like an authentication helper. So I'm going to say .js. Now here we are going to use something called as bcrypt. Now this bcrypt module is used to for encryption. So let's just quickly install it. So I'm going to say npm I bcrypt, and if I hit enter, it will install in the background. And now what we are going to do is we are supposed to create a function. So I will say const hash password, not hash password. I want to make it hash password. So yeah, hash password. This is also an asynchronous function. So yeah, it takes in some password as the parameter and performs operations over it. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a try catch block again. In the catch, let's just simply log the error and do nothing else. This is good enough. So yeah, what we do is we create some parameters. All right. So let's say const salt rounds. Just give me a second. Yeah, salt rounds. Now, what are salt rounds? These are like some encryption parameters, like at what level you need the parameter, you need the encryption to be. Like more the number of salt rounds, better the security, right? So I'm going to say now const this hashed password. Let's make it hashed password. Now this hashed password is going to be, we'll again do await bcrypt dot hash. Now within this hash, we pass in our password and this number of salt rounds. Now this is 10. All right. So yeah, this much part is done. And once this process is done, we just simply return this hashed password. And in here in the user controller, we will it will be stored in this variable, right? So yeah, this much part is done. So cool enough. I'll hit save, and now because I am using it, let's export it. So I'm going to say module dot exports dot hash password. Cool. Now I'll save it back to user controller. So yeah, const hash password, and now in here, we'll just do await, and then we'll say hash password and pass in this password here. Now you see we also have to import the hash password as we did in here. So yeah, VS Code automatically imported it for me, so that is a good thing about it. So yeah, that is it. Now we got the hash password. Now the next process is to create the new user and then store it into the database. So what we are going to say, const user is equals to, now this is going to be await as well. So await new user. Now this is the model. Now within this new user, we gave him a name, and then we have an email, and then we have his password which is equivalent to hashed password. That is it. Now this is it. Now once we created it, we call the save function. All right. We call the user.save function. Now what is happening here? Now here instead of this, you can also say name.name, but because both the variable names in the model as well as here are same, so I can just say name. Whereas in place of password, I'm creating a new variable called hash password. So I will be storing it with that. So once you are done with this, I can send in this registered data back to the front end. How do I do that? I'll again say response dot status. Now here comes the main thing. What are these status codes? So let me show you. GPT status codes. So there are multiple types of status codes which we generally have. Now 200s are like okay, successful request. 400s are like bad request. and 401 is like unauthorized. For like every status code, whenever you use websites, you might see error 401, which is quite famous, right? So similar to that, we can have multiple types of requests. Now each code like 201 has like successful, and yeah, each number has a specific status representation. Like this is the particular error. This code is here because of this error. A specific error is associated with each status code. So you should know that. I will attach a list of these status codes in the description. You can check it out. Just give a brief read to it and it will be all good. All right. Coming to the next part. So here we are using status code 201 because the response is a success. So I'm going to say send. So within the send, what we are going to send, we will say that this is a success. So I'll set success to true. I will set success to, let's say, true. And once we have done this, what I'm going to say, I'm going to give a message saying user created successfully, and then I will pass in the user details as well, saying that this is the error, this is the user which was just created. Now this is the user which we created, right? So yeah, the same thing. So here we'll do console log dot error, responsive state is 500, and the success is false because we met with an error and some server error occurred. So yeah, the registered function is now complete, guys. Trust me, it's now complete. Now I will show you the implementation of this register function, and this is, I think hopefully it works. But before we do that, there is something else in the user router. We need to import this register function. So I registered it. Now you can see it's auto imported from controllers slash user control. Now if I hit save, and now if we just export this router, now coming to export, we can just simply do module.exports router. And once we do that, once we export the router, we save it, and then we go back again to our index.js to actually use this router. And how do we do that? If we go to the index.js here, similar to this app.use, what we need to do is we need to say something like app.use. Now here, as we are creating an APIs and as we are creating, currently we are creating user functions, let us say slash user. All right. And slash user, I'll simply say, I want to get the user router here. So I can do this. I can require directly dot slash routers slash user router. So that all this implementation comes in here. But it would be better if I store it as a different variable. So what we are going to do is, let's say const user router equals to this thing, and I can simply use my user router here. Now this much part is done. I think we have completed entire functionality for this register functionality. Let me just run it and see if there are no errors. So I'm going to say node mon index.js, and you see DB connection successful. I don't see any errors. That is a good thing. Now guys, I am going to tell you how do you actually test your APIs, right? For that, there is an application, or you can say a software called as Postman. So if you search for Postman download, you can go to this website, download it. It is something through which you can test your backend applications or backend APIs. So yeah, to make queries, to make something like that. So you can just download it. I've already downloaded, so I'm going to open it real quick. I'll give the link in the description. You can just check it out right there. Okay. So once you download Postman and open it, log in with any of your accounts. What I'm going to do is, now these are my previous testing, like previous applications when I was developing them. So what I want to do is I want to test a new project. So I will say create a blank collection. So here I will rename this collection to be, let's say, to do app. Once I do this, I want to create a new request. I'll click on these things and click on add request because I want to create a request for registering. So I will say register. I'll say register and hit enter. So this is it. Now this is a post request. So I'll say post. Now, as we know, our if we go to index.js, our port number is 3001. And here we can go to the link localhost 3001. If I hit enter, this is the URL. So I'll just copy it and paste it in my here 3001. And if you remember, we use slash user, so slash user, and then slash, if we go to the user router, slash register, right? So user slash register. Now these are the parameters. Now if we go to headers, so here we say content type, and in the value we'll say application slash JSON, because we want our data to be in the JSON format. So this is something which we generally do for all our requests. So yeah, we click on body and I want to pass in the data. So what are the data which we need to pass from the front end? Like if a user is registering, what is all the data we need to pass? As you can see, we need a name, we need an email, we need a password, right? So I will give it a name. Let's say, let's give it Naruto. And then I want to give something an email. Now here we are not doing any email verification for now. So I am just giving a random email. I'm just saying naruto@gmail.com. Now remembering this is JSON, so you need these as well in quotes. Cool. After this, we need a password. So let's create a password. So I'll give it a password. Let's say something like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. All right. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Cool. Now this much part is done. Now, currently you see there are no requests made. What I'm going to say is if I click on send, it should work fine. So now you can see it returns us the data. The success true, the message user created successfully, which you will see here. Let me show you. In user controller, user created successfully, and the user data. The user data is this name Naruto, email this, and this is the password, and the to-dos which are currently empty. We defined them in the model, you remember this thing, and the ID which I said that in the previous session that MongoDB generates for every document. And yeah, this is just random thing. This is with the new MongoDB update. It came something like dash dash v0. Now, the main part. If I go to my browser, go to my database, the data should be updated. So let me just go over my database. This is my cluster. And if I, within the clusters, if I go to browse collections, and then within the collections, if I go to, we created the users model, remember? So within this users model, we got Naruto, the Naruto at the Gmail, and the password is encrypted. Even I don't know what the password is. I can't guess with this what the password can be, right? No one can decrypt this password. Only our application can if we write another function to decrypt it. All right. So currently the to-dos array is empty, so you can see now the data is actually stored. Similar to this, we also need to make a login function and an auth helper and all that stuff. I know this video has become very long. So yeah, this is Express.js and Node.js, how you actually create your functions and your first APIs, how you make routers, how you make helper functions and use them by exporting from one file to another. This is how you create a model, and this is how you start your server and all. So hey guys, how's it going on? Welcome back to a brand new episode, and today in this episode we are going to build this to-do list application. So in the previous video we learned about Node.js and Express.js and how to build our API, very first API. And so in today's video we are going to build all the other API routes for this to-do list application, and we are going to integrate it with the React application. So in this video we are going to learn a few more technologies, one of which is Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS is a CSS preprocessor. So with the help of Tailwind CSS, we can write CSS even quickly using some short keywords like this. We can write Tailwind CSS in the inline JSX itself. We don't need to create any external files or anything. And we will be using Material UI for icons. We have a wide library of icons in Material UI. We can use any of these icons. How to use this, how to use Tailwind CSS in your White Plus React application. I'm going to teach you all that in this episode. So this episode is going to be quite lengthy and very important to make you the MERN Stack developer you were always dreaming of. So yeah, this video is very important. So let's get ahead without any further ado, and let's see what we are going to build in this video. So this is a basic to-do list application, but This time, this to-do list application is going to save user data separately. Now, currently I'm logged in as some user. So let me just open the incognito mode, and let me just say localhost 5173 here. So you can see initially no user is logged in, so I will be redirected to the login page. So I don't know any user account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on register and I'm going to register an account. So let's say, let's give it a name. Let's make it 100%. So let's give it a name of, let's say Isagi, and I'm going to give him a random email. Let's say isagi@gmail.com, and I'm going to give it a password. And if I click and register, it will redirect me to login page. Now if I again log in, isagi@gmail.com, and if I do password 123456789, that's the password. If I click on login, you will see I'm logged in. Currently this user has no tasks. I'm going to create his task one, or let's say go for soccer practice. I'll just say this, and I will click on add button. You will see this task is created. Now this button, I can use it to mark it as completed, and when I click on it, I can change its title, and let's make it, this is the title. And similarly we can add more, let's say complete the contest analysis, something like this. And if I hit plus, you will see this is added. Now let's say we want to edit this, go for soccer practice at 5 p.m. is what I want to say, and I add a description. Go to the club venue and practice maybe shoots. It's just a random text, okay? And if I click on edit, you'll see go for soccer practice, and go for soccer practice at, okay, I'm clicking on it. So yeah, go for soccer practice at 5 p.m. and go to the club venue at practice shoots. This is the description. If I unmark it, it will be unmarked. And yeah, if I mark it, it will be marked, and it will be in a different shade as well. This is how I can add description to it. I can change the title. I can even delete it. It's now deleted. So now we can have this for the different users. If I refresh it, you will see this user doesn't have any of those. So if I add another task, let's say some random task one, hit enter, task one, task two. So yeah, you won't see these tasks any of them here. If I show you database, we have different users here. You can see we have different users and we have different tasks which have been created and deleted and stuff. So complete the contest analysis, task one, task two. Each task is associated with some user, and this is how we are linking a user to his task and a task to his user. Like that, this is what. Now, all these cool features from complete styling using Tailwind CSS we are going to build in this episode. So stay tuned and watch till the end and make sure that you code alongside me. Okay. So that's it for the intro. Let's get started and let's start to code this episode. All right. So let's start without any further ado. So let's start by continuing the code where we left off in the previous video. So let me just start the server again. So if I go to, let's say, cd server, and then if I say node mon index.js and hit enter, this will start my server, and you can see server is up and running on port 3001 and DB connection successful. Now let's try the same route again if it's working fine. If I just change the name to, let's say, Sasuke this time, and then let's make this Sasuke@gmail.com. If I hit send, so yeah, the connection is true, and this data would have been saved into my database. Now that much part is cool. Now the next process, let's start building the client, the setup for the client, and let's first implement this register function front end, and then let's see if we are able to connect the front end and back end for the registering process, and then we will go on for the next features. All right. So guys, to create the front end, we are again going to use white.js. As I said, it is faster and more efficient. So yes, we are going to create a white application. But along with it, as I already said, we are going to use Tailwind CSS for styling. So yes, you are going to learn something new like first styling. Now, what is Tailwind CSS in the first place? If I show you their website, can see Tailwind CSS is a rapidly building modern websites. Like what it is you can write inline CSS using some small properties. Now you these are properties which you need to remember. You can't just learn Tailwind CSS in like some hours. It comes along with practice. So for this video, I'm going to show you how to actually implement it and all the rapid stuff. And from the next time, like see, you can give class name something like this. Now this rounded Excel will give us a border radius of some Excel size, something like that. They have predefined all of these. This will set the width to something, and yeah, we are going to cover all that in this episode. So yeah, just feel free and just be ready to inhale it into your brains. All right, that is what I want to say. So to implement Tailwind CSS along with White.js, it is a certain process which you need to follow. So the link to of this thing will be in the description. You can just go at it and go at it. And yes, now we have this setup. Now what you do first is copy this line of code. So I'm just going to copy this much. So if I open up my terminal and open a new one, and now within this MERN folder, I'm going to paste this. So it will create a white project with the React template automatically. As you can see, we have dash dash template React. So I'm saying OK to proceed. We proceed. Fine. Now the next thing what we do is as you can see here, we have created my project. If you want a different name, what you do is inside this my project, you can just change the name to something different. So let's again reinstall it with the same command, but let's use a different name. So I'm going to use client instead of my project. So I'll say client and I'll hit enter. And now you will see client has been created and I will simply delete this my project later on. I am not going to use it anymore. All right. So now what we do is we say cd client. And once we say that, as you can see, they have set it here as well. Cd my project. After that, we just do this npm install dash d tailwind css, post css, auto prefixer, and all this stuff. Just copy this and simply paste it here within the client directory. And if I hit enter, both those commands will run one after the other. As you can see, they are currently running in the client. And as this is working, let me delete this my project. So I deleted that. Cool enough. And now you can see this process is complete. And let's see the next thing. So now what we have to do is we need to configure your template pass. All right. So with this command, let's open config. You can see tailwind.config.js. If we go into that file and then come here, we just need to make these changes. Now, if I open this up, you can see there is something content. And now we need to add this content in here. Now this much is good and it's fine. Now let's save this thing and then scroll down. And now you see add the tailwind directives to your CSS. Just copy this thing and then go to index.css. In the source, we would have that. So yeah, here. So yeah, this is it. If I remove this and paste it, it will be fine. But before doing this, what I want to do is I want to show you how the client is currently looking. So I will create a new terminal. So I'll just say cd client and I'll just say npm run dev to start the server. I hit enter. You will see it started. So if we come here and open localhost 5173, you will see this is up. Now this is how our previous template has used. So I'm just going to remove this index.css, hit save, and you will see it's different now. And we can just simply paste this stuff here. And if I save it, fine. And that is done, I guess. So now it is done. Now we just have to do npm run dev again and we can use this tailwind css stylings. All right, so that much part is done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clear all this part now. So let's just do this much. Remove. I'm going to remove this use state as well. We are not going to use any app.css. So let's remove them as well. Now if I hit save, you will see this is empty now. And then in the app.css, I don't need this. I'm just emptying its content. Fine. Rest everything is fine. So guys, now what we do is let's close this things. Now this is app.js. Currently we have nothing. Let's create a div in here. So let's make a div. And in this div, let's create an h1. Let's just try hello world for now. Hit save, and you see we have hello world. Now to this, how to apply Tailwind CSS. So what you do is you say class name. Class name is equal to, if I say text 3xl, now it will increase the size. Now you see the size has been increased. If I say something like font bold and hit save, now this is now what you used to do in CSS to style the same thing in CSS. You create a new file. Let's say let's give it an ID, and then I can tell you how to do it. So let's just say heading, I gave it an ID. We create something like this, then we go to this index.css and then we say hashtag this. And then here we say font weight bold, and then you say something like font size large or X large, something like this. That's how you get the same thing. Now, remember that this styling will always override this inline styling. So yeah, if I remove this, Control X and hit save, you will see the style. What I will do is create another H1 and let's say hello world 2. And then for this guy, I will give that class name thing and hit save. Now you will see the stylings are different, right? So if I just say X large instead of X large, if I make it XX large, I think it should be larger. Yeah. Now you see, this is how work. This is how, what is the main difference between Tailwind CSS and this basic styling. So if I just remove this, you can do almost every styling with inline styling itself. You don't need to create anything else. If there are any animations, you just create them and assign them here. That's how it works. So yeah, this is getting a quite complex for you. So yeah, we will learn it more. But before we start, if you want to change like color, you can do something like text red 500. This will give you a red. So that is how simple Tailwind CSS is. And just imagine how faster your development could be if you can just write CSS right away in your JSX. Now, that's why Tailwind CSS is quite popular and beneficial as well. So now what we do is let's just remove this and start with our register application. So guys, first of all, in our to-do app, what we have multiple routes, right? One for like register, one for login, and one for home, something like that, right? So to turn our React application into a single page application, we need to download install a package known as React Router DOM. It will help us build single page application. So what are we going to do is we come here and now let's just clear this. Now what we do is we do npm I React Router DOM. Now this is something we are going to use for creating browser routes. All right. So if I hit enter, you will see it will eventually get installed. So yeah, it is now installed. So in here, what we do is we create. Now, whenever you use a browser router, now in the app.js, this is the main file for the entry of React of everything, right? In the white.js as well as in basic create React app. So what we are going to do is in here, we can't use div and h1s and all those things because we are going to create our router here. So we need something called as routes and router to create the basic things. Now, what are that? Let me explain you. We will use something like an import statement. We want to import two things. One is routes. The another one is route from obviously React Router DOM, which we just installed. And the next thing is going to be if we say here we will create something. Let's just do this. Inside these, we'll create this routes. We will have multiple routes within this. So now here we are going to say different routes. So if the path is, let's say, slash, we are going to have, let's say, slash register. We are going to have a register component. Here I will name it register. All right. Similarly, we are going to have a login component for slash login. This is what we are going to say. For path this, we want to show this particular element. For path this, we want to show this particular element. Now, these are going to be separate components. How that works, let me show you. So to create some things, to create these, let's create a folder called pages within the source directory. So I have created pages. Okay, my bad. Spelling this. Remove it. So within the source new folder, we'll say pages, and within this pages, let's get two components. One for register.jsx and another one for login.jsx. So here, right now, I'm not doing much. I'm just going to say div login. That's much. That is it. Here also, let's create a basic template. It's save. And now, cause we have them, we VS Code will auto import it. So register and one for login. Now this much part is done. Now if you see, there is nothing in the basic slash path, right? Because we don't have anything path only slash. We have slash register slash login. So what are we going to do? If I go to, let's say, slash register, you will see, all right, there might be some error. See here, it gives me an error that we have to use this use routes may be used only in the context of a router component. But we haven't defined any router component, and that's exactly right because we need to define a router component which envelops over this entire thing. So what I want to do is, if you have ever observed this file structure, if you go to main.jsx, you see this app.jsx is also included in here. So this is the main entry of your entire React application. So as if you see the index.html file, if I show you that, here it would be, yeah. All our React code goes into this div, right? So if you will see this main.jsx now, we are selecting that root div, and then within that we are rendering all our code. So right here I can create an envelope for my entire React application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called as browser router from React router.dom. So let's import it first. So let's import browser router from React router.dom. I have imported it, and now I'm going to envelop it right here. So I'm going to say browser router, and then in here we'll say app and then browser router. If I hit save, now you can see for slash register I see register. If I remove this, I see nothing. You can see like no matched location for slash. If I say something like slash login, you'll see the login page. That is how it works. Now this is a basic setup. Now let's implement the register page, and then let's try if our backend is working fine with this thing. All right. So let's make this register first, and I'll close this tab because we don't need it anymore right now. So let's close this, close this, close this, and this. Fine. Now let's just code the entire this, right? So in our register, we have to take user's email, user's name, user's password, right? So what we do is we create some use states to get them. So I'll use the use state snippets. So the first one, let's say we take an email, and initially it is going to be an empty string. Similarly, we are going to use state for name, and initially it is going to be empty. That is the same thing. Then again, we use a use state for password. So initially the password is going to be empty as well. Let's make this one capital as well. Now, cool. Now what I'm going to do is import this use state, and this much part is done. Now, now what we do is we create the basic form. All right. So let's remove this, and in here, what I want to do is we want to create a form which takes in data, right? So let's remove it. This action method, my bad. Let's remove this action method. So in here, what we do is we put in an h1, which will have, let's say, register. If we see it here, we see that much fine. After this register, I want to have an input tag. Now for this input, we want to take the value name. Type will be text. The value is going to be the name, and then we'll give it a placeholder. Let's say that we need to enter our name here. And then what we are going to say is we can give it something like the onChange function, which we generally give. So onChange e set name to e dot target dot value, same thing. And we will add one more parameter which is called as required, which means if you submit the form without filling in anything in this input element, the form will not get submitted. That is what I mean to say. So now after this input, let's create two more inputs. So one for email, let's make it email, and then the placeholder will be email as well. And then here, let's make it set email, cool. And then here we'll have our password and the type. I'll make it password so that it becomes a password field, type password. And then here we'll say password, and here we'll say set password. Now this much part is cool. If we see here, you'll see the name, the email, the password. Now if I had do something, and enter something. All right. Now this much part is done. Now let's create a button as well to submit the form. So if we create a button and give it the type of like submit, this is the button which can submit the form. That is what it states. And then in here, I will say register. That is all. It's saved, and right now if I click register, nothing happens because we haven't done anything. So what are we going to do is we have filled nothing. If I click on register, you'll see please fill out this field. That's what the required keyword does. All right. So this is the basic form. Now what we will do is let's after this form, what we need is we also need something. If the user is not registered, we want to take him to login page, right? So that is what we are going to do here. Let's do that later, but before that, let's style this particular form. So first of all, I would like to style this input element. So let's just say class name. Now within this, let's just say, let's give it a BG of transparent. This means that I want a background of transparent color. All right. And then outline none. Now guys, Tailwind CSS is pretty simple. You just need to remember some CSS properties, and these are generally this. Now, if you don't remember some property, but you remember it in CSS, let's say I want the background, right? So what you can do is come to the website of Tailwind CSS, click on this quick search and search that. Let's say background. So here I have background size, background repeat, background width. So let us say I want to the background position property. I click on it and I'll see all its. So this is the CSS version. This is the Tailwind CSS version. You can just compare it here and paste this in your code. It will work fine. That is how you do Tailwind CSS in the start, in the beginning days, right? That is how it works. So coming to the styling, after outline learn, if we save it right now, you won't see any much changes eventually. You can see it's the same. But if we make more changes, let's say something like placeholder. Now with this placeholder, I'm selecting the placeholder text. I'm saying it make it text black. Now if we see, you'll see its text is black, but these are the default color, which is kind of gray. But for this one, I have made it black. After this, let's increase the size, font size. I'm going to say text XL, and let's just give it like padding bottom to be 2, and then let's just say border of bottom of 2. I want to have it border only below it, not to the sides or top. And then let's give it a margin in top and bottom directions, in vertical directions of size 2. And if I hit save, you will see something like this. If I enter text, it's quite large than this, right? So now you see there is some difference. So now what I'm going to do is let's copy the same styling for all the three inputs. So let's just copy this. paste it here, and paste it here. Now you will see we have all three similar to each other. Now let's just remove this. Fine. Now let's style this button. So in here, I'm also going to say class name, and within this class name, we will give our basic stylings. So let's give it a background color. So now if you have an hex code, not a direct color name, you can do something like this. I will say 00 and then BF63. Now this is some certain color which will give it a background. You can see it's a green. And now this is the background color which I gave, and then I can say text white, which will make the font color of that to be white. And then padding in X direction, the X axis to be 3 and padding in Y direction to be 2. And then I'm going to give it some border radius of, let's say, rounded medium. I'm going to give it a medium border index, border radius. You'll see it looks something like this. And then after this, I'm going to say margin top of 5 and then margin bottom of 10. Now this will create as a button. Now this much part is done. Now what we do is let's style this h1 and then we can also style the entire form itself to align each of these input tags, input elements and this button in a bed position using the flexbox. All right. But before that, let's style this headings, let's say class name and padding y of 10. In the y-axis, I'm going to give it 10. And then let's make its text size very big. Let's make it 5 pixel. And then let's give it a font of extra bold. Now, guys, to get suggestions for Tailwind CSS stylings also, there is an extension if I'm right. So if I just say, see my extensions. Just give me a second. I'm just making sure which one. Yeah. Here, you can download this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. You can just search it. It is from tailwindcss.com itself, which will suggest you your stylings like it is doing for mine. All right. So yeah, we gave font extra bold, and after font extra bold, let's just now if I hit save, now you see it's something like this. Now it's looking better, right? So let's do one thing. I want it in the center. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the display to be flex, and then I am going to make it flex column in column direction, and then let's just say padding X to be 10. Now this is center. Now to make everything into the center properly aligned, let's convert this form into a flex box again. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to make it flex and I want everything to be in a flex column direction. And then let's just say justify to the center, which will take everything to the center like this. And then if we say item center, this will take everything to center horizontally as well. Now you can see. Cool. Now after this, let's give a height to the entire form. It will take the height of the entire screen, H screen. And then what we are going to say, we are going to give a width of full, right? And then let's make the text to be black for this entire thing. If anything, if I change the text color anywhere below, it will work fine. But generally by default, I'm giving it a black. And then let's say font to be semi-bold. All right, this will give us this much. Now, as you can see, we have this fine and good. So now what we are going to do, try to control minus and make it 100%. It will look proper now. Now, this is looking decent, right? So now what we have is we also need something to say if the already registered, give me a login button. So what I'm going to do is after this form, what I am saying is let's create a break tag. This will give us some default spacing. And then I'm going to create a P. And in here, I'll say already have an account. Already have an account. And if that is the case, I want you to see a link which can take me to, let's say, the login page. So if I say tab/login, we are getting something. Let's give it a class name of, let's say, text blue 500. Hit save. Okay, I can't see anything right here. All right, this went below. Okay, guys, I think I made a small mistake here. So what we are going to do is, okay, my bad. Let's remove this flex styling from here and give it to this div so that I see something like this. And then for this form, let's also give some styling. Let's give it, let's say, a background of white. Now, why we are going to, if I show you, right now everything is same. But in that application which I showed you in the before, the background of the entire website is slightly different, which we will change later on. And the background of this form is going to be white. So yeah, we are going to make it white. And then let's give it a box shadow of, let's say, 2 XL. And if you see, we see some basic shadow right now, 2 XL, and then padding Y to be 3, and then let's give it a border radius of large size, and then let's make it also flex call so that I have in column wise direction those input elements, padding X10, and now you see it is looking fine and cool, right? So now it's looking decent. For this H1, let's make it padding X10. Now it's in the center as well. Now this is what I meant. Now if I click on login, you can see it is taking me to the login. But if you see closely, if I refresh this, yeah, if I click on login, just see here, the page is actually refreshing. It's not like working like a single page application, it is actually refreshing. So what are we going to do to fix this? Now, as we imported React Router DOM in the beginning, there is something else we need to uh, to to redirect it without refreshing. There is something we need to do again. All right. So we use something like a link. So I'll say import link from React Router DOM. So we import this link. Now what we do is, now if we come here, instead of a, we use this link tag. Instead of this a, I'm going to say link. Now if I hit save, and right now nothing will happen because in the link we can't use href. You will see nothing happening. To instead of href, we need to say to. So link to slash login, and we can do something like this slash login, and just everything rests the same. If I say, let's give it another spelling, let's say underline. Yeah, cool. So now if you see, if I hit on this, it won't refresh, but it will still take me to the login page. As you can see, it is working decent now. All right. Just move it here and paste it here, and this is fine. So the next thing is, now we need to create a function which can actually submit our data to the database, right? It can add data here. When I add in some data here and click on register, it can actually create a user in the database as well. How do we do that? So for that, we need to do something like connect that backend API and all this stuff. So let's create a function first, which can actually submit our data. So I'm going to use an arrow function here. So let's name it, let's say handle submit. And it is going to be an asynchronous function because we are making calls. We are making call to an API, right? So it is better to make it asynchronous. So now in this, what we are going to say, we are going to use a try catch block. Now in the catch block, we are simply going to say something like, let's just say log error dot message. Now this will give us the error in the console, in the browser console, all right. And here what we are going to do is, here we will simply say, uh, we are going to make the request to our backend. So what I'm going to say is, we are going to have some response, res, which will be an await request, which because we are waiting. So now, as I said, let's install Axios, which will help us do API fetching quickly. And it's like ease. It provides us with the ease of implementing using Axios. So yeah, it's now imported. What I'm going to do, Axios, we also have to import it. So let's import it. Import Axios. So let us say Axios from Axios, we imported it. So now in this function, we are going to do, so if you remember correctly, in here, it was a post request, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to do axios.post, this because this is a post request. Now, what is the URL at which I have to make this post request? So if you see clearly, we have something as localhost 3001 user slash register. If I copy this and paste it in here, let's use this, and in here I pasted that. And after this, we have to create a JavaScript object of the details. Now, this is the body which we are providing. Let's say name, we provide the name, and then we provide the email, and then we provide the password. As you see here, we provide the name, email, and the password. Now, I'm directly giving this variable names because they are as same as these. I have not changed them, but you can also do something like this, name equivalent to name and that thing. But I'm not doing it because the variable names are exactly same. So it's not a problem. So now this is response. Now if you see, if we make our data, if the data is passed in correctly, you'll see we have success true. So I'm going to make a check in here right now. So what I will say is if the response dot data dot success, if the response to data is a success, if I get a success equals to true, what I want to say is I want to say that user registered successfully. So for now, let's give an alert. Alert and alert, we can give this message. So we can say response dot data dot message. This is cool. If this is not the case, if we met with an else condition, if we met with an else condition, what are we going to do? We will simply say alert and error occurred. Like if we don't get a success, we might get some error as well, right? You can just give that error or just simply alert an error occurred, something like this. Now, if I hit save, now this should work fine if I am right, this function. But where are we calling this function? Right now, this function is not being called anywhere. So we want to call it when the form is submitted. So we'll say on submit, call this handle submit function. Right. Now, if I hit save, I think everything is properly set up. If I add a new name, let's add Itachi and give him a mail. Let's say itachi@gmail.com, and then password the same thing 123456789 and click on register. You see the page refreshed. Why did that happen? And I don't know if my data actually worked or not. If I see here, I don't think anything happened. So if I try refreshing this page, let's see if Itachi was added here or not. Naruto Sasuke. So yeah, Itachi was not added. So something happened. The page refreshed as soon as I hit handle submit and nothing was actually submitted at all. So what we are going to do is we are going to say e dot prevent default. Now what this prevent default will do is that it will like tell our page don't refresh on default. I don't want it to refresh. Just let the function do itself. That's something what I mean. So if I refresh now, if I say again, let's add the same data, Itachi, and then itachi@gmail.com, and then let's give it the password, and then if I click on register, you see we get a course error. Now, what is a course error? Now, course error is generally based on like The backend is not allowing the frontend to make requests to it. Like I am a backend and I only give rights to certain frontend domains to make access to me. I'm not giving any access to you. Localhost 5173, I'm not giving any access to you. So first of all, we need to tell backend that yeah, localhost 573 is our domain itself, and you can let him make request to you. That is what I mean to say. So let's give access to localhost 5173 in our backend. So what we are going to do is let's go to our servers index.js again, and now let's implement the cost policy. So if I go here, let's hide, open the server, go to index.js. Now what we need is we need to install another package first. So let's just come here. Let's just do cd server and then let's just do npm install course. Now this is the package name course, and now here what we do is we first import the course. So let's say const course is equals to require course. Now what we do is we will say similar how we use router and this, we'll say app.use and then we'll say course. Now, if you directly pass in cost, it will like, it doesn't know, it will give the default operations. Now, within this cost function, we need to give our options like this is the origin, let the credentials be true, and give a list of, let's say, methods which it should accept. So, I'm going to say this. Now, it will accept the get request, the post, the put, delete options, right? Get, post, put, and delete. So, I'm giving them all of those. And let's also give it a patch and the options. So yeah, let's make this localhost 5173 if I hit save now, and let's see the backend. So yeah, it refreshed. Now let's try this again. Click on register. So we see something like object. So something did happen here now. If we try refreshing this data, hopefully we see Itachi now. So as you can see, Itachi's data was added here. I didn't get any message, but Itachi's data was actually added. So I alert response, all right, my bad. So the data is written in this format. So I'll just say user created successfully, response dot data dot message. If I hit save, let's try creating another user. So if I hit refresh, let's say this time, let's say my name, Ashish, and I'll say Ashish at the rate gmail.com. And then I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I hit enter, user created successfully. And if I come here, refresh, you will see my data is created. My password is encrypted, so no one can see, right? So currently all of the users have empty to-do list, like no one has any tasks because we haven't created any. So as you can see now we have created our very first API call from the front end to back end to store the user data. Now that is cool. This much part is cool, right? So now you know how to actually create a basic front end API call to the back end and how the back end is implemented for the register route as well. So now this is some basic front end, basic back end we did for one call itself. Now we need to make few more calls, one for login and then to do calls like to create a new to do, to edit the to a task and to delete the task. For all these, we need separate routes and separate methods to make the things happen, right? So now let's go to the backend again. And first of all, let's implement all the basic functions which we need. And then one by one, we can do implement all of them in the front end along with the login stuff and all, right? So I'm just going to close this front end for now. So let's go to the backend and eventually let's just get started by implementing the login function now. So in the backend, right now, what I want to do is let's go to the routers directory and let's just start with our login. So right, so now similar to this slash register, I'm going to create another one slash login and we'll say login. This will hit a login. So within the controllers, we are going to create another function called module.registers export.register. This was we're going to say login this time. That is all. Now in this login function, what we are going to do is most of the part is going to be same. We are not going to do much different. So let's just say something like try. So we are again going to use the try catch block. So for the try, what I'm going to do is in here, first of all, what will user pass when he is trying to log in? He'll take in an email, he'll take in a password, right? We get that data from the body as we did for this guy. Okay, we got name, email, password, right? So we got email and password this time. And now we are going to check user. So let's say, comment, let's say check user. Now here I'll say const user. I'm going to say await, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to find if the user exists. So user dot find one. I want to find the user first of all. So what is the parameter which with which I want to find? I want to find the user based on his email. That is it. Now here we'll say if the user doesn't exist, if it returns like something as null, what I'm going to say return a response dot status. You can say status 404 not found dot send. I'm going to say success is false and I'll say user not found, right? And after this if statement, but if the user exists, I'm going to say const, I'm going to say some variable match and see if actually the password he entered is matching his actual password or not. So for this, we are going to write in a function called as compare password. So right now, let's comment this for a second. All right. This is showing me some error. All right, we'll see the error later on. The error is this bracket. Fine. So what we are going to do is in the helper, auth helper, we have to create another function for comparing passwords, right? So if we just simply copy this and create another function for comparing password, let's say module.exports, and then here I'll say compare password. So this time we are going to use another function from bcrypt, which is, you can guess, bcrypt.compare. Simple. So I'll just say async. It takes in a password. It takes in a password and we pass in the hashed password. It tests what it is going to be. And as usual, we are going to create an arrow function. So I'll say it will return true or false. I'm going to use bcrypt.compare. I'll pass in this password and the hashed password itself, and it will just return me true or false. So in the user controller, we are saying const match await compare password. So now here we need to import this compare password here. We imported it. So compare password and the user dot hashed password. So we pass both of these in here. And once we do this, we'll get match is equals to either true or either false, right? So next we check if the match is true or not. If not of match, which means if the password didn't match, if the password is not the same, what we do is we again say return response dot status. This time the status was okay, so let's say I'm going to give response of status 200, and then I'll simply send what? I'll send in I'm going to say success is, let's say, false. Success is false, and I'm going to say I'm going to give him a message saying invalid password. That is it. But if the user actually matched, so I'm going to create a token. Now, how do you generate a token? We have to implement this right now. So what is a token first of all? So consider this website, or let's say any website. Let's go to Amazon.in. So this is here. Now currently I'm not signed in, but when I sign in, uh, the next time I open the website, again if I open Amazon.in, it knows that I'm signed in, right? That's the usual experience over all applications, all online web applications. Once I log in, the browser stores something through which it identifies that, yeah, this user was previously logged in, so I should show him that, yeah, he's logged in. There should be something for that. So what are tokens? Tokens generally store a keyword about you that, yeah, this is a token with which this user was logged in previously, and that if that token is removed from your, let's say you cleared the storage of your browser, then you will be logged out. That is how tokens work. So right now we are supposed to create a token. Now to create a token, we need to write another function. We need to use something else called as JWT or JSON Web Tokens. All right. So to create a token, we need a function for our user model to generate a token each time something like a user logs in. So for that, what can we do? So for this to work, what we do is we go into the user model, and here we create a function for the user schema. How do we create that? We say user schema dot methods, and we are going to create a method for this. We are going to say methods dot generate JWT. What will this do? This will generate a JWT for us, JSON Web Token for us. So I'm just going to say function. So this time we are not using arrow functions. We are just simply creating a basic function. Now before we go ahead, what I'm going to do is in the server, I'm going to install this npm I JSON Web Token. Hit enter and it will install itself. And yeah, pretty cool. Now in this function, what we need to do is, let's say we create a token. So what is going to be the token? The token is going to be JWT. Now before we do anything, we need to import that JWT. So what are we going to say? Is we'll say const JWT is equals to require JSON Web Token. Now we got that. And here what we are going to do is we are going to say JWT dot sign. Now this is a JWT function. Now within this sign, we are going to pass in, let's give it an underscore ID with which it will pass in the user. So ID is going to be this dot underscore ID. So as I said in MongoDB, every document has a particular underscore ID for itself. So this is the same thing. Now this keyword is used to actually access the ID of the current document. If you know of the basics of object-oriented programming, you would know that what this keyword stands for, right? So it's the same thing. So I'm going to say email, and I'm going to say this dot email again. So with this, we found what the data is actually. So yeah, now in here, what we are going to do is we need something called as a JWT secret. Now, what is JWT secret? Now, let me tell you. Now, whenever the user logs into an account, he or she has something like the backend server has something like a secret code. Now, let us say the secret code of my backend, which I am creating here using Node.js and Express.js, this server has some certain JWT secret. Let's say my name, Ashish Nalana. All right. Whenever someone copies my code, let's say my code is open source, someone copies it, but he doesn't know my JWT secret. If the JWT secret is different, my database will not accept that login. It will only accept when the JWT secret matches. I'm not going to share this JWT secret with anyone. All right. So whenever you make open source codes, you don't share some credentials with the public. So this is one of those credentials. Now, how do we use it? So in the .env, I'm going to create this JWT secret. So let us say in the .env file, I'm again going to say something like say JWT secret. Now this is going to be, I'm going to give it some random thing. My secret key, let's say. Generally, this is going to be very complex keyword which you gives randomly, but yeah, this is a basic application, so I'm not going to make sure that it is very that or something. So now back to our user schema. What we do here is we do process dot env dot jwt secret, which we just created, and after this we need to give it a timeline like expires in. Now it expires in 1 hour, like the user will be automatically logged out after 1 hour. That is what it says. I'm going to make it 7 days. So once the user log in, he can stay up to 7 days. Now once this JWT sign method is done, I want to return the token it generated for me. Now this token is some kind of a string which consists of numbers and all other stuff. If I hit save and .env.config is done, so we can use this process.env. So now remember, whenever you are using process.env, make sure .env.config is done, right? So now this user is done. Now we come back to this token generation, the login method. So what we do here is to generate our token. It's the simple thing. Now we use that method which we just created. So we are going to say const our token is equals to the user dot generate JWT. Now, if you see the user is this guy, we have created a schema method here itself. So now we can just say user dot generate JWT because the model knows that there is some method here. All right. So just generate JWT. Now we generated token for ourselves. Now what we do is we just say response dot send. I'm going to give it, let's say, a status first. Let's give it a response dot status of, let's say, 200. And after this, I'm going to send a response saying success is true. And then we have a message user logged in successfully. And then we are going to pass in the user as well, user data, and then the token as well, which we can store in the front end in the local storage or something, right? So this is it now, but what if there was an error in the try catch block? So I haven't defined any catch block, that's why it's showing me an error. So in the catch will catch the error, and if there is an error, we'll simply say log that error. And let's send an error response as well. We're going to say status 500, send success false, internal server error, or let's say login error, and then we can just pass in the error as well. And now this is done. Now we have completed our login function as well. Now let's try login some account which we created, but before that let's go to user router and make sure we have created the login, right? And now if we go to index.js, we have done it. Okay, now if we go to postman again and let's create a new one, let's create a duplicate of it. Can we? Yes, we can. So in the register copy, what we are going to say is I'm going to make it login. I'm going to make it login, and it is a post request as well. Headers, the same thing. Content type application JSON. Body, name, email. We don't need name this time. We only need the email and the password. And if I hit send, you'll see we get some error. So it is saying that we got some error. So what is the error? Let me see. So yeah, if we go to the user router, I haven't imported the login function, right? So let's import it. Now if I hit save and try again, now you see success to message user login successfully. I got the user data and this is the generated token. This is how you log in, right? This is how the things work. Now this much part is clear. What is the next step? Now we have done the major functions for the user authentication, the user login, user register. Now if we want to implement, we will implement this later on when we are doing React again. But for now, let's complete the entire process of the server or backend first. Then we can do for the authentication stuff in the front end. This will keep the video clear and a little simpler to understand. So let's cover a basic overview of what we have done till now. So if I explain you that briefly, so see, this is our website, this is our entire website. Let us say we created a few blocks. We created the register function, we completed the register, the front end and back end both, and we implemented a login functionality. A login functionality. We within this login functionality, we generated something called as JWT or a token which with which user can log in. So this is the major stuff which we have done till now. Now, have you thought about something? Okay, how do I check if the token is valid or not? Like here, if you see properly in this model, we have given it 7 days. What after 7 days? How do I check if the token which I am passing through the front end to check if the user is valid or not is actually valid or not? So for that, we create a middleware something sort of thing. So to create a middleware, what we do is first of all, let's go to user router. Let's directly create a function here. So this time I'm going to say router dot, this time we need a get function. Now why does it get? Because this time I only want to read if the user is valid or not. That is all I want to know. So here I'll say something like slash user auth. Now this is also a similar thing. So we will say something called as request comma response, right? And yeah, fine. Now here I'm going to say response dot status. I'm going to set it to 200 and success true. And then message user is authenticated. But how do I know if the user is not authenticated? You haven't done anything for that, Ashish. So how do we do that? So for that, we create something called as middleware. Now to create a middleware, let's create another function like let's hide all these. So within the server, I will create a new folder called middleware. If I hit enter, and within this, let's create a middleware we are creating a middleware for our authentication. So I'm going to name it auth middleware, simple as that, .js. Now what does this middleware do? Now this middleware will actually get a token for it and it verifies if this token is valid and tells the and if the token is not valid, it will stop the process in between. But if it is valid, it will proceed for the next step. What is the next step doing? The next step is like sending this response. That is it, right? So for this, what we do is simple. We get the JWT, so require JSON Web Token, fine. And the next thing we are going to .env config, so it's the same thing, const .env require .env, and then we do the config. So let's just do .env .config. Now this much part is done. Now what we say is we create a function called user middleware, or you can also call it anything you want. So user middleware. This takes three parameters. Request comma response is something you know. The request which handles the incoming data, the response which sends the outgoing data, and another thing is next. Now, what does this next do? Now, this next is a parameter which tells whether to go to the next process, which is this thing, or not. So you will know about that in few seconds or minutes. So yeah. So first of all, let's see the token. So I get the JWT token. Now, what is this token? Now, this token will be sent from request v dot headers, and from the front end, we will be sending it via an authorization. So, this authorization keyword within the header will contain the token. When we will be doing the front end, you will know. I will explain this thing again to be even more clear. Okay. So, now just go with the flow. So, this is try. We are again creating some try catch block. So, I'm going to say const. We get a decoded value. We create some decoded value. We'll say something like JWT dot verify. Now this will verify our token. So what is the token? JWT token. Now we are verifying it with a JWT secret again. So process.env JWT secret. We got the decoded value. Now we are going to say if the if the decoded value dot email exists, if the email exists, what we are going to do is request.email is equals to this decoded value dot email. Now we are adding data to the request, and then we're saying request dot underscore id is equals to this decoded value dot underscore id. and then we'll say next. Go to the next method. What is the next method? It will come here. Now it will come to this thing. All right. But if this is not the case, if we don't have any decoded value, what we say is we say an else. In this else, we'll simply say response.json. We'll send a JSON request directly. We will say something like success. Success is false, like no success. And then we'll say message. Message will be something like you are not authorized to access this route. Simple. Or you are not authorized. This should be cool enough. And yeah, this is fine. So this is what we are doing in the try block. Now let's create a catch block. Let's say catch error. It will catch an error. Now in this catch block, what we are saying, first of all, let's log the error. So now note that we are only doing backend right now. We are not touching the front end right now. Okay. So keep that in mind. So I'm just going to say response.json and I'm going to send some data. Let's say success false. And then message is like invalid token. That is it. So now we are again going to say export this module dot export. We are going to export this user middleware. So now this user middleware is exported. Now we have implemented it completely. All right. Now this is user router. Okay. So guys, let me be clear with this. If you have any kinds of doubts, go through the comment section. Maybe more queries are there and your doubt got resolved. Or maybe if you have a doubt, go to ChatGPT. If it's still not resolved, drop your doubt in the comment. I will make sure that I reply to that comment. All right. So that is how you clear your doubts. Now, yeah, this much part is done. So what is the next step? We go to the user router and we pass in that middleware here. So we'll just say user middleware. So now you can see within the auth middleware React.js, we created something called user middleware, right? So we are passing in this user middleware here. It's simple. Now whenever someone makes a get request to this user auth, will that get request will go through user middleware, and this user middleware will make sure that it has to go to the next step or not. If it goes to the next step, we'll send this response. If not, we'll send these errors. Simple thing. Now this is done. Now I guess we are done with all the major stuff. So guys, before we go to the next step, what I want to tell you is that whenever you are implementing login routes, something like this, always first try them and run them. Make sure you don't have any errors in this. Like I know I have stored this code somewhere, so I know that yeah, this is the right code. But yeah, whenever you are developing an application or writing your code yourself, make sure your routes are working correctly as you are coding them. Like I have completed this user auth route. I should test it first and then proceed for the next step. Because if there's an error, when I complete the application, it will be hard to debug these errors if you don't know them properly. So that is a general method which you should follow. But right now, why I'm doing this way, so that you can understand things a little simpler and easily. That's why I am first completing the back end before the front end, then we will go to the front end. Don't worry, I will explain these routes again when we will be doing the front end, so that you will get a completely clear understanding of these things. All right. So now what we do is let's go and build a model for our tasks or to-dos, you can say. So what we are going to do is within the models, I'll create another file called todo.js. Todo.js. Now here also we'll get the same thing. We'll get the schema and we'll get the model and we'll say require mongoose, and then what we are going to say is const to do schema is equals to schema. Now in the schema, what do we have? We need to have, now, as you know, if we can see the database once, each user has a to-dos in this array. All the to-dos will be stored, right? So what I'm going to do is each to-do will have a link to the user. So I'll say user. This is the link, okay? So the user is going to be, I'm giving him a type. Now this is the collection name. This is the collection name type. And then the type is going to be schema.types dot object ID. Now this object ID is referring to this thing. This is the object ID, okay? Now we have this and we are referring to user. Now this is the model, right? If you can see here, user. So that is this thing. Now, if we are done with this, what we are going to say is required true. Like this thing is definitely required by me. I need this thing. If you want to process the to do, right? This much part is done. Now next each to do will have a title of for itself. We'll have a title which will be of some type string and it will be required true. Like I definitely need a title, right? And then we have a description, a basic description maybe. So I'm going to say description and this description is not required, but I'm going to make it a type string. I don't need, it's not required. Like a task can have a description or cannot have, it's fine. And completed. Now this completed tells us whether it is completed or we have marked it as completed or not. So this is going to be a type of boolean and by default it is going to be a value of false. And then we'll have created at, like we will store the time at which the task was like at which the task was like created. Yeah, that is it. So yeah, type is going to be, it is a date. So yeah, we'll store the date and after this we will store the exact date. So by default we are going to give it, let's say date dot now. So date dot now will return the current date to MongoDB. All right. Now we can just export it. We'll say module dot exports is a dot to do is equals to, we are exporting this as a model. The name is to do and then to do schema. Now if we hit save, this much part is done. Now similar to the user controller where we defined functions for user, the login and register, we will create one, let's say to do controller, which will contain all the functions about the tasks or to dos. So let's just write all the functions first. So now again we import the to do. We import the to do from to do model and similarly we import the user from the user model. Fine. Now first of all, let's create a function. Let's say we need a function to get all to dos. Function to get all to dos. So before we write function to get all to dos, we need a function for creating a to do. We need a function for creating a to do. We need a function to update a to do, or you can say to edit a to do. All right, let's say call it edit instead of update. So I'm going to say edit, and then we will need one for to delete a to do. Let's say function to delete a to do, and I think this is itself. Now you will be wondering where is the function to mark it as completed. Now we can do that in edit itself. How we will see later. All right. So first of all, let's write the function to create a to do. So here I'm going to say module dot exports dot create to do. Simple, it's an async function. So we'll say it takes a request, it takes a response, and in here what we say is simple. We get the title and description from the body again. So we are going to say const. We get the title, we get the description from request dot body, and now we'll say try. In this try catch, now what we are going to say, we are going to say we define a to do. So we are going to create a new to do. Now in this to do, I'm going to give a user. The user will be like, I will have request dot underscore ID. Now this request, I'll pass in the user ID in this request, so it will contain the ID, and then we are going to give it the title, the description. This is fine. Now once this is done, I'm going to say await to do dot save, or you can also say dot save here, but yeah, both the things are same, so it's fine. All right. So after this, what we are going to say, we are going to say const user equals to await dot dot. We're going to say user dot find by ID. We are going to find the user by his ID, and then we are going to push this to do into his to dos. All right. So we are adding the to dos to this array. That is what is happening. So what we are going to say is user dot to dos dot push this to do ID. I'm pushing it in. Whenever we are retrieving those to dos, we can get each of the to dos from their IDs. So after this, we are going to say await user dot save again. Now this is done. After all this process is done, what I'm going to say response dot status. Response dot status. Let us say 201. Okay. And then we're going to say send. And then the send. What we have is we'll say success true. Message is to do created successfully, and we are passing in the to do as well. But if we get an error, so creating a catch block, let's say error, we'll log that error, and then we'll say response dot status 500. And now 500 means internal server errors, so yeah, you can say that. You can say internal server error, or you can say something like something went wrong as well. Anything, it's your choice what you define, but yeah, it states that internal server error, and I can also pass in the error so that I can retrieve in the front end. So I think this is cool enough. It is telling me that there is some error. All right, I'm missing a bracket, that is all. Now it is fine. Okay, so we create the create to do function. Now let's write for the get to do's. Now to write a function, we can again say module dot exports dot get to do's is equals to async, the asynchronous function which takes in the request, the response, and then this. And after this, what we are going to say, we are going to say try. After this try, we are going to say const user equals to await. So we are going to find the user by his ID. So find by ID request.id. And what does this populate to do's does is it returns us this to do's array. It doesn't give us all this, it just gives us this to do's array. So yeah, it will populate the data based on these to do's. That's what it does. It will populate the entire data based on this to do's parameter. So it's not cost, it's const. Fine. So next what we do is we create a variable which can store the to-dos from the user. So let's say let to-dos is equals to user dot to-dos. So now we got them. Now what we are going to do is, we'll say we need some function. Well, because like see, whenever we are showing to-dos or tasks, let us say, we have a to-do. I want the to-dos which were recently added at the top, which were previously added at the bottom, right? I want them in a sorted order as per their date, not in any random order. So what I'm going to do is, now guys, let me be clear again. So this populate function, what does it do is that whenever we use this, the to-dos data will be also there. Like whenever you see here, I see here, okay, let me close these things, close these things, yeah. In this Todo.js, a user has been passed as a reference, right? And in the user model as well, we are passing in here only the ID. Only the ID will be stored of the to-do, not the entire to-do. So when we do populate to-dos, we will get all the details about the to-dos as well, not only its ID. So that's why we use populate. I hope this is clear now. So we need a function to, let's say, so by the date at which the to-dos were created, right? So sort to-dos by the time they were created. This is what we need, right? So it's not dot, it's sort. Cool. So now what we are going to do is, let's say to-dos. Now in JavaScript, we can write a direct function to-dos.sort. But we need a sorting function which can sort us based on the time they were created, which is the created at, right? So we take two parameters a comma b, and in here what we do is we say if a dot completed a dot completed, what I mean is, okay, let me show you. If a dot completed, so what I am doing here is, first I want the to-dos to be sorted, which were created latest, they should be on the top. But if they were like completed, marked as completed, I want to push them to the bottom. I don't want to see marked to-dos on the top, right? So I will give one condition for that. So I will say b dot completed. If the to-dos are like completed, I don't need them to be at the top. So I'll say return b dot created at minus a dot created at. But if they both are not in the same state, like both are neither complete, like both are in different states, then what we do, a dot completed, if we see one else return minus one. So this is what this function do. I already explained you, just go through it again. If the state is same, if the state is same, it doesn't matter. But if the state is not same, like one is marked as completed and one is not, give me the one which is completed. That is what this function is doing. Now for the next process, what we do is we just send in these to-dos. So I'm going to say response.status send. Now if I hit enter, now within the send, we are passing in the success to be true, message to do successfully, and we are passing in the to-dos as well. Now after this try, we definitely need a catch block. So in this catch block, okay, my bad spelling mistake, we will have an error. So for this error, what we are going to do is log our error, console log error, and after the error is logged, we'll say response.send 500, like server error, and then in here we'll say success false, message something went wrong, and then we'll pass in the error. So we have now created two functions, one for getting the to-dos and one for creating the to-dos, right? Now let's create some function for editing the to-do. Now remember when we talked about these things, let me show you. When we talked about different requests, I told you about the put request as well. Put patch. So here what we are doing is we are going to use the put request. We are going to use the put request. Now what does put do? It replaces the entire data, right? So yeah, we are going to say module dot exports dot edit to do. This is going to be an async function as well. So we take request comma response. And once we have that, what we are going to do, we are going to have a try block, and this try block will get the to-do ID first. So we are going to get, let's say, const. So to edit a to-do, we need its to-do ID, right? So to-do ID will not be passed in the body. We will be passing the ID in the params, the parameter. Now, what are parameters exactly? Let me show you an example. So, if I search for, let's say, Pokemon, okay, my bad spelling mistake, Pokemon, you can see here google.com, right? Slash search is a route. Now, after that search, we have a query. Now, this Q is a parameter here. This Q is a parameter and its value is Pokemon. These are some other parameters which Google uses in its search engine optimization and stuff like that, the user's data and all that. But even if I copy this much and paste it again, you will see I'll get the same thing, Pokemon, right? So that is the main thing how Google operates. It's this is its route and this is the query Pokemon. So here we'll pass in the to-do ID, something like Pokemon, and then what we do is we get the const, we get a new title, the updated description, the new description, and the completed state from body, request.body. Okay, this much is cool. Now, once we have this, let's find the to-do now. So I'll say const to-do is equals to to-do dot find by ID. In this, I will pass in the to-do ID. So we found the to-do. Now, if the to-do doesn't exist, if the to-do doesn't exist, what are we going to say? We'll simply say return, I mean spelling bad, return response. What we do, the status is going to be dot status 404 send success false to do not found. Simple. But if we got the to do, in case we got the to do, what we are going to say, uh, now we need to check like if the user is the owner of the to do or not. Now that is what I meant. So how do we do that? If the use now this can happen. Someone could get the to do ID, right? Like you can get a task to do ID, a random task to do ID, but you should not be able to update it because that's someone else's to do. I don't want my to dos to be updated by someone else. That is called hacking, right? So yeah, I need a better security. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if to do dot user dot toString. Now this toString will convert the ID to toString. So if that is not equals to the request dot underscore dot ID dot toString, if both these IDs are not same, the user ID from the request and the user ID from the to do, if both of them are not same, we are going to say return response dot status. This time we know that it's the right request. I'm going to make 200 and then in send, I am going to say something like success false and you are not authorized to edit this to do. I will simply say that. But if this is the current owner, if we don't find any error in this thing, what we are going to do is we are just simply going to update the to do. We will update the to do. So what we are going to say, let's say const updated to do. Let's say updated to do. This updated to do is going to be await. We will simply say something like to do dot find by ID and update. And in this update function, first of all, we'll give in the to do ID because we have used find by ID. So first we provide in an ID. So we found the to do now, and in here we'll pass in the new data. So we will say use the set query. Now what does the set query does is that this set query will set the following data into that. All right. So I'm going to say title, new title, description is going to be new description, and completed is going to be completed. All right. So whatever the completed state is, so once we do this, what we do next is after this object, we pass in another parameter called as new is equals to true. Now what this new true will do is it will simply provide us the updated to do. It will return us that. So after this process, what we do is we'll simply say response dot status 200 and then success true, update to do updated successfully or edited successfully, something you can give, and we can pass in this updated to do as well. Once we have done this much, let's go to the catch block. We'll get the error and we just do this. We log the error and then we get the status success false, something went wrong, and then the error. This is fine. So I think we are good with this thing. So after this, we need this. So I missed some bracket or something. So yeah, here. Now if we see this, now it is all right. Okay, now we have done this function. Now we need a function to delete the to-do. So same thing. We are going to use a delete request now, right? This will be a delete request. So we'll say module dot exports dot delete to do is an asynchronous function which takes request and response as parameters. So we're going to say try, and now within this try, what we are going to say const. Again, we will get the to do ID from the parameters, and once we got that, we're going to say const to do is going to, we are going to find the to do. So we'll say await to do dot find by ID, and then we'll pass in that to do ID. Now once this is done, we'll check if the to do exists. If the to-do doesn't exist, if we don't find any to-do, we'll just simply say return response status 404, to-do not found. But if it is found, we'll check if he is the user of the to-do again. So what I'm going to do is copy this code again and paste it here. Again, we are doing the same thing. So yeah, this is it. Now, once we have done this, now we'll actually delete the to-do item. So delete the to-do. So how will we delete? We'll simply say await to do dot find by id and delete. Find by id and delete, we'll pass in the to do id and it will delete it. Now what we are going to say is response dot status 200 okay, success is going to be true and to do deleted successfully. That is fine. So now once we have deleted it, what we are going to do is we are going to build a catch block which takes in an error, and once we have the error, we log the error, and success false, something went wrong. This is the same thing which we always do, and after this should be fine. Now we have completed all the functions the to do requires, and once we are done with this, we can go to our to do router to actually create some routes. So let's create a file. Let's say to do router.js, and then same thing. If I copy this, it's mostly the same part. So if I close these guys, to do controller, user router. If I paste this, we get the same thing. Now here we need some other functions. So I'm going to remove this. We don't need any middleware in here. We don't need this right now. We don't need this either. So what are we going to do? So we are going to say router dot first of all the get request, which will be for like let's say slash to do's. On slash to do's, whenever a get request is made, I want to like fetch all the to do's. So now remember, like before, because we have put in a check, like if you see the to do controller, we have a check that only the owner of the to do can update it. So for that, we need a user middleware again. So yeah, we need the user middleware to check if the correct owner is doing the thing. If someone else does, reject it. So again, the same user middleware. So once we are done with that, we will call the get to dos function. Similarly, we will have the other four functions, one for get to dos, one for post to dos. Like for the same route, the get request and post request are two different routes, two different requests, I mean. So this is get to dos, we'll get the to dos, and here I will say create a to do. For slash to do's post request, I will create a to do. And for put here, I'll say slash to do's and slash I'll give a to do ID, to do ID. Now here, now guys, remember this. This is the function for, let's say this is a put request, right? Put request for the edit to do's function. So I'm going to say this. Now remember, if I open this and show you the edit to do function, in the request.params, we are getting to do ID, right? Now this is a variable name. Now here also it should be to do ID. If I change it to something else, it won't be able to import it. Here it is to do ID. That's why I can name it to do ID. To do ID. So these both things should be same. It's a must. All right. So now similarly, another request is the delete request. And in here we'll say slash to do's. Again, slash to do ID, the same thing, and the user middleware, and then we can just say delete to do. Now what I'm going to say is module.exports router, which is fine and good. So now the stuff is done. We can just now import this router in our index.js file. So in the index.js file, we need one for our this one a to do router as well. So I'm just pasting it. So I will say to do and or let's just comment it. Let's just make it to do's and then here I'll say to do router. All right. Yeah, the spelling is correct and fine. So yeah, we can just call this to do router and it is fine. Let's just do one thing that instead of to do's, let's just make it only slash. So we can just say slash create slash to do slash to do slash to do ID. We can just do that. You don't need to add slash to do. That won't look nice. So I'll just keep it this way. All right. So with this, most of our backend is now done. So yeah, now let's get started with the client part. I'll just hide the server, close these files, and hide all of these, and then we can just start with our cool client. Okay. So coming to the client, let's go back to app.jsx in the source, and we need to do some changes. So as you can see, we have slash register for the register component and slash login for the login component. And what we do next is going to be simple. Now, suppose there is no user and you directly land onto the page where the to-dos are listed. There won't be anything to show, right? So I need to make a check like when you can only reach the dashboard page when the user is logged in. Otherwise, he should be redirected to login page. So for that, I need to do something, right? So let's do that right now. So in here, I want to create a route. All right, what will this contain? So let's close this tag. Now within this route, I want to say I want to have path. Path is going to be just only slash, and in the slash, I'm going to have an element. Now what is this element going to be? Now this element is going to be as something called as a private route. Now what is this private route? Now this component will only pass to the next component when the user is logged in. Now how to implement that, I'm going to teach you, but just a little, just wait a little. So we are just going to say route path home, and if this is valid, if the private route sub like says okay, Then for the same route, I want to show you the home component. That is what I meant to say. So to implement this right now, we don't have those components. So when I save it, I will get an error. So I'm just going to remove it for now. So cool, we are still here. So what I want to do next is create this private route. So if I go to the, if to create a private route, what I will do is, let's simply go to something like, let's create a folder called components first, in which we will store all our components, which are not direct pages, but yeah, which have components. And before we proceed with the rest of the stuff, let's create an authentication layer, like using the use context. Now in the React session, I taught you about use context, right? So to check if the user is logged in, we need to store something in the local storage to see if the user is logged in or not, if he's the right user. Again and again, we need that information, right? And respectively, let's say in all the pages. So what I'm going to do is, let's set up a context for our application. So I'm going to say I'm going to create a folder called context as well. After this context, we can work on the private route, because private route is going to need the context. That is why. Now within this context, we will create a file called auth.jsx. So I will name it auth.jsx. Now if I do this, now we are going to implement it. All right. So here what we are going to do is, let's say, first of all, I want to import a few things. So one of them includes the use state hook, and then I will be needing the use effect hook, and then we'll use the use context hook to create the context, and then obviously the create context. All right, these are the things which we will need. And then along with this, we'll import Axios, because we need to make the security check, the use auth route, remember that thing, for that thing. And then yeah, now let's create a auth provider. So let's say const, we'll say auth provider. The auth provider, this will contain the children. The children means all the components within this auth provider, like the components to which this auth provider encapsulates. All right. So within this, we will use a use state. So the use state will contain something like auth, and it will it will have a function set auth, which will be used to change the state. Then we will simply have the use state. And in this use state, what we are going to have is an object which contains the user data. So initially, the user will be null. Like null means we don't have any user. That is what it means. And along with the user, we will have a token. So right now, initially, we don't have a token. So we are going to say an empty string. All right. And then after token, we have a count. And yeah, we can just set it to 0. All right. So the next thing what we do is, after this use state, now this much part is done for the use state. Now what we do, we set some basic, let's say authorization. Let's set the token. Now you can call it like giving a default configuration to Axios. Default Axios config. You can say something like this. So what we are doing is, we are saying Axios dot defaults dot headers. Now we are setting some headers. Now remember, in the server, when we made a call to, like, let's say if we go to the user router, maybe here in the user middleware as well, we need the data about the user, right? From where does that user came? It doesn't came from the body, it came from the headers authorization, right? So that's what we are setting here. So we'll do common, and in this common, okay, it will be a square brackets, and we'll do authorization. And here we can do it something like this. We'll say auth. If the auth exists, then get its token. Now, what does this question mark exist says? This question mark says that if auth exists, give it token. Otherwise, return none or null, something like that. Okay. Now we have set up the authorization for it. Now we will create a use effect snippet, and in this use effect, it will be default. And in this use effect code, what we are going to say, we are going to get the data from the local storage first. So const data is equals to local storage dot get item we are going to get the auth from the local storage. Now, if there is some data, if there is some data in the local storage, what we are going to say is const parse data. So we'll have parse data. This parse data will be equals to JSON dot parse the data in the local storage. This is what we are doing. And then we set this data to, let's say, set auth. Now what in the set auth, what we are doing is we have the dot dot triple dot auth. Now what this will do is get the previous authentication data, which was previously stored in here, which is user null token this and that. So instead of this, what we are doing is the new data is going to be user, and we'll say parse data dot user. And for the token, we are going to say parse data dot token, and coming to the count, it will be simply 0. All right. So here what we are doing, if the user was logged in somehow previously, if I found some data in the local storage, get that data, parse it and set it and change the auth. Now once this use effect is done, what we are doing is, what we are returning is, what this main component mainly returning is, okay, not like this, we need circular braces. So in here, what we'll do is we'll provide this auth context. We need an auth context. Now this auth context is not directly there, so we'll need to create it. So before this auth provider, let's create the auth context, which with the create context, and then here let's provide, let's create a provider for this. So provider, the value will be the auth and the set auth function as we did previously. So we are going to do value is equals to let's say auth and set auth, and then after this we will have our auth context dot provider. We close this as well. All right, we just need to remove this, and inside this we pass in the children. Cool. Now it does show me some kind of error. I don't know what it is. No corresponding closing tag. Okay, this is a closing tag. No, it's fine. Now for this use auth, we need a certain, let's say you can call something like a custom hook. So we need a custom hook. Now what this custom hook is that I want to create this hook so that I can make changes to this use auth. Okay, so I will simply say const use auth is equivalent to, it is equivalent to our use context. We want to use the context of this auth context which we just created. And then after this custom hook, what we are going to say, we will just simply export our use auth and auth provider, which we can use in other components. All right, now if I hit save, the auth.jsx setup is done. Now, once we have done this, we can now move on to our, you can say, the next step. All right. Now, what I want to do is within this components folder, let's create one folder for authentication components as well. So I don't want to mix the components which I'm going to use for authentication with other components. So I will create a separate folder for authentication components. Now in this auth, I will create a new file, two files. Let's say private.jsx. This is a private component. And within this, what we are going to say is we will be needing some stuff again. So let's just import them first. So we'll say import the same thing, the use effect snippet and the use state snippets. These are the two things we need from React. And then we will import our use auth, the context which we just created. So we'll say import. I'm going to say use auth from dot dot slash context slash auth, and then we will import something called as an you can say outlet from React router down, which provides acts like an outlet to like pass in to the next state if the data is correct, something like that. we can say import, and here let's say outlet. So we got the outlet. Now after this outlet, what we'll do is we'll say we'll import Axios again. So let's say Axios from Axios. Now after Axios, what will we need? We'll need nothing else. But now this is okay. So what we are going to say is export. We're going to say export, and then we need a default function. Now, if we say export default function, it will be the default function which will be exporting. We don't need to write modular exports or anything else. So we can simply write this private route. Now, for this private route, what are we going to say? We are going to say use a use state snippet. Now, in this, we will have something like an OK, and then we can just in the initial place we'll have like false. If it's okay, we'll set it to true, and let's make it capital. Cool. This much part is done. Now one we will use the use auth hook as well, which is our custom hook. So here what we'll say is const. We will have our auth and our use auth, set auth function, and this will be equivalent to the use auth which we imported. And cool. Now after this, we'll use the use effect hook to check. So let me use a snippet directly, and here we just need each time the token of the site, if the token of the authentication changes, refresh this. Check again if this is the correct user or not. So that is what I'm saying. Each time the author token changes, do something, refresh the data, like get the new data. You can say something like that. So now what I'm going to do is create a function called const auth check. Now this will check if the authentication is correct or not. So this is going to be an async function usually because we are involving API calls. So now in here, what we are going to say const response is equals to await axios dot get. Now in this get request, we will pass in our API URL, you can say. Now guys, before we do this, I want to teach you something else as well. To like actually for open source applications, you don't provide your backend URLs as well. So it is something you should keep a little private. So what we do is in the source folder, you can also do it in the source folder, or we can say it's something like you can, yeah, in the source folder itself, you should create something called as a env file. So let's do it in this client itself. So yeah, so we'll say .env file here as well. Now in this env, we'll say server URI maybe. So yeah, let's name it simply, let's say API. Now this API will be equals to our background URL. So I'm just going to copy this. And once I copy this much, I'll just paste it here and I'll save it. Now in the private.jsx, instead of doing like entering the entire URL here, what I will do is I'll use format strings. So I'll use backticks and then the dollar sign. Within this, we will simply say, now because we are using white.js, so here we have something different. So instead of dot directly API, you can't use the environment variables like this. You have to use white and then underscore. Now make sure this white is in caps lock, so everything capital. This is how you define environment variables in white.js. Now if I hit save, this should be fine. So here we do import dot meta dot env and then dot white API, you can say. Now we got this import dot meta dot env dot white API. Now after this what we do is we say /user auth. All right, it has to be lowercase. So /user auth. Now this much part is done. Now once we make the request to this, we got a response. Now we'll say if the response dot data dot, if it is okay, if the response dot data dot is okay, set okay to true. But if it is not, If it is not, we are going to say set OK to false. And then we will say some error. Alert response dot data dot message. Now we have done some basic stuff, and after this function, we need to call it as well, right? We haven't called it, right? So we'll say if auth exists and we get its token. If its token exists, we will simply call the auth check function. That's it. Now, after this much part is done, what we are going to do is after this use effect, we need to have a return, right? So we'll say return. So if OK is true, if it is OK, return the outlet, like go for the next step. But if it is not, show me something like a loader. I want to show a loader, like it is loading, it is searching for the user. So let's create a component for that as well. So I'll call it spinner for now, and let's make the spinner component. So in this auth, let's create something called as spinner.jsx. Now in the spinner.jsx, it's just a simple loader. So we'll just say RFCE, we created the spinner. So now in here, I'll create something like a use state to create a counter. Right. So let's say use state snippet. So this will be count, and initial value is going to be 4. Like we are going to create a counter. That is all. So let's make it t. Cool. Now after this, we need to use the navigate function from React Router DOM. So I'll say const. Now this navigate function is used to navigate to different routes without using the link tag. All right. So that is why we use this use navigate hook. And then we again use the use effect snippet, and I forgot to import this use state. Cool. Now if we remove this and this use effect, and coming to this use effect, this should reload each time the count is changed, and each time we call if the navigate is changed. So in this use effect, what we do is we create an interval. We create an interval. We say const interval is equals to set interval. Now this is a JavaScript function again, which you can assume it like which creates a function call run over a certain interval of time which you can provide. So I'm going to say set count is going to be we take its previous value, and after we take its previous value, we'll just decrement it. So we'll say minus minus previous value. This should be fine enough. And yeah, we are decrementing it, and decrement it for what? Like every 1 second, I want to decrement it, like every 1000 milliseconds. Now this is the milliseconds. All right. So after this, what we do, if the count double equals to 0, if it is 0, then and only then navigate to slash login, which means navigate to slash login means if the count becomes 0, then simply navigate to slash login. If nothing happens, simply we're just going to do return clear interval. We'll just simply clearing the interval. So clear interval, and then we pass in that variable, which will simply clear the interval from here. Now what we are going to do next is in this return, in the JSX part, we will use the basic things. Now you will use this when you don't have a div tag. If you are using div tag, you can just simply remove this. All right. So let's just remove it for now. In this div, let's create a p, and in this p we'll give in some text like login or register. And then we can say something like another p, let's give it, let's say to start using the to-do app, to start using the to-do app. And after this, what we will say, let's give it an h1. In this h1, we'll say login or register to start using to-do app. Then we can say something like redirecting in this seconds. Now this I will put it inside a strong element. Now the strong will convert this text to bold, So yeah, this must be fine. Now we can just provide in some stylings. So let's just save it for now. Save it till here. And let's go to the private route. We can apply the stylings later on. Let's go to the private route. This is the spinner. Let's import it. Fine. If we hit save, this is fine. Now the next job is if we go to our app.jsx, here we can just do this. Let's create a home component for now. Pages. If we go here, let's say home.jsx, and if we say rfce, this is the home, just the basic home for now. So this is the home. We can uncomment this private route. Let's import it, and then the home. Let's import it. This much is done. So if I remove this, so right now we see some error in private.jsx in line 9. So we see some error in here. All right. So guys, the error is because of this. Instead of here in auth.jsx in the context folder, here instead of this curly braces, we need square braces. So yeah, if we hit save, and now it should be fine. Now it's saying use effect is not defined in the spinner. So if we go to spinner, let's get this. And you can see this spinner login register to start using, and we are redirected to login page. So, but before this, in the main.jsx, we need to do something this. We need to wrap the auth provider over the entire application. So if we don't do this, we will see error. See, we will see this error. User is not a function or its return value is not iterable. So to get rid of this, we should import auth provider in the main.jsx as well. That's when it will work. All right. You have to wrap your entire browser router in the auth provider. Now, if we hit save, now this much part is done. You can see now login register to start using the to-do app. Now, once the timer is done, we redirect to the login page. Now, let's just quickly style our spinner and then we can move on to the next stuff. So to style the spinner, let's just come here. It's just some basic styling. So for the div, let's give it a class name. Let's say h screen, and the width, let's give it a screen, and then let's just make it flex, and then let's just make it something like justify center, and then item center, and then we can just simply give flex call because I want everything to be in column wise direction. And for this p tag, let's make it something like text 3xl, bigger text, and then let's make the font to be bold, and then let's get a margin bottom of, let's say, 1 to something like that, small margin bottom. And once we are done this, to start using the to-do app, we will see we don't need any setting, I guess. So we'll, in this h1 redirecting, what we're going to make, we are going to make its text too small, and then margin top to 3. Now, if I hit save, you should see the styling to be proper. Right, enter, you see login register to start using it. It's in the center, which is decently nice. So now that part is done. Now let's go to the login component and just style the login component now. First of all, let's close all of these. So once we are done with this login component and all, so let's go to login.jsx and in here make the changes we need. So first of all, before proceeding with this, we need to make some minor changes. Like we are using in this application, we are going to use something called as a React Toastify. So if I show you their website, React Toastify, it's like a package for notifications. If you see this, we have something like this. So we can see notifications something like this if we use React Toastify. So to use it, we are going to use this package. You can go to their installation and use this. And these are their example. This is the example, I guess. It's running. So you can just check this website later on. But for now, we are just going to use this React.js. How to use it, I'm going to tell you. It's not much. It is very simple. So let's just implement that real quick in RBS code. So first, instead of login, let's complete the implementation in other files. So if we go to like, let's say, let's go to app.jsx. In app.jsx, we need to like similar to other wrappers. This also works something like a wrapper. The React Toastify. So first of all, let's just quickly install it in our client. So here, let's come. Okay, cool. CLS, let's just do npm I, and then we can say React Toastify. I'm typing router. So let's just say Toastify. This is the spelling. So yeah, if I hit enter, it will install itself. Now, if we come here, just give me a second, React Toastify. Now, along with this, in the installation, we also need to import something, the style sheet of this. So just type this in. So first of all, let's import the toast container. So I'll say import, and then we are going to import the toast container from React Toastify. Once you import that, we need a style sheet as well. You can see this one. Import React Toastify slash this slash React Toastify.css. Just type it as it is, or you can find it in the documentation as well. I should see it somewhere here. So just give me a second. Mhm. So if you go to examples, maybe. All right. If we go here, you see these kind of notifications they give us like this. All right, I can't find it right now. I will, if I find anything, I will link it in description. But for now, I want you to just simply copy paste this thing. All right, this thing. Okay, I'll just start a comment here. Let's copy paste this line. Cool. After this, what we do is in here, what we can simply do is ins and envelop this entire routes, or you can also say it like we don't need to envelop it actually. We can just simply say toast container and then slash. Just define it before everything else. This will also do the job. So if I hit save, now we can use this toast container anywhere. For example, let us go to register.jsx. Okay, instead of this alert messages, I will give you something like something similar. All right. So instead of this alert messages, we can give a toastify message. So for that, what we are going to do is we are first of all supposed to import that toastify, import a toast. So I'll say import toast from React Toastify. And here, what we say is mm, response data.success, right? So once we get data.success, instead of an alert, we can do something like this. We can say toast dot success and then response to data.message. If I show you an example of this, we come here, hit refresh, login, register. Let's create a new name. Let's say Asta. Now Asta is a character from Black Clover. It's also an anime. And then this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. If I click on register, you'll see user created successfully. This notification thing is what React Toastify does. So does our job simpler. Like we don't need to create our own notification styling and all. React Toastify package provides us the default styling, which is pretty cool in itself. Now, before we go ahead, there are some changes which we actually need to do in register. Like once the user register, I want to directly set the authentication, not the, I simply want like if the user is registered now, automatically log in him with the same credentials, right? So yeah, so what we're going to say is just for toast.success this, and if it's a success, what we are going to do is we'll set the authentication as well. Now remember, we can just set the auth. First of all, we need to import it, I guess. Yes, obviously we need to import it. So in here, we will also get the navigate from React router doc. So let's say use navigate. Let's import it. It's automatically imported. Cool. And then we'll say const auth, comma, set auth is equals to the use auth from the context API. Now this is done. In here, well, what we will do is we'll say set auth. In set auth, what we'll say the previous state auth, and instead of the previous state, what we are updating it, we'll saying the user is equals to response.data.user. Remember, we were returning the user as well in the backend. So that is, this is what we, this is where we are using it. And then we'll say response.data.token. Simple. We get this. Now, once we set the auth, what we are going to say is simply we are going to set that into the local storage. So local storage dot set item. We will set the auth as JSON dot stringify. In this stringify, we'll pass in this response dot data. We'll give the entire data as stringify. All right. Once we are done with this, we'll navigate back to slash login. All right. If we meet an error instead of an alert, I would like to say toast dot error. Now for success, it will give green. For error, it will give red boxes. All right. Here we can do response dot data dot message. And instead of console log in here, in catch as well, we can say toast dot error and then error dot message. We can get toast dot error. We can give something like, or we can just simply say here, okay, let's just leave it to error dot message. This should be decently fine. And now, yeah, we don't have any errors. So if we find in some user, let's say Itachi is already there. So I will say Itachi at the rate gmail.com, and let's give the password. If we hit register, nothing happens. The user is not being registered because of, you can say something. Okay, let me just check. We should get an error, at least this, because it's not a success. Let's try logging it in. Log error occurred. So let me see if there is an error in here. No error. We should see if it is working at least fine. So let's say Itachi2 and then Itachi2 at the rate gmail.com. If I click on register, you see user registered successfully. I can log in. Okay, this much part is working cool. But if the user already exists, I am just not able to see his data. That is what is happening. So if we go to the server once and check out how that function is operating, I think we can do some stuff. If it's an existing user, success false, and we are returning this message, right? Okay, success is false, which means uh, response.data.success is false. So we should see this success dot. Okay, that's the thing. Here we have response.send. Now if I hit save, user already exists. Now you can see the errors. User already exists. This is the error which we should get, and now we are getting it. This thing. That was the error which we were previously not getting. So now it is fine. So now we are done with the register. Now similar to what we did previously, we can also do the same thing here. We can remove this. We can put this in backticks and then paste it in here and then use the dollar symbol to import the URL from the .env file. So what we are simply saying is import .meta.env dot caps lock white underscore API. Now this should be cool. Now that's it. Now the register function is complete and we are good to go for the next step. Now after register, we will go to login as usual. So in the login also, we will have something similar, right? So what I'm going to use is a use state hook. My bad. Use state snippet. And in here, we will have an email set email, and initially it is going to be empty. And then similarly, we are going to have a password. And instead of set email, we will have set password. That's it. After this, we will also need the auth. So we'll simply say const auth comma set auth is equals to use auth. Okay, it's not auto importing. So let's just import it ourselves. Import use auth from context API, and then we also need Axios. So import Axios from Axios, and once you do this much, we also need the navigate function. So const navigate is equals to use navigate. This use navigate is from React router. So yeah, we need to import it again because of like if you open up too many applications like this and using the computer for the long time, VS Code cannot suggest very quickly. So yeah, you have to sometimes do that, and it's pain. Yeah. So we are done with this much job, and the next thing is going to be a form function. But before making the form function, let's create the basic form first, right? So similar to the basic register styling, we are going to copy similar styling. So let's just get this div. I guess this will be almost similar. So instead of this, we can just paste that div, and after that, we can do slash div. Hit save. And now inside of this div, we will create a form. All right, I see some error here. They are telling me that there is some error. I don't know where that might be. So if we come here, go to problems. All right, the file is in the program because this. All right, here it is telling me there is some issue in here. So let's just import it back again. Hit save, and that should be fine. Now in here, let's copy this form and the register function as well. Register heading as well. So yeah, form, and after this, we'll just say slash form. And instead of register, we will have login, hit save. And for now, let's comment this line. And if I come here, slash login, we see it. Now this much part is done. Now what do we do next is we need to input elements. We need to input elements, that is all. So to add those input elements, we can just simply create a div. And inside this, in the register function, we have the email and password. Let's get them back again, and the button as well. Copy this inside this div. Let's paste them. And if you see, we have them like this, right? So now what we do is, um, things are quite fine. So this looks something like this now. And to bring them in here, let's just remove this div from here and let's paste it here so that they are aligned properly. And for this input as well, I will put it inside another div. So let's say div paste, and if I hit save, it's formatted. Now you can see it is pretty decent. Now, similar to that, we instead of this register, we will have login. That's it. And after this form tag, we will have a break tag. And if I can just copy it from here, this P, I can copy it and just paste it here. Instead of slash login, we'll go to slash register. And here we can type in like don't have an account. Don't have an account, go to the register page. We'll say register. If we hit save, okay, some error, link is not defined. Okay, we have to import it. Link imported. Now we see it. If we go to register, we can go to login without refreshing. Now this is set. Now let's write the handle submit function. All right, similar to the one we did in the register, like this. All right. So what we are going to do is here write a function. Let's say const handle submit. This should be fine, and then async. Now, guys, I know this video is getting quite long because it's a full stack project, and full stack projects take some time. So yeah, we have to go through it when we are learning. So we are just going to say prevent default, and then once we do this, what are we going to do next is simple, the try block. And inside this try block, what we are going to say is we are going to get a response. So count response is equals to await and then axios dot, this is the post request, axios dot post, then backticks, and we'll just say dollar sign and then this import dot meta dot env dot white API as usual, and then slash user slash login. And then here what we are going to do is we are going to pass in the email and the password in the body. Now once we pass that, what is the next step we do? Oh, this part is done. Now in the next step what we do is we'll check if we got the response. If we got the response and response dot data is a success, if it is a success, my spelling mistake. If it's a success, we'll send in a message. Post dot success, response dot data dot message, and then we will change set the auth. Now in here we will set auth user is equals to response dot data dot user, token is equals to response dot data dot token. The same thing. And then after the set auth, we'll set the local storage dot set item auth json dot stringify response dot data. The same thing. And then we'll navigate to the dashboard. So the dashboard is the home page, so which is at slash. That's it. Now if statement doesn't work, we'll go to the else and we'll say toast dot error, and in this error we'll say response dot data dot message. And if this doesn't work, we will go to the catch block. The catch will catch an error and we'll say toast dot error, error dot message. And let's also log the error for our safety. That's it. Now we are good to go for the login page as well. Now let's try logging in. All right. Let's try logging in some account. So this is login. What I'm going to say is I had an account with my name ashish@gmail.com, right? And I remember my password. Okay, set password is not defined, my bad. In here we need to change them. Set email, password, set here. It is defined. All right, spelling mistake. Now it should be fine. And here we need to call the handle submit. Okay, cool. Anything else? Are we missing anything else? So no, everything else is fine. So email, let's refresh this page. Try typing in. Cool. We'll say Ashish at the rate gmail.com and then we will say password. So we got an invalid password. My bad. Let's try with another account. So guys, I think I mistyped the password previously. So right now, let me just clear the console for now. I tried it with another account, it worked. So yeah, let me just clear the local storage once. And now if we go to the application and see, nothing is here. So once I'll do like, well, let's do with Naruto at the rate gmail.com. And if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then hit login, you'll see, we'll see something, user logged in successfully. You'll see this user login successfully true, and we got the token and the user data as well. Now that is cool, right? So now what we can do, even if we refresh the page, you can see this data is still here. So that much part is cool enough. So here, once I log in, I was seeing some alert. So I need to remove that alert. Where is that alert? I don't know. So I think it's in here. Like if we go to the context here or in the private.jsx, I guess. Yeah, here it is. Response.shitter.message. So we can just remove that and it should be fine. Now, in place of this, what we can put in is something like, let's give in an error. Like this is set okay to be false, right? So we can do something like toast. We imported the toast as well. Toast.error is equals to response.data.message. Now, if we have an error, it will do this. Okay. So initially it is saying that we are having an error. That means, so let's try again. Let's see what it says. Naruto at the rate gmail.com. And then I'm entering the password. We see login. You'll see invalid token. It is saying that we are getting an invalid token. So if I go to the dashboard again, it is not able to match the token correctly. I think we should land to the default home screen, this one, but we are not. So there is some mistake and let me just check it out. So guys, as you saw, we were getting the error of invalid token, right? So if we see the backend in the auth middleware, it is error which is coming here, which says catch error, right? So this is where invalid token is coming from. So I see this is authorization. And I remember, if I'm right, we should go to the client and here, I guess, yeah, instead of this capital A, let's make it smaller. And if it's saved, I think this should work this time. So again, invalid token. Let's try it again. Let's try it once more. So I'll just say nato at the rate gmail.com and user is logging in, but I'm getting invalid token again and again and again. So I need to check the error again. So guys, I found the error. So the error was in like in the author email. Instead of headers, I had written previously header. So it's headers. Remember, it's headers. And coming to user router, if I do this again, I'm getting another error because see, in private.jsx we are saying response.data.ok, but in user router there I'm not writing any okay. So I'm going to make it like okay is equals to true, and then do this. And now this should work. Now if I hit save and try it again, and you see now we see the home, right? Now for this, now see, debugging is quite simple. You just need to know the concepts and how things work. So I didn't do any ChatGPT or Google to find this debug. I was just going through my error messages and where did I write code for that error. That is all I did. And it took me like hardly 5 minutes to do that. And yeah, that is how it works. All right. So now with this, we have set up Now this is like fine. Now this is working. Now we need to play with the home, the to-dos, and those routes to actually set up the to-do things, to-do calls, and all that, right? So let's close all this for now. So yeah. So guys, I was just wanted to tell you that if there are any errors, don't panic out, right? You can just read out the errors and you can just figure out from where there might could be think. If thinking does most of the job. If it still doesn't work, you're still worried, just go to ChatGPT, paste in your error, see. So yeah, that is how. Now to trace back an error, what you simply do is you see the error message. There is given like in which file the error is, in which line the error is. Trace back right from there. That's how you do debugging, which works like almost every time. It works for me, so it will do for you as well. Simple as that. So now let's go to home.jsx and start writing code for this. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, in this home function, we are going to have some use states. So the first use state will be for to-dos, right? So yeah, let's use a use state snippet, which is an array. Like it will store the all the to-dos which we have. So here I'll make something like to-dos, and here I'll make something like set to-dos, right? Cool. And again, the same thing, the auth we will have. So yeah, I'm saving it till here, and then let's just say const auth comma set auth. This is equivalent to use auth. Cool. Now we have to import it as well. Again, I'm not getting a suggestion, so I'm going to the register. I'm just going to copy. All right, this is fine. Now the next thing is we need something like a loading state. Like if the to-dos are still loading, we need to show something like it's loading or something, right? So for that, so we'll use another use state snippet, and in here we'll say loadings. And if it's and after that, what we are going to say here, initially the loading is going to be true. If the data loads, we'll set it to false. Let's make it capital L, right? Now here, let's define a function which can fetch us to-dos, like the get request, right? So what we are going to say is const fetch to-dos. This is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. And then here what we are going to do is again the try block. In this we'll have the response. Okay, I forgot to make it const response, and then we await for Axios. We import Axios, and then we say dot get, and then we say write API slash to do's. And then in here, what we are going to say is we are going to pass in our headers, which will pass in our user data. So in here, what we'll do, remember authorization, right? So we are going to say authorization. Oh, my bad, spelling mistake. Instead of this bearer thing, we just need to pass this author token. That should be fine for us. So let's just remove this and this as well, because we only need to pass author token, and we have passed in our headers as well. Now once we are done with this, what we are going to do is we'll say if response.data.success, we'll say set to-dos to response.data.todos. We get the to-dos from the data and we set it in this use state. All right, and then we'll say set loading to false because the data is loaded for now, right? And if this is not the case, we'll say toast.error, and what the error is, response.data.message. If we get some kind of, you see, if, all right, toast.error, fine. All right, I'm missing something. So if I go to this bucket, all right, we need to get that here, and now it's fine. Cool. So now after this strike block, we need a catch block as well. So catch error, toast.error, error.message, that is it. After this catch block, we need to close the function as well. And I think we are good to go. Now the fetch to function is fine. Now we call this fetch function. Now guess what? We are going to call it the use effect because we want the data to be loaded each time, right? Whenever this component, this home page is open. So we'll say auth.count. Each time the count changes, it's implemented like we are fetching it again and again. I want to refresh it every time I'm going to change the auth count. Set to-dos, we'll say set to-dos initially to empty, and then we are going to say fetch to-dos, which will fetch it again and reset it, right? So that is what we are saying. Now, before we go ahead, let's import use effect. Now it's imported, cool. Now in this home, we need a div, obviously. Now in this div, we will have an h1, which will give us a heading. Let's say to do app. We see here, we see to do app. And in here, after this to do app, we need a input element for, let's create different components for each of the section, for loader, for to do adder, for the list and everything else, right? So before that, let's just simply style this. So I'm just going to say class name, my bad. Class name is going to be equals to flex and then flex call. And then I'm going to say items to be at the center and then justify to be at the center. And we'll give it a minimum height of screen. It can be more height, but the minimum height is the screen. Space dash y dash. I'm going to give it a y spacing, the vertical spacing to be of 3 and the padding to be of 5. All right. And for the h1, we'll give some styling as well. For the class name, we are going to make it like text 3XL, and then we are going to make it like font. I'm going to make it like extra bold, and then we are going to give it like tracking wider. Now, tracking wider is used for letter spacing, the gap between each letters. All right. That is what we use it. Now, if we see here, to do app is in the center. Now we need to add other components as well. Now in the components folder, I am going to add multiple components. One is for to-do adder, which is an input element. Let's just go and implement that. All right. So I'm going into the components, and in here I'll create a new file called to-do adder.jsx. And let's just simply do rfce. And in this, we can just code our stuff. All right. We build this to do adder. Now in this to do adder, also we need to do some stuff. So first of all, let's do the basic things we need. Now, when you are adding a to do, you need a title and a button to add it, right? So as you need a title, we'll use a use state hook for the title. So title, and then here, initially it is going to be empty, and let's just make this the capital. Cool, this is done. And then we get the auth again. We get the auth, and then we also import the auth. So I'm just importing it from here. Register is not in the same folder, so we can't do that. So now fine. Now after this, we also need to import Axios, and this much part is done, guys. Now what we do next is we create an input, a form and stuff. So in this step, what we are going to do is let's create a form. Let's do this action. Now, if you are ever wondering what is this action? Now, these actions were used when we do backend using PHP. Whenever this form is submitted, we make a function call to that PHP, something like that. That is how it works. But for now, we don't actually need it. So yeah, we're going to say class name, and we'll say flex is equals to space x3, and then on submit, we will call the like handle submit function. So on submit, I will simply say handle submit. Right now the function isn't defined, so I'm going to remove it. Now inside this form, what we are going to have is simply an input element. Input type text. The type is text, and the value is going to be the title which we had. And on change, what we are going to do is e, and then we will say set title to e dot target dot value. After this, we will give it a type text. Okay, it's already type text. So nothing to change. And then placeholder is going to be something like any new tasks. So I'll do something like this. And after that, let's put in a class name, and the class name, let's give it like border radius of like full, like 50%, padding 3, and then outline to be none. After the outline is none, let's give it a shadow of medium, and then reading of 12. All right, this should do the job. And then let's make it required. You can't add a task without the title. So that is what I'm doing. Now in this form, you also have a button. The button type is going to be submit. And after this, we'll have a class name for it as well. But before we add a class name, I want to get an icon instead of a something. So I'm going to do for MUI material icons. So these are icons which you can use in your React application. So to import them, you need to do this, install these. So I'm just going to copy this line and then come here, go to my client terminal. It is here, right? So I'm just going to paste it, hit enter, it will auto install it. And you can just search the icon here. I want the add icon, this one. So I can just click on it and I can copy it. I can paste it here. And in this button, I will use this add icon. It's as simple as that. That's how you can use icons. Now, Material UI provides more stuff than just an icons. If you can see something like all components, it provides you things like these. You can automatically use them. Now, Material UI is a cool library. Whenever you are building projects or something, go to this site and see once. Like they provide us UI components, style components, a lot of stuff. If I include this entire thing in this video, it's gonna be like a lot. So yeah, this is not the right time to learn MUI, but yeah, the basic thing I taught you how to use icons from it. That is pretty useful and pretty good. Now we'll just style it. Let's give it a BG of blue, let's say 400. And then let's just make the text to white. This will change the color of this plus icon to white. And then let's just say rounded to full. And then the height is going to be 12. And let's just give the width to be 12. And then shadow to be medium. And then let's say transition all. And whenever I hover over that icon, I want to change the background to BG blue 500, a little darker. So here after hover, we need a colon. If I hit save now, go to here. I haven't added the component yet. So yeah, this is the component. If we go to home.jsx, I can add the component now. So I'll do something like to adder. Okay, I'm not getting suggestion. Yeah, I got it. So if I do this, I got some error, I guess. Reference error, use state is not defined. So we need to define it. Cool. Anything else? So yeah, you can see this input, this plus icon when I hover over it. We see this, right? If I refresh, there are no errors. Now what is the next thing? We need to define our function. It's as simple as that. The handle submit function, right? So what we are going to do is const handle submit. It's an asynchronous function, and in this function we'll equals to e.prevent defaults. And after this, what we are going to do is try. And in this try, we'll say const response is equals to await for Axios dot, because it's a post request, because we are posting data to the database. It's a post request, right? We defined it previously. So yeah, the same thing. We just get this, copy till here, paste it, and then we say slash to-dos. And then we pass in the body, we pass in the title, And remember, we also had a description in the model. I haven't created any field, but if you want, you can create it. So initially it is empty. I'm setting it to empty. And then let's also provide it with some headers. So headers is going to be authorization. Authorization is going to be author.token. Now this is fine. Now this is the response. This is the headers. Find this. After this, what we are going to do is we'll say if response.data dot success, if we get a success, in that case, what we are going to do is we'll say set the authentication simple to dot dot dot, and we are just incrementing the count because we have added a new thing. So I want you to reload the entire data, right? That is what we are doing. Once we have added this, we are going to do something like set auth. I mean, not set auth. We will say set title to be an empty. Now you might be wondering why we are doing auth dot plus one here. Now, if you see here in this home, I'm calling the fetch to-dos whenever the auth.count is changing. So whenever a to-do is added, it means the to-do list is updated, right? So I'm just simply refreshing all the to-dos I have. Now this is not a very optimized way, but yeah, it works for this case, right? What would be the optimized case? To create a list and we can just simply update the database later on. But for now, I'll just directly add it into the UI. That would be the optimized way. But for now, this works. So let's keep it that because I want to create a simple application. So that's why. So we have the set title. And after this, what we are going to do is we'll say else. In this else, we'll simply say toast.error. And in this error, responsible data.message. And then we will have our catch block as usual. Catch error. And then we are going to say toast.error, error.message. Now we are good to go. Now we can add tasks for users with this, I think. So right now we are on naruto@gmail.com, right? Let's try adding something. So I will say something like task one and click on plus. Axios is not defined, my bad. Let's say Axios. Now it's defined. Let's click on plus now. It's gone. I think the task should have been added. We should see the task here. If I try refreshing this data, so I hope it works fine. And yeah, you can see the to-dos is updated. Here is an object ID. Now, if I go to the to-dos, you will see task one. Now, guys, it's working cool. Now, yeah, now we have created a to-do header. What's the next thing? Now we need something like to-dos, something to show the to-dos, right? So let's create another component, new file called todos.jsx. Now this will show us a list of to-dos, that's all. So here what we are going to do is let's say RFCE and this is it. In this what we are going to do is it will get the list of to-dos or you can say the array which we can just map and show the to-dos. So inside this divs what we are going to do is we'll say to-dos.map get each to-do, let's say e comma index, get the element and its index. So now in this element what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in another component called as to do card. Now we haven't defined it yet. We have to. Now as I told you, whenever we use the map, we need to pass in something as a key to the child component, right? So let's make it capital C and then let's pass in a key. The key will be index itself, the I, and the data is going to be E, the data about the to do. All right. Now this is fine. Now let's create another component called the to do card. So let's say to do card.jsx, hit save, rfce, hit save, and we can just import it here, to do card, and this is done. In this to do card, we need to create a UI to show the card actually, which will contain a few more icons. And yeah, and after that, we will just have a edit box, which will give us a box to edit the data about the to do, and will our most of our job is done. So in the to do card, what I'm going to do is uh let's go in this. What we are simply going to do is let's remove this for now. So we will first get the data in the to do card, right? We were taking data as input as a property, so we got that. Now we will use a use state for this data. The use state snippet, and this is going to be data. And initially I'm setting, let's call this as to do data instead. And initially I'm setting this data to be the data which we are getting. Let's make this set to do data, and then we get the auth. Let's get the auth. So here we can get the auth, and let's just import this auth from the context. Cool, we are done with this much stuff. And then we will create one for the edit box as well, one use state for the edit box as well. This use state is to whether I show the edit box or not. That is why we are going to use this. So edit box, set edit box, and initially this is going to be false, obviously. Show it when I click on a button. That's what I want to do, right? Now what I'm going to do is here I will have all my data. So first of all, let's give it some styling. So let's say class name, margin of 3, shadow of medium, and then rounded of medium, and then let's give it a minimum width of, let's say, 300 pixels. This will be the container of the card, and then I'll say div. All right, this is the div. So inside this div, I want to give specific stylings. Now initially let's do something like inside this div, let's create another div. Let's keep it simple for now. There is something I need to do with this div, but let's do that later on. So in here for this div, let's give it a class name of, let's say, flex, and then justify between, and then items to the center, right? And in this I will give an h2 which will contain the title, and say data dot title. All right. Now for this h2 also I will give some class name. So I'm going to say font semi bold, and then text is going to be large, and then I'm going to say the cursor is going to be pointer. All right, this will change the cursor. Okay, whenever I click on the title, I want to be able to edit the, so I'll say set edit box to true. All right, not like this. We need to say on click, we'll say set edit box. I just need to make it true. So yeah, this is fine. Cool. Now after this h2, now for now let's do something. Let's save it till here and see if we have something. So in the home we have to do adder, and after this to do adder we need to see our data, right? So what we are going to do is if we go if in the home.jsx, let's try seeing it. Let's try seeing the data. So I'm going to say, first of all, let's quickly create a loader because we need to see a loader if the data is not loaded yet, right? So to create a loader, what you can do is we can again use MUI. So in the components, let's create a new file called as loader.jsx, And in here, what we are going to do is RFCE. And if you go to MUI and search for something like loader or progress bar, we can go for circular progress. And I want this to be my loader, so I can just come here and to actually get it, what you can do is click on expand code. We need to import this guy, copy this, paste it here, circular progress, and here what I'm going to do is let's give it a class name so that it can take the entire width and height of the screen. So I'll say width full, height is going to be full as well, display is going to be flex, justify to the center, and then items to the center, and then padding y to be 3, right? Inside this div, I can pass in the circular progress, and our loader is ready. Now, for the home, we can just show the loader whenever the loading state is set to be true. So what we will do here is we'll say if loading is true, then and only then show loader, else do nothing. Okay, and we'll say if to-dos dot length, if there is some to-dos, let's say greater than equals to 1, if to-dos dot length is greater than equals to 1, then and only then show me the to-dos, I mean the component. We need to import that, the to-dos component. So I'm not getting a suggestion right now. So what we are going to do is import to-dos from components to-dos. So here we will pass in the to-dos list. So I'm going to say to-dos equals to to-dos. That's it. Now if we see here, this thing we have been passed. Cool. Now after this, what we are going to do is if we don't have any to-dos, I want to show some text like add task to see them, something like that. So let's say to-dos dot length. If to-dos dot length is double equals to 0, if there is no to-do, then and only then do what? Show me h3 with a class name of, let's say, text sm, and opacity to be 80%, and this will contain something like add tasks to see them here. This should be good enough. And if I hit save, come here, if I refresh, there is some error, loader is not defined. All right, now it should be fine. Now guys, you see, we for a few seconds we see the loader, right? So if I add in some data, let's say hello, I should see something, but I don't know why, but I can't actually see anything. So in to do card, let's say in the todos.jsx, we are showing this. In the home, we are showing the todos component. Here, if I give something like an h1, hello world, I should see this. Yeah, you are seeing the hello world, right? So for the to-dos, if I say log console.log to-dos, it's okay. Circular progress to-do adder. To-do adder is working fine, it's doing its job. We just need to see something here. Let's do one thing. Let's search one. So task one dot I'll type in. So as you can see, this is not loading up. This to do card is not loading up. That is what the error is. We can't see any to dos, right? Let's try logging this to-dos to see if we have any to-dos first of all. So yeah, we have a to-do. One saying task one and the other one saying hello. We have some to-dos. So if I hide this, we should see this data, right? To-do card, but we are not seeing this. For now, let me just comment this all. And instead of this, let me just put in an H1 and I'll just say hello. So guys, here the error is simply because of the bracket. So yeah, if I can just remove this. Now remember, whenever you are adding some JSX, you need to have them in circular bracket. Circular bracket means we are returning some value. Now if I save it, we should see them here. So error use state is not defined. We can remove this and hit save, and here we need the use state, right? So if I hit enter, it's not important, and you see hello, right? Now if I can remove this hello, and then let's just uncomment all this, and let's just remove this task as well, and it should work fine. Now you can see task one and hello. These were our tasks, right? So that is how it works. So yeah, small minor mistakes again and again. This keeps on happening. This will happen. We can't do anything about that. So yeah, after this, what we do, we had this h2 in which we showed our data.title. Now after this, after this h2, let's create another div which will contain our options. So I'll say div, and inside this div, I will have a checkbox. Now we will consider a checkbox from Material UI itself. So what I'm going to do is let's go to MUI and search here for, let's say, checkbox. And if you come here, click on it, come here, we will just simply get this one. All right. So import checkbox from this, copy paste it. Now this checkbox will show us whether it is marked completed or not. All right. So here we'll say checkbox, and after here, what we are simply going to do is this. If I hit save and see here, you'll see a checkbox. Now currently this is doing nothing. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to give it a state, whether it is checked or not. So I'm going to say check, and this will be equivalent to the value of to do data dot completed. Now if I hit save, it would be like empty because to do data is currently not that. So here you can say component is changing on code. You can just ignore this error, it doesn't matter. So yeah, just a basic warning it is. So yeah, because we are getting it state directly based on this because it's a use state. That's why. That's a basic like warning kind of thing. So in this, what we are do is on change, we will simply call the function, and here we will create a function like which with the name handle input change. We are changing the completed state, and the state will be set to like whatever the to do data is dot completed status. If it is true, change it to false. If it is false, change it to true. That is what this is doing. Right now we don't have that function, so I am going to comment it, and let's write that function first. So this is the to do data, right? So what we are going to create is a function which is like a handler for input changes. So you can do something like this, and after this what I'm going to say is const handle input changes. Let's make it s, or let it be just like this. It's fine either way. Then it will take a field as a parameter, a field and the value, right? So what we do is it's an arrow function. So we have to put in arrows. Fine. After this, what we'll say is set to do data. It will take the previous state. It will take the previous state, and what we are doing is we are giving is the new state. We have the triple dot previous state. After this, we are changing the field and setting its value to be this new value. That is it. IELD, that's the spelling, and it's saved. Now this handle input change function is done. So now we have this on change function totally fine. If I hit save, refresh, now you can see it is working cool, right? Now after this checkbox, or what you can do is we have to create another function to actually make the changes to the data as well, right? So what I'm going to do is I will create another function to actually make the update to the to-do itself. So let's say const in the database, I mean. So let's say handle to-do edit. Let's say handle to-do edit, and then async, and then we will have the to-do object. We will be passing one to-do object, and it will it will get take that to-do object and set it as the new data. So I'll say try, and in this try we are going to say const response is equals to await, and then we'll again say axios dot, because it's edit, we are using the put request, and then in here we will use the this again. So dollar symbol, the brackets, and this, and after this what we are going to do is simple. We will say slash to dos, and we pass in the to do ID. So we'll say dollar from the to do object which was passed from the to do object. I want you to give me the ID. So we passed in that as well. Now after that what we will say is we will pass in the right. I did this two times, so I can remove this. Fine. Now it is fine. Now in this object what we are sending is we are sending the new title. The new title is equals to this to do object dot title, and then the new description is equivalent to the to do object dot description, and then we will have the completed state is equals to do object dot its completed state. All right, then we pass in the headers as well, and if I say headers, in this headers say the same thing. The authorization is simply going to be auth dot token, that is our author.token, and yeah, that is it. Now if we hit save, there is some error. Cool, this much fine, fine, fine. So after this bracket, we'll see if response dot data dot success, if it is true, success is true, what we are going to say is set auth. We'll say set auth to be dot 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 auth, which is the previous state, and then again the same thing, we'll increment the count. So count is equals to auth dot count plus 1, and that is it. After this we will make the set edit box to false again, like this function for both the title editing and marking it as completed. It's the same box for all of those, so we are just setting it to false again, right? If this state is false, we'll just simply say toast dot error. Toast dot error is equals to response dot data dot message. All right. Uh, and now let's write the catch block. So we are going the catch. It catches an error, and then we'll say console.error, and then we'll do error.message. If I hit save, now this is the handle to do edit. Okay, if I refresh, yeah, it's fine. So now what we do next? If we come here, we got the handle input change, but whenever we click on after the on change, whenever we say like on click, we also need to mark it as completed. So what we are going to do is something like this. We'll call the handle to do edit and pass in our current to do data, which is the modified version, to this as a parameter. Fine. After that, what we will do is we will create a P which will show us the description briefly, like smallly. So what we are going to do is after this, now this div is for this guy and this div is for this guy. So after this, we'll create a P tag, and in this, let's give it a class name of let's say text sm small, and let's reduce its opacity. Let's reduce its opacity to maybe 90 or just slightly less than black, and then it within this we will show it our data dot description. If I hit save, right now there is no description, so it's empty. Now what are we going to do next is after this what we do, this is it. We need to say something like here, say edit box. Now to show the edit box we are depending on the variable edit box, right? If the edit box is true, then and only then show me the to do edit box. Okay, I haven't made that component yet, so let's make it first. Then the components folder itself, let's make it the to do edit box, which is like used to make edits to the tasks. So RFCE, hit save. My bad. Hit save. Now in this to do edit box, let's quickly make it. So this to do edit box will take in some data. Now what will that data be? It will be the to do data, and then it will take the function handle input change, and then it will take the function edit box handler, and then we can also pass in handle to do edit. Now we are passing in all these. After this, let's get the auth. Now here only we'll get that. So paste it, and let's just import it as well. Import it, and after that we need a use state as well. Use state snippet, and initial value is going to be to do data dot completed. I'm going to set it to be like check and set check. Fine. After this, we will have our use effect, and it will change anytime we change the to do data dot completed. Now in this use effect, what we are going to do is we will simply say set the checked to do data dot completed. To do data dot completed. And after this, that is fine for the use effect. Let's just simply import them now. Use effect and the use state as well. Okay, and then we need a function for various icons for to do delete. Right. for the to do delete as well, we will open up the edit box, and that we can give it the to do delete option as well, right? We don't need to do anything else. That would be the better way. So let's quickly write a function for to do delete. So const to do delete is going to be equals to async, and in this what we are going to say is try will get to this to do card. Let's just get this much, and in here we'll say to do's. So this is going to be, first of all, let's import Axios. So we'll do Axios dot delete, and this is like to do slash to do object to do data dot underscore id. So this much is fine. Let's make it to do data, and then here we have to pass in the headers. So headers is going to be something like this. So we will pass in authorization is equals to auth dot token. You need to put in a semicolon here, colon here. Fine. Okay. Now once we are done with this, what we are going to say is like if response dot data dot it is a success. If it is a success, I'll simply say set auth. The same thing as in here. So we are changing the count, and cause we are changing the count, mm, the data will be updated and we'll get the updated data to be shown in the front end, right? So after this, what we'll do is we'll simply call the edit box handler. Now we have to define this function, yet we haven't defined it. So what this function will do is simply close the edit box. That is all, right? So this is the edit box handler. We haven't defined it yet. We will define it. So not a problem. So after this, we'll have else. In the else, we'll simply say toast dot error, and in this error, we will simply say response dot data dot message. Hit save, and then we need our catch block, and in this error, we are going to say console dot error, and here we'll simply say error dot message. Fine, this is cool. Now once this is done, we need another function called handle checkbox change. So const handle checkbox handles checkbox change. We will take the event e, and in this what we will do is const is check. Now this will be equals to event dot target dot check, right? And whatever its value is, we are going to say set check is going to be this checked value. That's it. Now what we do next is set this box first, right? So in here we are going to have a div. So what I will do is simply copy paste this data, this complete div quickly, and I'll explain you everything one after the other, all right? So coming to this return statement, first of all, let's create a div, and inside this div we'll have multiple divs. Now this is just the styling structure of the page. So in here we will have another div. Now in this div we'll have a div which will give us some spacing, that's all. So let's just create a div, and then here for this let's give it a class name of let's say height. Let's give it a height of 5, and then flex 1. I'm just using this div for creating some space of height 5. And after this div, I can give a close icon. Now, what is a close icon? If we come here and go to, again, MUI icons, if we go to material icons, search for MUI icons and you will find this on Google pretty easily. So in here, what I want is I want a close icon. So this is the close icon. Now this icon will be used as a button to close the edit box, right? So what I'm going to do is import it at the top. We imported it pretty easily. And after that's done, we'll simply say close icons. And we set close icon. Now in here, what we'll say is whenever I click on it, what I want you to do is simply say edit box handler, call that function. And I want to do some basic stylings for it as well. So I'll say class name is equals to padding of 1. Let's make it rounded full. I want to make it a circle, so rounded full, and then let's give it like a transition of all, and then let's give it some like hover. Background is equals to, this time we are going to give it an RGB color. So I'm going to make it a black shade, so 0, 0, 0. Okay, my bad. 0.2. Fine. Now after this close icon, what we are going to do is we need checkboxes for title and completed check. We need one for the title, one input, and one for the completed checkbox. So these are the two things which we will need. So after this, what we are going to do is we'll create a div with a class name flex and item center simply, that will keep things proper. And after this, we will create the checkbox component again. We'll use the checkbox, and in this checkbox component, what we are going to say is make checked is equals to checked. Fine. And after this, we'll say on change. On change, what I'm going to do is handle checkbox change. After this, we'll have that input. So input type text and input type text. After this, we'll have a placeholder. Placeholder is equivalent to title, and then value is equivalent to, and the value will simply be something like to do data. Yeah, we have that object, right? The to do data object, and then we'll say to do data dot title. Now, after we do this, what is the next thing we are going to do is, so we will simply say something like, okay, so we will simply say something like on change, and on change we'll take the event, and then we'll say handle the input change, change the title, change the title to be e dot target dot value. As simple as that. All right. So once we have this much, let's give it some basic styling. Let's say class name, shadow of medium, and then outline of none, and then padding of 2. Cool. Now this much part is done. And what will be the next process? The next process is simply going for a tag for the description, right? So after this div, we'll give one for the description. So after this, what we are going to do is we'll create a div. To this div, we'll give some styling. Now the styling will be something like, let's say flex, and then flex call. And after this flex call, we'll say space y, and then let's say 1. That's it. Now after this, what we are going to do is uh, we will simply have something like uh, a label. Let's give it a label tag, and we can just remove this HTML for. Now within this label tag, we'll give it a styling. The styling will be something like, let's just make it simply bold. And in here, let's say description. Now P is missing. The description after this label, we will have the input again. Now, because the description can be huge as well, I'm going to use a text area element instead of an input. So I'll just copy this, paste it, and instead of input, I'll make it text area. Types text, and the value is going to be to do data dot description. To do data dot description, placeholder is going to be obviously description, or I can say add a description to your task. We can add something like this. And on change, we can do handle input change. We'll just simply say description. Fine. Now e.target.value, this much is fine. We got the placeholder as well. Class name is going to be the same. So I think this is fine. And now we need another for edit and delete button. So we will just do edit and delete buttons. Now for these guys, what we are going to do is we'll say div. Now inside this div, let's give it a class name again. Class name is going to be flex and then space x. I want the buttons to be side by side, so I'm going to say space x2. All right, now here we need two icons, right? One for the delete and one for the edit. So we'll create a button first. In this button, I will type in edit. Now this button will be used to edit. And again, similar to this, we will have another button which will contain the delete icon, which will be used to delete, right? So we can just come here, search for delete, copy this, paste it here, and here we can say delete icon. It's that simple. Now, if we see this edit box once, I come here right now, we go to to-do card. We don't have the edit box right now, right? So what we do in the edit box, all right, let's first just complete this to-do edit box and then we can go for it. Then we can just check everything at once, right? That's why, so for this delete icon button, what I'm going to do is give an on click. On click, we are calling the to do delete function. And yeah, after the on click, we will have some styling for it as well. So class name, uh, BG blue 500. Let's do 400. And then transition is going to be all. And then whenever I hover over it, I'll give it a BG blue of 500. And then I'll say text white, rounded, cool. And then I'm going to give it a height of 10, and then I'm going to give it a width of 10. Now similarly, we will need to do some stuff for the edit button as well. So here what we are going to do is first we will have the on click function, and whenever we click on this, what we need to do is let's set the handle input change to be, first of all, let's mark completed, to be the value of checked, and after this we'll say handle to do edit, handle to do edit to be to do data. Now this much is fine. Now some basic styling for this guy as well. So we'll do class name. Class name is going to be flex1, rounded full to make it circular, and then justify at the center and items at the center. And after this, we'll say bg of blue, and then we'll give something like 400. Transition all, and then we'll some say hover. We can say something like bg blue 500. And after this, let's make the text color to be white, and then font to be bold, and then padding to be 2, and tracking to be white, right? Now this much part is done. Now that we have completed the to-do edit box. I think we have completed everything from the to-do edit box, and now the simple thing, we go to to-do card and implement the edit box, right? So if we go in here, we have this edit box, right? So in this edit box, if edit box is there, what I want to do is I want to show you the to-do edit box component, and in this I want to pass in some props, right? So the first prop is going to be the to-do data. The to-do data is going to be the to-do data itself, and then the handle input change is equals to the handle input change function, and then we'll say edit box handler is going to be a function which will directly set the set edit box, which will directly set the set edit box to be simply, let's say, false. That's it, because it is just to close it, right? So we'll just say that, and then handle to do edit is going to be handle to do edit itself, right? Now if we hit save, are there any functions which we haven't defined? So we have defined the handle to do edit, we have defined the handle input change. So I think most of this stuff is done. If we come here, if I click on this, so this is the to do edit box. So we are missing on some styling for this, but yeah, you can see we get something. So what I'm going to do is, if we go to this, we are just supposed to do some basic stylings to it, right? To the to do edit box. We come here. So now to this, okay, for these we need to do some changes, right? So for this, I want to be it like I want to it in the center of the page, and I don't want any of these things to change. So I want to use a fixed location thing. So I'll just say class name. I'll say position, make it fixed. From top, make it 0. From left, make it 0, and make it flex. Justify center, and then items to the center, and then give it a height of screen, and then give it a width of screen as well, and then give it a background of, let's say, RGBA, and here we can do something like 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.4. This should be fine. And then let's give it a backdrop. Let's get a backdrop of blur, a small blurry feature of this, and then we are going to make it z index to be 1000. So what I want you to do is, okay, once I do this, I'll explain, okay? So whenever this edit box is come, whenever I click somewhere outside it, I just want to give it a darker background. That's why I have done this backdrop blur. All right. So the next thing is going to be this div. So let's go to class name. Let's give it a bg of white, and then padding of 3, and then rounded md. Okay, my bad. Rounded of md, and then we are just going to say shadow of md, shadow of medium, and then a flex, and then I want it in column direction, so flex call, and then space y7. This is good. Now for this div, we need to do something a little. So we'll just say flex, and then justifies to the between. I think we had done everything. Now if I hit save, you can see it looks something like this. So guys, our to-do app is finally complete. I hope we don't get any errors. Let's test it out. So right now this is the task. I'm going to say task 2, and if I hit plus, you will see task 2 is added here. If I mark hello as completed, okay, we got an error when we mark as completed. Let's see what the error is, right? So we are getting an internal server error. What is it? Let's see. If you see, we can see some error here. Cannot read properties of undefined reading to string. So let's go to the server and let's go to the controller, to do controller. We are marking it as completed, right? So it is saying we are not saying a function like this to string. Is that it? Oh, yep, it is some error in here and to do card 47. So to do card 47 is directly this. It's getting some error in here. The handle to do edit. So let me just find the error. So guys, I tried debugging it here and there, and here we do to do dot users. Okay, if I show you this log, I tried to do this to do dot is to string. If I hit save and try updating something here, you see what it will return me. It is returning me to do dot find one and this ID, which is what? Which is the command. So you could see something missing here, right? Which is what? Simply the await statement. So we are not having any, we are not waiting for it to give a value. We are directly going to the next step. So how will it work? So now if I hit comment for this and it should work fine now. So right now this is it. If I do, you are not authorized to edit this to do, my bad. Again an error. What can I do very wrong? This is all right. What might be error? Okay. To do dot user dot toString. I changed it while debugging. So if I do this, now it's working fine. I don't see any error at least. All right. I don't see any error, but it's still not working, right? So what we are supposed to do is in this, we are going to, okay, we are supposed to change this to not completed. Whatever it is, make it opposite of that. So now it should work. So now you see it is working. If I mark it as completed, it's mark it as completed. So now this much part is cool. Now, but I need one small change. If I want to edit it, you can see hello, I'll make it hello 2. And if I click on edit, it's done. If I click on hello 2 and if I click on delete, it's deleted. So it's pretty simple, right? Now I want one more feature. Let's say we are adding some task 3. If the task is completed, I want it to be like shown like in a different shade. So for that, what we can do is we can simply come here to this to do card, I guess. In this to do card only, we have to do some certain styling in this div, which I told you if you remember precisely. So yeah, in this what we are going to do is we are going to create an optional styling. Like if it is completed, then show me this styling. If it is not completed, show me this styling. That is what I want to say. So yeah, how do we implement that? So for this div, let's do something like class name. And in this class name, what we are going to use is we are going to, instead of this, we will be using backticks because we are going to check the state of the completed. So we are going to use backticks. So the default styling is going to be a padding of 3. We are going to get a rounded of medium. And along with this, we are going to say this. Now, if data is dot completed is true, if it is completed, then and only then reduce its opacity to let's say 70, and after that I will make its background. Okay, here I will change its background to let's say RGBA, not here, RGBA. We will make it 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.1. That should be sufficient. Now if I hit save, now you see the one which is completed in is slightly different, right? If I mark it as completed, it will be different as well. If I unmark it, it's different. I can edit it. Let's make it task 56 and add a description to it. hello world and edit. Now you see hello world here. Now if I add some task to it, this one, this one is the most important, let's say. If I edit, you'll see this is done. So this is how it works. It is working pretty fine. So yeah, guys, this is the entire application. So guys, this is it for the complete application. We built all the features completely from scratch, the back end, the front end, everything. So in this video, we covered material UI basics, we covered Tailwind CSS, we learned about how to implement React along with the backend, how to merge them. We learned a lot of crazy stuff, and I know this video has been a very long one, but yeah, we'll do learn a lot as well, right?